exclusive, bitch, that's public ass. Can't no nigga we don't fuck with come around, we stomp his.
All right, what's up, guys? Good morning, good morning, good morning. How you guys doing today? Man, we got a lot of news. I hope you guys got your sleep last night. Welcome to the Ivy League live stream. My name's Justin. We're gonna cover some charts for the day. We're gonna start with the news. I have a few ideas that I've been watching all week. I took a trade yesterday, and I sold that towards the end of the day yesterday. If you guys could, if you're new, hit that like button, subscribe. 1,000 subscribers, doing a really cool giveaway. I think you guys are gonna really like it. And I think it'll be a little bit unexpected, actually. So appreciate you guys being here. If you guys have questions, throw them in the chat. You know what? That's one thing I didn't do out of all the things I was doing this morning, was that to say, hey, yo, if you got a question, bro, throw it in the chat. But let me know, guys. How you guys doing today? Shopify. I got short Shopify yesterday. I sold it. I actually posted literally right when I posted this yesterday. You guys can follow me on Twitter. If you guys want to work with me or do anything, if you guys have any promotional things, just send me a message on Twitter at Ivy League Trades. Now, yesterday at like whatever time it was when I sent this, I was like really curious. This is actually when the breakdown started. And you guys can see, what time is that? It's like, I don't know. It's just before the close. Just a few minutes before the close yesterday on Shopify. And there was that test of that 50-day moving average right there. And off of that rejection, I just took this below VWAP. We consolidated. We got the extension. I exited right here before the close. Because I felt like Shopify, for example, at the time was fairly green, not on the day, as far as prior day's close. And if you were to have looked at the SPY had broke the prior day's close. I'm almost positive. But there was just a little bit of strength that was that Shopify had that, the overall markets didn't. So I didn't feel comfortable, holding it overnight. And it was just a trade that I wanted to just put on. The markets were selling off. We got the increase in volume and we got a little bit of follow through, and, we got paid. I don't know what happened to the stream yesterday. I'm not sure what happened. I really don't know. I may have pushed something. So for anybody that was watching the stream yesterday, my bad. Let me get this done real quick. I don't mean to do this, but I completely forgot. Let's see here. Shit. Let's see. Let me just put this in real quick because I forgot to do it. And I forgot to put down the watch list. This is everything I have to do before the stream. There's a lot, If you guys have tickers, go ahead and throw them in the chat. If you guys have any questions, let me know how you're doing today, all that. It was a really nice trade yesterday on it was just what I needed, right? It was like I didn't have to do much. All I had to do was wait it out. Wait for the trend yesterday. All right. So, what are your goals today? That's the first thing I'm going to ask you. Are you wanting to stick to your plan? What is it that you're wanting to do? All right. What is it that you're wanting to do? let me look at this weekly chart real quick. I should be specific. I know. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I should be a little bit more specific. Just give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, fam. All right. You guys know I've been talking heavy on gold. You guys know I've been like just waiting for this thing, but I should have taken it yesterday. I mentioned it yesterday that I should just go ahead and buy it outright and not throw on options, or maybe go out and do a leap. I was just trying to wait for it to give me, hit it on the day where there's a ton of volume and wait for that breakout day. I just noticed that they've been doing a lot of these moves pre-market. I should say the Dow. The Dow is working its way up to 40,000. I mean, guys, everything, you guys see you guys see a trend here? You notice how how there's been such negative sentiment and the Dow. Remember when it hit 30? I know y'all remember that, right? If you don't, it's all good, but I remember when there was a big deal when it hit the 30. Every time it hits those 10s, I remember, like, it's just, so we did touch it. We did not close above it, so we might get our first close coming up here. Okay, so we hit it Friday. So we did hit it Friday. Sorry, I didn't mean to hit the coffee there in front of the mic. All right, here's my plan. I'm just going to start off with this. So I'm going to have a trade for the SPY, the Qs, and the Dow. Now I'm going to get right into it. We're going to start with the news. We're going to start with everything. If you have questions, and please hit that like button. Subscribe if you haven't done so. We're doing a giveaway at 1,000 subscribers. You guys are going to be surprised on the giveaway. And hit the like button. It helps us, get found by other people. So I have a few things in mind that I'm trying to do here. We do it for free. We don't charge anybody anything. We ask questions. And there is a target I'd like to be able to get this stream to. But anyway, thank you for joining us. And I have a trade, specifically, let's say the Dow, right? I'm going to, for the Dow, if we continue this strength, I know some of you guys know, but I'm going to be watching Goldman Sachs. All right, we called this trade out here. I think marked, or one person took it in chat. I was a little late on it, and it kind of just went, and I was like, shit. This is our pullback. This is our pullback here on Goldman Sachs. You can see the breakout. There's the pullback. This would be the entry. Possibly. We're going to see. We'll see where we open up today. All right. I don't see why we can't have a little bit of strength out of the Dow. I want to give it a couple more minutes here. But that's but to give you an idea on how I'm going to react today, right? If we can pull back, we do have data that comes out at 8:30. PCE tomorrow. You also have Powell tomorrow, so I am interested on how the markets react today. All right, I have an idea. I'm going to be honest. I think we can bounce. I don't see why we can't bounce. So there is that. Let's see here. So what is this? Wednesday. Today is Thursday, correct? No, today's Wednesday. So CNBC messed me up. They said this morning that they were talking about Good Friday being like tomorrow, and I think Becky got swindled into thinking, also myself, from what's his name, Joe, I think is his name on CNBC. That's so funny. I've been watching Moderna too, guys. Moderna's putting in a really good pattern, and then guess what? Moderna CEO is on right now on CNBC. That was already another one of my watch list, guys. I was waiting for this
Epidra, which,
pullback
as you know,
yesterday.
is the best drug available today
That's so funny.
for skin cancer. And
I don't
we
mean
are
to be all
already
over. Look, it's
starting
already
enrollment
went. You're
in
kidding
lung
me. I
cancer,
should have
and
taken
also
that
a couple more
yesterday.
trials going for different
Look
tumor
at this
types.
daily
So
chart, guys.
we believe this
Look
is
at this
another place
pullback.
where
Look
we
at this
should be
daily
able
chart.
to help a lot. So if you look at
And
the
of course,
portfolio
there's
of a company,
news.
between respiratory vaccines
For anybody that's here,
and
you guys
latent
have
vaccines,
seen
so
me
things
watching
like
this.
CMV and DBV we just spoke about.
You guys have seen me
And
on this.
cancer
I haven't
and
been
rare
on
disease.
Moderna, but
The
I
platform
seen
is
this
extremely broad,
this
and so I
pivot
really
high
think in the
here.
next
It's pulled
12 to
back. You put in
24
that double
months,
bottom
there's
right
gonna
at
be
the
a lot of
200
product
day,
launches,
right at that
a
pivot
lot
high,
of successful
and you
phase
started to
3.
break out. Now the
And I think
breakout
people are gonna
day
be able to
is when
see what this
right
platform is
here
capable.
is where I noticed it, and I said, okay, let's wait for the pullback. Okay, right here. You can see I put this trend line right here. Let's see if we can get that pullback to 105.60. We did not quite get there, and it looks like you're already getting Kathy Wood and crew buying this. So
that's what these entire group
that's a
of,
shame.
I guess, 5 vaccines
So
are going after.
let's get right
That's
into
correct.
it. Let's get into the charts and stuff. Thank you guys again for being here. Please hit that like button.
Are viruses that we get exposed to, we get infected by.
If you guys have stocks you guys want to cover this morning, go ahead, throw it in the chat.
Those viruses, some of them give you
And let me know
disease when you get them, like
what you'd like me to
mononucleosis. If you get
cover,
the
and
EBV,
let me know how you're
Epstein-Barr
doing this
virus,
morning. Let me know
you
how
get
you're doing.
mononucleosis disease
If this is
as a
too
young
loud,
adult
let me
or
know.
teen. But those viruses, once in
but-
your body, they don't leave your body. And so over time, as you described, as we get older, as we get over health issues, those viruses
I
come
can't
back.
believe that, man.
And that's
I
a really
cannot believe
big
that.
public health issue. There's a lot of disease, including cancer,
So
that we believe are linked to those viruses being in our body.
I want to hear this real quick because I'm going to need to.
So,
because I'm planning on
one
trading
that
Moderna.
everybody knows well is
I want to see if we're going to be able to break up
HPV
here to
virus.
120 and break back above this level.
Correct. They're all
So,
herpes family
so what they're
viruses.
talking about right
But
now
if
is
you
they
think
have
about it,
they have
there's an
3
amazing
things that
vaccine,
they're going to
to
take through
protect
the
young people against
FDA
HPV,
that are
but
on their
there's
final
nothing for
stages.
CMV. There's no vaccine available. There's no vaccine available for EBV.
So let's listen to this
There's no
real
vaccine
quick, and I'll
available
chart
for
this out.
HSV, the herpes virus that most people are familiar with.
And I gotta
And
get
so
back
what
to the
Moderna is
data.
trying to do
So,
is
Moderna
to
right
develop
here.
for our technology because we
Moves
can
3
deal
vaccines in a final
with
stage
very complex
trials as it
viruses.
works to
Our
rebound
CMV
from COVID
vaccine
slump.
has 6
Now,
mRNA molecule
If
in
they
the
do
vial.
not pass that, or if
Because
they
that's
get
what
like 2
is
out of the
required
3,
to
that would
make
be
the
good.
vaccine
But
work. And so
Those
we
maybe
believe-
2
vaccines
don't
for kids,
pass
though.
and
I mean,
1
if those
fails.
are diseases that you're herpes viruses that you're usually subject to as a teenager or young adult. Are these vaccines that you're going to be suggesting for kids too?
So we're going to suggest those for teenagers, a bit like HPV, to protect them before they get infected by the virus the first time. But also for EBV, for example, we're not only working on a vaccine that's called a prophylactic vaccine to be used before infection, we're also working on the treatment vaccine that will be used for people that are already infected. Because as we just spoke about EBV and the risk of
We did have
MS,
some
we
data
believe
here.
that people that are
30-year
already
mortgage rate
infected by
came in down
EBV virus,
just a little bit.
if you can keep the virus load, the
Mortgage
copies of the virus
applications went negative.
in check, you should not have
Well, actually
sequelae
more
like-
towards the
like
positive.
MS.
So they
There's also some
looks like it
cancer
ramped
that
up a
seem
little
to
bit.
be linked to EBV.
Previously,
There's also, as
minus
you know, cases of
1.6.
long
Just
COVID
want to hear this real
that
quick.
seems to be also linked
That's
to
so
EBV
funny, man. I was just
reactivation in our
talking
body.
about
So we
trading
think this
Moderna.
portfolio of product is going to be really important to prevent people from being sick, including very, very dangerous diseases.
So we have, okay, so this is all
Stefan, as
after
always,
market, after
we're
the market
intrigued.
closes.
This is interesting
I have a
stuff.
7-year note auction. I actually want to see this. I'm going to be paying attention to this 7-year, guys. At 1 o'clock,
Seemed to be just like a
pay
carcinogen.
attention to that.
Stefan, and that was a major development. Anything that can,
Lead to cancer, yeah.
well, anything that
You could
can
consider this somewhat of a
go in
cup and
and
handle.
mess up
I
your
just don't
DNA
like the volume.
permanently can cause cancer, whether it's light, carcinogens, viruses, some naturally occurring sequences too, Stefan. So it's all a mess.
That's so
and
funny
hard to-
that all this
so
is
hard to figure
happening
out.
right now. I've been watching
I think we're
Moderna.
learning a lot every day, Joe, as you said, and I think the more you
There's
have
some
your
negative
body having to
divergence,
deal with
too, on
outside
this move
agents,
here.
which is why the way I kind of think about it, which is if you have CM
So,
infection,
obviously,
and EBV infection,
I
and
would be
chickenpox or
watching this
VZV
previous
infection,
high here at
and HIV,
113.
the more you add those things inside the body, it's going to create inflammation. It's going to tire your immune system.
112.50.
And so as we know, the key role of the immune system
Say
to
no,
fight cancer, which is why I think the more we can do to prevent people to having those diseases, the more we're going to help people live a long, healthy life.
We want you to do them after we have them. We probably have all of them.
Yeah.
Exposed to every virus out there, probably.
I did not even hear anything
Yep.
that was going on.
For a lot of reasons. I have 4 dogs. That's one
you're
reason.
just older. The older you go, the more stuff we get exposed to. That's why he's going to target this for teenagers. We
Look
need
at
the
this.
other ones.
Like you guys
that
can
after
see
you've
here,
been exposed
boom.
to them, can still help you
So you
too.
get this
'Cause
extension
that's
rally,
like the,
right?
Shingles vaccine. It's after you've already been exposed to it. Stefan, thank you. Really interesting stuff, and we appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
All right, so I'll have to read the article, but look, this is the same pattern that's setting up over here, guys. You can see here where you have this extension on this day, huge volume with this earnings day. It pulls back. You put in not one, but two, a double bottom, just like you have extension, pullback, double bottom right there. Shit. Right there. All right, so it's setting up the same manner, and then you get that follow through. Let's see if we can get the follow through. You didn't really have, you had that pullback. It's not really, it's not going to be exactly the same. Patterns are not exactly the same, but let's see here. I think that level is pretty big, and we need to see what happens here with these trials. So let's read this article real quick. We'll go over this so we can understand exactly what's going on here. But I do know Ark and Kathy Woods did buy this, I think, yesterday, or they are buying it. Moderna and another company. Moderna has more to offer beyond COVID vaccine. The biotech company made that clear Wednesday, announcing positive clinical trial data on 3 experimental vaccines for other diseases. The company is moving those shots into final stage studies, it said. The updates bring Moderna a step closer to having multiple products on the market. Plunge demand, COVID shots worldwide, blah, blah, blah. Will chart its post-COVID future, 5th annual. COVID jab is its only commercial available product. Okay, so the vaccine has been, so it also includes the improved version of Moderna's COVID shot. The next COVID shot trigger date. I just not seeing anything here. Flu vaccine. Also on Wednesday, Moderna said it recently entered development and commercialization funded agreement with Blackstone Life Sciences. Okay, 5 vaccine in phase 3 and 3 more moving toward phase 3. We have built a very large and diverse portfolio addressing significant medical needs. Okay, so on 3 vaccine, latest shots moving to, so the current approved shot called stomach flu. So there's currently no approved shot to prevent the norovirus, the most common cause of the stomach flu. The virus results in approximately 200,000 deaths. That's a shame. Per year, and substantial healthcare costs, according to Moderna. The company examined 2 different norovirus shots candidates in a phase 1. Cuts Tesla's price target. Citi cuts Tesla's price target. We can write that down. Tesla's on the list. Shot to prevent Epstein-Barr virus. It accounts for more than 90% of cases of contagious infection known as mono, which can cause fever, sore throat, chronic fatigue. Moderna has been developing 2 shots designed to tackle multiple conditions associated with Epstein-Barr virus. It includes prevent mono, blah, blah, blah. Let's see here. We'll just see what happens here with this. I think you have to wait and see. In my opinion, wait and see how many of these, or if any of them, can make it past that 3rd trial and go on to an FDA trial. So moves 3 vaccines into final stage. So I'm not. You'll have to look and see when the date is for that. But I would. I would wait up until then, but I want to see if we can try to get some follow through. We have a huge level up here on Moderna at like 115, it's like 116, all right, 116 to 120. It's that area there. If I pan this out a little bit, you can see here, support, resistance. So let's see if we can't climb back up into that 115, 120 area. You know, this chart told us that we were going to have some type of news catalyst, and this is exactly what I was waiting for. I told myself, yo, wait for this pullback, which was yesterday. Bang. Like I've been low key watching Moderna. Y'all know what it is. We had a really nice trade on Moderna. I think the last time we traded it was maybe like a month or two ago. So let's do this real quick. So let's pull this back. It's already rallying. It was at least. So what I would watch for, you know, if we can pull back and try to hold 110. I would like a 110 long if it holds. That's ultimately what I would like. I would like a 110 long. If it gives me anything better, see, we've already made 107 and 15, 106, 107 support. You double bottomed here at 107. So, you know, there's not really much in the way until you get up to like 112, 112.25. So let's see if we get that pullback and see if we could hold this area here. And we could, you know, try to drive this thing from like 110. Maybe we get like a 109. Maybe we get like 109 and we can run this thing up to like 113, 113.50. 113, 114. So that's going to be my plan. Watch and see if we can get a pullback. See if we can hold 110. If we can't hold 110, where are we going to come up with support? Maybe we pull back and test 109. I doubt that we will. It's going to have a lot of notoriety now. The volume yesterday was pretty decent to the sell side. Maybe if this thing does open up and we're close to about 114, 113.80, then I will look for a short on a bounce into 114. All right, so I'm telling you guys both sides of this trade right now. If we open up and we're up there, 114, like the high 113s, 113.80, I will look for the short. Depending on, you know, if we can sell it off right at the open and pull it back. There could be a nice scalp trade there to the downside. And then I would look for some support to be had down here at 109, 110. All right, so that's Moderna, 109, 110 long, 114 short. Those are both sides of the trade right there, for myself at least. All right, so MRNA. I only have a little bit of space to work with here where I'm writing. You know, this was a previous rejection here that it didn't have a lot of volume with it. So I'll stick with that. Watch 112. This was yesterday's resistance. With that's first things first. Let's talk about that. First things first is 112. So let's see where we open up, but it does, you know, for the most part it doesn't matter. 114 113.85 short. And then we'll look for like the 109. 109. And what is that? 109, 110. 110 long. All right, so that's what I'm watching there on Moderna. All right, that's what I'm watching. We'll see where we're at when we get up to the open. Again, if you guys have any questions, throw them in the chat. Let me know how you're doing today, all that good stuff. So there's one. All right, let's talk about Shopify. I'm going to get into the overall markets. We'll just talk about these two trades. So yesterday, and again, if you don't know, you can follow me. If you ever need to get a hold of me, whatever, hit me up on Twitter at Ivy League Trades. So I went short on that sell-off yesterday, Shopify, late in the afternoon. I don't know why the stream ended. I really don't. I may have pushed my hotkeys and done it. I didn't think that I did. I'm not sure what happened. It could have been OBS that failed, but I do apologize for that. It was so late in the day, I didn't restart it. I said, there's only 45 minutes left. And obviously, I wasn't really expecting like a huge sell-off like that. But not that it was huge, but, you know, it was pretty decent. So small green trade yesterday for me. It was a mild. I wouldn't say small, but it was a really nice trade. So I posted again on Twitter yesterday as we were up here holding this 50-day. I posted right up here. Will we hold this 50-day? I said, can we hold it and break out, or are we gonna? Is that going to be a failed break above, or a failed breakout? And apparently it was a failed breakout. It was just funny because as soon as I posted it, is literally right when it started. So I took that short yesterday. I did not hold it overnight because of two things. I said it in the beginning of the stream that Shopify had a little bit of relative strength with it. All right, so the markets. If you look at the S&Ps, I'll pull up the SPY here. You can see yesterday how you were well below yesterday's low a day, let alone the close and open. And look at Shopify here. Let me pull up a 5-minute chart. So top left here on Shopify, right? Top left. All right, so there's a 2-day view. Let me pan this out a little bit better. I should use a 15-minute chart. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do a 15-minute chart. All right. But Moderna's putting in a pattern here, and I'm really curious on what it's doing. This is the second trade outside of Moderna. But yesterday, you can see how not only were we above yesterday's open when we started this pullback, when the SPY started, the SPY and the Qs were selling off, and they were already below. Again, the SPY is going to be at the top right. So take notice of these things, like when you're in a stock, understand what your trade, what your idea, or whatever it is that you're in, understand what it's doing versus the markets. So you can see here, the SPY seems a little bit weaker than Shopify. The first things first is you have a downtrend. It's not much on the SPY. It's a downtrend though. And look at Shopify. It's going higher. It's going higher, and it did, and was able to bust through that 50-day. It double topped up there, but it was above it. It did get above it. It tried to hold it here, and that's when the SPY said no. Now, at this time, while Shopify is up here at the highs at high a day, SPY is at low a day, and SPY is below the opening price. So that would mean Shopify would have had to have been down here when the sell-off started. All right, so that's why I didn't hold it overnight. There's a bit of relative strength there. So my plan with Shopify is going to be $78. All right, I'm going to be watching $78. Now, if I take you and I pan this back just a little bit, what I can do is take this off. Let me go to a 15-minute chart, and you guys are going to see. Now, that red box and this blue box down here, this is the 50-day moving average. This is the 100-day moving average. Now, that green box also is support. Could be support. We'll find out as the day goes on. We'll find out by the end of the day whether we get there or not. So you guys can see here. All right. You guys can see this level here at $78 on Shopify. And there's another level here at $80. So taking it for what it is, right here, you can see this flat top resistance. You guys can see the flat top resistance, which I'll show you. Let me pull it back down a little bit. Let me get it all in here. I just want you to see the whole picture as much as you can see. So you guys can see you have flat top resistance right there. All right. Right there. I know it's hard. I know it's hard to see here. I should take these lines off. All right, if it makes it easier. You guys tell me if it makes it easier to see. But what you have here is prior resistance turning into support. All right. Prior resistance turning into support. Okay, why are those lines there? There we go. So you guys can see $78 here. Resistance. It gaps above it. Right? Literally just gaps above it and then fails. Where does it go? It goes right back to and above 78. And it holds it. Right? holds it, holds it, holds it, breaks it, resistance, right? Resistance. Above it, support, support, support. So if I take you to the flexible grid, you'll be able to see it a lot better. A lot better, guys. So you can see here, look at that. Right? Oh, shit. God damn it. Sorry. I know, I need a new mouse. Alright. Resistance, 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 support, resistance, support, support, support. So now you can see Shopify is holding 78. Or is it going to hold it? That's why that green box is there. Alright, that'll be pretty much my entry and stop loss for a long. Above us, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That red box right there is your 50-day moving average. Okay, that's your 50-day moving average. Let's go to a 5-minute chart here. All right, so I'm going to be looking for a long. Let me go back. So support, support, resistance, resistance, support, 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 support. Let's see if 78 can continue to hold. 78 is your level. All right, it held yesterday. You double bottomed at it. It held, what would that be? Monday. All right, you are in a downtrend. This could have been the high. This is ultimately a failed break and hold above the 50-day moving average for Shopify. Okay, 100-day is anchored upside. 50-day is flat. 20-day downtrend. 90 MA looking to go to a downtrend. You can see this breakout and then the fail, right? Breaks out. It breaks it below it. Okay, it's not falling though. It's just consolidating. Really, at the end of the day, this is a consolidation. But you tried to break out above it. You broke out and you just went back and made that resistance. All right, you made 83.50 resistance. So what I'm looking for is to see today, if we can get and finally break above and hold the 50-day, if I take the long, I'm looking for a 78 long. I'm going to give that stop loss to like 77.50, 77.80. All right, depending on what the markets do today. All right, the Qs are falling behind. Just know that right now. The Dow is starting to pick itself back up and start to lead to the upside. So we could see weakness out of tech. Okay? So my Goldman Sachs trade that I have for the Dow, my Shopify, my Moderna. Moderna has a catalyst, okay, between ARC, Kathy Woods, and these 3 clinical trials that are going to their third stage of the trial to potentially go off to the FDA finalization part. Anyway, so the Qs, all right, I have Goldman Sachs, which has gave us that big strength. It had a really nice rally. It pulled back, and it's been consolidating for the past 2 days. Now, we're going to start to break out there if the Dow can go to the upside. Now, if the Dow doesn't, if it breaks out and we open up high before the bell, then do we just pull it back? Because it's already pre-market, which I'll go into, and you'll see what I'm talking about. But the point being, I have a trade for both. I have a trade for each index. Look here, right? Again, resistance, right? All this whole area is 78 resistance, all right there. All right? We just made it support. You guys can see that, right? Look, tail, 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 tail. Right? We break down. Tries to hold it. That's a failed hold right there on that day. 314. Pulls back. Bang. I don't know if there was a catalyst there. The volume wasn't really there. Look what happened when you broke above that 50-day. You just screamed out to the upside and then flushed. Look at the volume. You had an increase in volume as well on that pullback. That's not what you want. You don't want a low volume breakout. Increase in volume to the sell side. Tail, tail, tail. All right, right there at that 50-day. So, got 2 sides of the trade for this one. Again, it's going to be an $80 50-day rejection, or does 78 hold? That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for on Shopify. All right. Now, I do want you to see again prior. Okay, prior. You can see here, if we do get above $70 or $80, like $79.90, $80, look what you have here. Support. All right? Support. And that's a failed break, but for the most part, that's a bad day there. And then you just took that right back. Support, support, support. Okay? Maybe I should do it like this, right? Maybe that makes a little bit more sense to put it in perspective. All right? Right there. So, do we get above it, and can we hold it? That's the question. Dude. I don't know what the hell's going on. And then, look, you double top there. That as resistance. When broken on an increase in volume, if you can't see that, right, becomes support. So, we know we're going to need an increase in volume if we do break above $80 and that 50-day. Can we get the markets at our back? You know, can we get some volume in there today? But that's, you know, I know I spent a little bit more time than I wanted to on that, but double top, support, resistance. So $80 is that level, and then again you drop down to the next level, which the past few weeks the consolidation was 78 and 75. 75 support, 78 resistance. Now we're holding 78 and 80, so it's 78 support, $80 resistance. Can we break above $80 and extend to 84? Can we start working that channel higher? We'll see. Okay, we're going to find out here shortly. So pre-market, it did come in with the gap up. So that I am glad that I did not hold this, because I was concerned that there was a little bit of strength with Shopify and that we may, that there's just, the markets aren't going to help us just yet. They might help us today. So we got to trade for all sides in different markets, okay? Let's go right into futures real quick. All right, let's go into futures. And again, Shopify is consolidating. So if you have a belief that the markets are going to go higher over time, understand that we do have PCE on Friday. The markets are closed Friday. I think we have GDP. I don't know if this is revisions, or what tomorrow. GDP growth rate for Q4. So this is revisions. Am I wrong, guys? For Q4. I thought we already got these. I thought we already got GDP data for Q4. And then obviously we have initial jobless claims, which are at least have been starting to trend in the direction the Fed wants. Okay. Yes, core PCE prices Q4. So these are revisions. Okay, I'm pretty sure these are all revisions here for these. Okay, so let's talk about what we have going on. So the ES is up at highs. Yesterday or the past couple of days we've had some outperformance from the Qs. All right. Excuse me. The Dow has been pulling back. It was pretty strong. It's been our leader. The Dow's pulled back. We are rallying this morning. We could see what happens here on the Qs at that 18.5 level. If you do break above and hold it, then you should have room to 1862. I would also keep in mind, yesterday's high. Yeah, 1860. I would watch 1860 today on the Qs. All right, for anybody that trades futures, or just uses futures for the for their trading. So you can see this is starting to be 18.62 to 18.6, starting to be resistance up there. Okay, on the Qs. Now, the Dow, it's important to understand and look at them all, because you're going to understand it. What this does is show you, for anybody that's new, it shows you the sectors. All right, it shows you like rotation, as in technology for the past couple of days is small or been doing really good, or if it's been doing really good for 3-4 months, outperformance. you'll start to see them taking profits in them. They'll pull back, and then you'll start to see like healthcare and banks, right? Banks have been on fire because they've had liquidity. Like this is pretty much COVID for the banks. All right, banks are getting their COVID now. Everyone else got it. Now the banks are getting it. All right, between the bank term lending program and rates being higher. Okay, that's beneficial to them. So the Dow has pulled back. It held prior highs here at 39,000. All right, 39.7. So can we get this pullback? That's a 2-day. That's a pullback 1, 2. That's a nice triple bot. That's 4 touches, obviously. 1, 2, 3, 4. But we spent 2 days there. We did not break it. I think it's time we rally. What I would look for on the Dow is a pullback to yesterday's high. Right in that area. Right in that area between 39.8, 39.82. So it's like a, it's like a $20 area. Okay. Let's see. 39.8. Yeah, 39.8, 39.25. So it's a $25 area today on the Dow. That's what I'm watching for right there. That area right there. All right. You do have some prior minor resistance here at 39.85. I wouldn't get too. Yeah, see, it's trying to get above it now. You are having a little bit of issues there. Listen, I'm telling you guys, if we can get above this level right here at 39.85 on the Dow, all you did was pull it straight back. You went straight up, straight down. You should have no problem getting to 40,000. All right, you should have no problem getting to 40,000. All right, as long as you can break through this little area here and have it hold. I would like to see another pullback to 39.8 on the Dow. All right, let's go to the Qs. All right, let's go to the Qs. So the Qs have been putting in lower highs. All right, doing the same thing. The markets are pretty much we've had this outperformance from the Fed day, and now you're seeing the pullback. Okay, you're seeing the pullback, hold. Now do we extend higher? Today and tomorrow is the day. So if you want to put on positions for the long side, in my opinion, I'm not telling you what to do, but if you have faith in the upside, then you need to put it on while we're down here on this pullback. If you believe we're going to, pull back further, then you could, you need to do that too, because we're either going to break out or we're going to start pulling back to the downside. The overall markets have been slow, but they showed you yesterday that they're still there. They're not taking any days off. They're still there, right? The algos are a little slow the past couple days, but they stepped up yesterday in the afternoon. They stepped in, so did we. All right, at least so did I. Again, the stream closed yesterday, but I did have that Shopify trade yesterday, which was really nice. Let's see, what's today? Today is Wednesday. I think March Madness against Sweet 16 or whatever starts tomorrow or today. Somebody let me know in the chat if you guys know when. I don't feel like, I guess I could bring up Google, but so what are our levels? What do we want to watch for today? So let's go to a daily chart real quick on the Qs. I want to hurry up with this because it's 8 o'clock. Now we're going to start getting into the good stuff. Damn. So if you see here on the daily chart on the Qs, you have flat top resistance right there at 18.6, 18.62. All right. The volume, you had an increase in volume yesterday, but some of that was to the upside as well. So, you're holding that trade line. You're holding the trade line. I don't like that we broke 18.5. Look at this daily chart here. You guys can see this little like L shape, right? Like if I were to put a box here, you guys will see that it's probably not a good thing that this happened, because it's like, it's not going to be exact. I don't mean to bore you guys to death, but Like, here's what I would have liked to have seen. You know what? That actually isn't bad. You can see we're putting in this bull flag here, or bear flag, whatever you want to call it. Okay. And it may start there. So let's see if that's our upside. Let's see if that is our upside today. Look at that. That could be our upside again, 18.6. So if I were to put a box right here, like an L shape, you could see this as like, I wanted to see it hold that. Like if I draw an L, like resistance, breaks down, resistance, a lower high, but you break above it, you want to see that hold. You want to see that area hold right there, and it is. For right now, it is. It's like 18.5. All right, 18.47, 18.5. All right. That's how I like to think about it. If I draw like an L, like I do not want to see it break that level there. You can see the tails, but if we start closing below there, then watch out. Then we will see 18.3. But we got to hold this little area to it. Let's see even if we can try to extend and make a double top up there at 18.7. All right, we could have the Dow on our side today. So, you know, sorry, I know people are probably leaving. I'm talking about it too long, but so I would look for a pullback. We did make this support already at 18.5 on the Qs. And then yesterday's pivot, that double bottom, 18.54. So pre-market highs here. See if you can hold it and break through. We need to break through 18.4. 18.540 on the Qs. Okay, this is the level in my opinion. If this continues to act as resistance, like if we do not get this bounce, right? If you do not bounce off this level, right, you might be in trouble there. All right, we might be in trouble. All right. All right. So let's go to the ES. ES has pulled back. The ES was an outperformer. It's been on an island by itself. It's just been at highs and hanging out at prior highs. I can't remember the last time that I seen this, but watch for resistance from what is that, Friday? Watch Friday's low. See if that acts as resistance. Okay, Friday's low. Right there, bang. 52953. All right, what is that? No, not 53. Yeah, 5290. 5290. You want to see this hold as support too, though. All right, so we're right there. I would want to see this area. 5285. No, it's breaking right now. Yeah, 5284.50. I would watch that area right there. We gotta hold it. Look at the sell side come in. Damn, son, where'd you find this one? So yes, there's that. All right, now we could probably look for that 18.548. See if we act as resistance now. All right, see if it acts as resistance now. That's not good. That sucks. You want to see yesterday's low hold. All right, you want to see yesterday's low hold. Now the last stop is 5280. All right, 5280. That's the final stop right there. Anything below that, you're looking at yesterday's low. All right, let's go to IWM. Same thing as the Dow. Like the Dow and the IWM usually do their own thing. The Qs will do opposite of them. Not necessarily opposite, but either one of them, either the IWM and Dow together are lagging, and the Qs are leading, or vice versa. The Qs lag and they lead. So this is a really nice break and retest on the IWM. Again, we do not have much price action up here, so the opportunity for a follow-through extension on these in these areas, like for some decent movements, is It's pretty great. All right, pretty great. Shit, I'm out of coffee. All good though. 207 is what I'm watching. 207 is what I'm going to be watching for on IWM. All right. 207, 207.50. Let's redo that. Let me see here. Yeah, 207, guys and gals. 207. Let's watch that area there. 207, 206.90. And then your next stop, 209. So let's see what we can do here. You did not test after this breakout. You MS 203. You have not came back. You just left that area, and you've only pulled back quarter of the way. So what I'm getting at is, if I draw a Fibonacci retracement, this is probably just shy of 50% of the move. I mean, I guess you could consider this the starting point, but I would consider the Fed day the starting point. Right? Fed day low of Fed day, and it's right on 50%. So that kind of tells me I'm right on where I should put it. So see if you pull back here and hold this 206 area. 206 would be your 38.2 retracement, and you'll make that support. It's, be a nice little bullish sign. So let's go to the SPY and the Qs, and then we'll just go into overall. We'll go through overall the markets, overall stocks and names. All right. I know Tesla I got to do a lot of work on. I got to delete those lines or those levels. 521.50. 521.50. 521.50. 521.50. I just want to see something. $521.50, guys. Look at that level right there. Look at 521.50. Shit. Look at that. Let me move this thing up a little bit. Support. All right. I want to see us pull back or just like consolidate. What you want to see here is a consolidation right now to these markets, which would help bring down your RSI and bring down your indicators to help provide some strength at a higher price. It's going to be hard to I think if we do have an upside day, I'm going to say it now, I think it's going to come out of the Dow. All right, so financials. All right, we're looking at Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan and stuff, which we're going to go into. We're going to go into right now. Just wanted to see where the SPY was. Chinese EV makers as well we're going to cover. So let's go into overall markets here. Yeah, let's see what happens there. What is that? That's Friday's low right there at 520. 521.50 is right there. No. Okay, yeah. So I want to see this level right here hold. I want to see between 521 and 520.80. I want to see that area right there hold. I would like to see it hold. Now, if we pull back to 520.50, that's cool too. That's cool too. All right, that's cool too. I don't want to have a bunch of lines all over the place, which I could do, and pick out every single level. But the levels you need to just be focused on is 522. 522 is the upside resistance, and your downside support is 519.50. All right, 519.50, 520. Those are the two major levels I'd be watching. I'd be watching 519.50, honestly. All right, because if I pull this back, 15-minute chart, you guys can see, so 521.50. All right, so that's the SPY. Let's see here. If we don't hold this level and you turn 521 into resistance, which I'm still trying to see if it did or not, chances are we're pulling back. We're going to pull it back. Let's look at the Qs. We can find out right now. Let's see where what the Qs are telling us. The Qs still have a little bit of strength. So, that's a lower high from yesterday. The SPY put in a lower low. So, I don't know if you guys pay attention to that stuff, but it's important. Because that means technology's got some relative strength with it. So, that may help my Shopify trade. All right? That's going to help my Shopify trade, baby. Yeah. So, all right. Let's go to Tesla. We'll cover some of this news that we have this morning. DJT. DJT is... I forgot to write that down. Let's look at that. Let's pull up DJT. So, they're talking about Tesla right now. And I'm going to go back to Tesla. So, DJT, Reddit, these are some of the names you could see today that may start to give you some type of relative strength. Or, I guess you could say like your meme stocks. Oh my gosh. Come on. All right. Costco smaller rival BJ's wholesale will open more clubs in the southeast. Okay. Alright, so let's go here. Alright. We were also watching Coinbase yesterday. And I told you guys. If you guys seen this area here hold, I wanted to see a pullback to 67.9, like 68,000, but it feels like I never get like those, like overall, right? If I went to the daily chart, I was looking for like 12,000. Well, we didn't get to 12,000. We went to 16. Now I'm looking to see if we can take Bitcoin, from where it's at and see if we can't get that pullback to like, 68,000. 68,000 or so. Yeah, I would like to see that. Be a nice pullback. No, it looks like it's just going to hang out above that level and not give you the 68. So, and that's because there's people sitting there. There's orders probably stacked there. I don't know how crypto works. I may sound stupid by saying there's orders stacked there, but buy orders. But I don't know that much about crypto. I know how to read a chart. That's about it. And I know how to read the sentiment. So, yeah, I wanted to see if we could get that 67.95, 68,000 touch. And I'm not sure if we will. We'll find out. Go to the daily chart for Bitcoin. And we have some tails there. We haven't seen the 50-day since, February? Yeah, February. All right. The longer it consolidates here, the more it's going to pull that 50-day moving average up to it. So we'll watch Coinbase. Is this going to be a lower high? The volume has pulled back a little bit. All right. That's the first thing. So let's go over to Coinbase. Give me 1 second. Let's go over here to Coinbase. Dude, if that holds, guys. No, I need to use my left hand. All right. Sorry guys, I was just having a little bite to eat. Don't let me forget about DJT, please. I'm thinking about, you know, let's look at the volume real quick. A pullback to 64.15 area might be a buy. It might be a buy. You may not even get it. Right there, 65.95. Oh, it's going to break. All right, Coinbase. And I think there was news with SoFi yesterday. I think we had news with SoFi. I think they did an offering or something. It hasn't moved. All right, Coinbase. So, you want to see if this 275 level here will hold. A pullback into yesterday's close. 275 also. See, I don't really like that level. You know. To me, like 265 would be better, but let's look here. Let me go here real quick. Again, if you guys, you guys have any questions or tickers, like, throw them in the chat. Say what's up. I don't bite, I promise. I promise I don't bite. I mean, I will if you want me to, depending on if you're a female or not. So look here at Coinbase. So you broke below this level here. You can see on a 5-minute chart. Okay, 270. You try. It was prior. 270 was resistance. You held it, and we broke it yesterday. Today, we're above it, or this morning. So you've reclaimed that level. You've reclaimed it. Now, if I take you to a daily chart, this is a pennant here. We broke down outside of the pennant now. I had this thing drawn a few different ways, and it looks like the way I had it drawn prior. And you can see yesterday, look how that matches up. Look there. Right? This is where all the conspiracy theories start. Look at this. What does that look like? That looks like a line that looks similar to the line that we have here. And I guarantee you, if I pull this thing down just a little bit, which is where I had it originally. Oh, isn't that funny? Isn't that funny, bro? And then the breakdown. Look. Look at that. I want to look for a 275 rejection. Yeah, I said it. You could get stuck, though, today, between 275 and 270. All right, you could get stuck. Remember, guys, smash that like button. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. It helps the stream out tremendously. All right, so look at this daily chart here, gang. First off, 280. We said if you're new here, I've told you guys to watch this level here, right up here at 279, 280. All right, it's a big level for Coinbase. Now until we break and close above it and make it support, I'm not worried about anything else above it. All right, if we do, you do still have some nice upside to 300. I think we need to pull it back, bring some volume in here. This thing has just left the bus, or left the station. Guys, we were literally not too long ago, when I can remember, we were at 50 bucks, 60 bucks, 80 bucks. And now here we are floating with 300. So, anybody that picked Coinbase up, I'm kicking myself in the ass, trust me. But you are putting a wedge here. That is an ascending wedge. Wedges are reversal patterns for the most part. For the most part. I've seen, it's weird because I've seen wedges that are trend continuation, and then you have trend reversals. So, the volume has kind of dried up on the downside. At least the sellers have stepped away. I think it's all eyes up there at 280. You did break below 270, like I said, 270.50. So you can see here, we are back above it. So if we pull into, if you pull down into from right here, right, boom, that's your new high, pulls it back. Excuse me, I'm sorry. You break it, pull back, break it again. We're pulling back, and you broke it. So it feels like, just from what I said there, it feels like there's a lot of Coinbase is having trouble holding 270. Okay, so do we hold 270 today and then try to extend higher, or are we just getting a bounce back into the wedge and then turning that wedge into resistance? Is that what's going on here? All right, is that what's going on here? So Coinbase, I want to see 275 if that becomes resistance, or if we get a pullback, do we hold 270? Yeah, 270 hold. All right, 270 hold. And you can see here, you're testing yesterday's low. Look at the prior low. That's a big bear flag yesterday. You put in a huge bear flag yesterday, which, you know what I mean? Look at that. Bang. Do I need to make it bigger for you? That's what she said. Look at that. Nice bear flag there. So, now you broke down outside of it. You bounced back to it. Now, let's start making it a rejection. 270, 273 area. Again, I want to get a 275 rejection. That's what I want. I want to get Coinbase, coin, 275 rejection. Write it down. Read it in wheat. Okay. Target would eventually be 260. 260 target. There's a trade for you. All right, let's keep it moving. Now Tesla I haven't done, but understand there's some weakness there with Li Auto. You can see the gap down, and there's a reason. They're all down. NIO, they're all down. Does that bring some buying power into American EV manufacturers? Tesla up, Lucid. Lucid with a gap up, pulling back. All right. Toyota Motor Company gapping down, which is strange. Ford with a small gap up, trying to hold this level. I missed that pullback yesterday. Look at that. And now that's why it sold off yesterday. So if you guys don't know, Baltimore is big into shipping coal cars, like more so carry on and carry off, not like packages and like the big boxes that have a bunch of shit in them. All right, roll on, roll off type of deal. So, oh shit, sorry, I didn't mean to turn that off. All right, let's go to Tesla. Let's get it. All right, let's go to Tesla. Oh, come on. Sorry, I had to get some of that that donut powder off. All right, daily chart. All right, we have a bit of relative strength. So I sniffed this out really early, but it took a lot longer than what I originally anticipated. Man, what a hell of a rejection there. So you guys can see here, right? I want you guys to take notice of this. The first thing is this whole section as one, okay? That whole section right there. And then we're going to pick apart that section with that low. Look at your RSI is what I'm tying it with. Down there at 17. What's it do? It puts in a new low. Bang. Right there. Higher low. It's on. It's on, baby. It's on. Get your little rally. But it didn't really rally like you would have thought. Right? You get that pullback. Boom. That's a nice trend line there, actually, too. And then once again, today, what are we doing? New low with a higher low in the RSI as well as, your MACD. Okay. The problem with all of this is you ain't got no upside volume, my guy. None. This is all selling pressure, my dude. Look at that. Okay? Look at that. Now, that's the problem you face. These indicators can give you, can show you what they want. Now you want to pay attention to the tails and stuff that are there and understand that, a lot of this candle, was buying. But at the end of the day, you need this, bro. You need buying. So, technically, I guess you could say this is a low volume pullback, I guess you could say. Because you can see here, up volume, down volume, right? And what do you have here on the chart? You have upside and then downside. I don't want to make a bunch of lines. But you want a low volume pullback, not making new lows and shit. It's not good. All right? There's still nobody is stepping in to buy this thing. And that's trouble for Tesla. All right? But today, we will look for a pullback to 173. At least that's what I'd look for. Now we got to see what, so if the market, here's my thing with this. If the markets start to bounce, Tesla may go backwards. Tesla may go backwards, as in down. It does. It literally likes to do the opposite of whatever the markets do. We could not get through the 20-day. That's a huge tail there. That's a huge tail. We still have not closed and filled that gap. We have gaps above us between here, and I'm talking gaps way the hell up here too. There are gaps way up here, bro. Look at that gap right there. You have a gap there. You know, it did not close up there. I did not consider a tail a gap fill, in my opinion. It's just my opinion. Okay. You have a gap up here. Look at this gap. Look at that gap. You have a gap way up there. Okay, at 404. So, for now, I'm going to see a pullback. Where are we at right now? 179. Yeah, we're gap up a little bit. It's all good. All right, so I did clean Tesla up a little bit yesterday. I would watch the area that we're at right now. You have a minor support level right here on the 4-hour. Right there above us. Okay. Right there above us is support, and it became resistance. Right there at 180. I'd be watching 180. Previously resistance. Resistance yesterday, you could not close above it. So I would look for that 180 rejection on Tesla. Alright, I'd look for the 180 rejection. So you can see, support, that bear flag, it breaks down, goes back to it, and fails to hold it. Okay, fails to hold it. Let's go to an hourly chart, gang. What y'all watching? Let me know what you guys are watching. Let me know. Is anybody here? If nobody's here, then I'm gonna just stop coming on here and just you know, go back to doing my own thing. Not really. I don't mind streaming. Hopefully somebody finds joy out of it or helps somebody. But I would be watching. Oh, come on, bro. Dude, what is going on here, fam? 183. That was a failed break and hold above 183. We are above the 20-day. Did we close above it? Yes or no? Yes. We did close above it. Or below it. No, we closed below it, bro. Yes. We closed right on. Yeah, we closed below it. Yep, we closed below it. Alright. I want to see what it looks like when we open up. I would look for a pullback into 174. Look, there's a small gap here at 174. Could be your support level down to 172. All right, 174, 172 support. Watch for this hold too, guys. 178. Watch for 178 as well. All right. They're talking about listen. I think there's stuff with
companies.
watch.
First of its kind clearinghouse to share information on problem gambling and on problem players. It's never been done before. Founding members, FanDuel, DraftKings, BetMGM, Penn Entertainment,
So we're gonna watch
Fanatics, Hard Rock, and Bet365.
Disney,
They
Penn,
account for
or
more
Penn,
than 85% of the legal
DraftKings.
online betting market in
All right,
the United
Tesla
States.
though, guys.
Of course, we've seen Shohei Ohtani, the Raptors,
You know,
Dante
it all
Porter
depends
headlines this week.
upon
That has
180
prompted a lot of
and the 20-day.
finger-pointing,
Do we open
and
above the
gambling
20-day
industry
or below it?
insiders
And do we
worry
hold
this
it or
actually
do
could
we
be an
break it? We
inflection
didn't hold
point
it
where
yesterday.
lawmakers
You closed below
crack
it. You
down
got
with
above it.
restrictions that
You
make
closed below
far
the
tougher
20-day.
for these companies to turn a profit. In fact,
So
just
I would
this
look
week,
for a
I talked to
180
New York Congressman
rejection,
Paul Tonka,
pull
and
it
he
back,
said he's
174,
introducing national
173
legislation
target. I'm
because
going to write that down right
he's
now.
concerned about the pervasive advertising and the
I can find
impact,
my pen.
especially on young people. Caesars, which is
I
noticeably
don't know what this
absent
is, but
from
it
this
sounds like
group
I don't
of
like it
Responsible
already for some
Online
reason.
Gambling Association. It tells me that they're confident in their own responsible gaming approach, which relies on independent third-party verifications. But broadly, the casinos think they're all better off if they pull in the same direction, if they are trying to ward off severe rules that could impede their businesses. So this is one to watch.
Tackling problem.
Still wondering.
What problem
Contessa,
gambling?
that
Like what?
It seems like if you want to find it, like the old characters
needed-
you used to think of when you think of gambling, they're still around.
All right,
aren't
so
they?
I will
Offshore?
look
Can't
for
you
a 180
find
rejection.
people
This
that'll
is
give
holding
you
at the
credit
20
and
day.
take
It's
your
holding
bet,
this
and
morning.
It's not regulated, and
You don't even have to go offshore. Look at in California, the scandal that is surrounding Shohei Ohtani's interpreter has to do with an illegal bookie and a network of people who operated, some of them in Las Vegas, some of them in Southern California. Now, the regulated books, the guys that have gone and spent millions of dollars
Motherfucker's just trying to
lobbying
make some
try and
damn
get
money,
licensed
bro.
and to open new markets in the state go, look, this is what happens if you don't have an option for legal gambling. People will find a way around it. And this is what we were seeing in California. Yeah, illegal bookies still exist. The other question, though, is if you're sharing information on problem gamblers, does that then mean that the problem gamblers themselves, if they're excluded from 85% of the legal sports books in the nation, will they just go offline? And in fact, the CEO of Flutter, which is
guys, so
FanDuel's
look,
parent, told me
180
yesterday,
rejection.
He's like, look, what we need is more enforcement. We need a
180
crackdown on the
180
guys that are
rejection.
running these illegal books.
No, we don't actually. Let them make their money. Shut the hell up,
do you
Tesla, whatever
have
the hell
like
your name is.
initial stages of someone that could turn into a problem gambler? What would you describe the early signs as, Contessa?
I
Do
do
you-
Right,
have a
exactly,
colleague who I have a colleague who tends to work it into every conversation. And so then I do start to worry that there may be indications
What
of
if
a
it's
problem.
$5? But what if that?
It doesn't
I
matter
know
the
that-
amount.
that
$5,
individual. What if it's
$5,000. It doesn't
$5
matter.
bets?
You're
Can a
responsible for
$5
yourself.
better become a
All right,
problem
so
gambler? I don't think.
I have to see what the news is there with that. DraftKings will be on watch. Let's see what's going on right now with it. DKNG. There's nothing there. Nothing there. All right. So Tesla 180 rejection. Let's see if we can get that 180 rejection. Or if the 20-day holds, then we look for that pullback from yesterday. Now look, I don't know the short flow to this thing, but I do know shorts have made a lot of money. They could start to be covering. All right, so it would also not surprise me if we look back or we open up and we're hanging out up there at that 184, 183.50 level. Okay, keep that level also on watch. Right here. Bang. All right, so 180, 250, 180 rejection, and 180, 250.
Here's what. You go with Prudential to protect, empower, and grow. With everything you need to deliver, you guessed it, more. One more thing. Learn more.
All right, so we've gotten a couple already here. Let's go into so ARM has been on watch. Let's look at NVIDIA, see where we're at there with that. Okay, and I want to start covering some of the news that we have today. So you have some possible resistance here on NVIDIA at 950. Pre-market, it's pulling back. That's not going to help the markets out at all. At all. You do have support down there at 950? 920? Is that what that is? 950, 920? Hold up. What the hell? What? Wait, what happened? I don't know. 910, 900 is the area I would look for support, and a pullback in NVIDIA at a $10 pullback or $20 pullback. So NVIDIA 930 rejection. Yesterday's close. If we break below it, I would look for that support to come in down there at 910. Okay, AMD. Shit, you know what? Let me put this here. 910.
Computer chips from Intel and AMD in government PCs and servers.
Steve Leisman joins us right now on set with the results from the latest edition of the All-America Economic Survey. Today, Steve is taking a look at TikTok, whether it's seen as a security threat and whether Americans want it banned. Steve, what's the...
It's very interesting, Becky.
Give me 1 second, guys. Sorry, I'm just trying to... I'm going to have to promote the stream in a little bit, too. All right, so that's NVIDIA. Let's go look at AMD. So, weekly chart. You can see that long tail up there. Boom! And now it's just pulling back. We're in the process of pulling back. Looks to me like we're going to get a bounce for a further rejection of like 192.50 area to continue to pull this thing back a little bit. This is a weekly chart. This is longer term. But, you know, it's good to look at that. You got an increase in volume as well on that pullback. So, right now we're sitting above the wedge here at 185. All right, we're hanging out at the wedge there. You didn't really hold it. You're making it resistance at 185. You're making 184, 185 resistance now. We're below it. We're below the 50-day. You had a hold of the 50-day. It broke. You bounce back to it. Now, are we going to reject it? And can we see weakness in semiconductors and get this thing down to 165? 165, 164.50. Okay. So, I mean, this sucks because AMD, you know, it's I like Lisa Su and the stuff that they're doing over there, but I think you're seeing some profit taking come in there on semiconductors. All right. Sorry, all right, AMD. So you can see we're sitting in this little wedge here. AMD, I would look for that 50-day, or no, that's not the 50-day. The 180 rejection. Okay, look for that AMD 180 rejection. All right, and support down there at 175. You got a $5 area there. All right, if 175 does break, watch out, gang. Watch out, gang. You going down 165. You got a $10 move. You know what I mean? I'm not going to say what I was going to say, but, you know, you are curling here, trying to find support. Let's see if you can get a bounce AMD. Just watch out, because this thing could be slick, right? They could just pull this thing back, suck you in there, and spit you out dry. Okay, this does look really, if you look at it and someone, was new and looking at this, yeah, it's pulled back and it's holding this level of 174. So are we going to start to leave that area and go to 185, 195? We should start to see that now. If not, then we're going to see a break. So it's one of the two. All right, we're going to Suge Knight this shit. It's one of the two right now. You got two choices. You either going to go higher, bro, or you going lower. That's it. You know what I mean? We're going to Suge Knight it. So, pullback, support, resistance. Are we starting to curl to go higher? I feel like you would much rather have held this level of 180 instead of 175. You're turning 180 into resistance. 182. Well, so let's see. Let's see what you get out of semiconductors today. Now, you guys know I've been watching ARM a little bit. Look what happened to ARM yesterday, and I just missed it. Listen, this thing almost sucked me long. And it almost spit me out dry. But that was last week, I think it was. Or was it Monday? It was towards Thursday or Friday of last week. Or it was Monday or Tuesday. Not yesterday, but Monday into last week. I've been watching this thing. So let's go to the daily chart. We'll start with that. We'll start with the daily chart. Serious pullback yesterday. Here's two things that I want to watch for. Okay? Do they continue it today? Or do they step aside for a little bit? Try to be sneaky, which is what I think will happen, unless we get some selling. If you see some selling out of the Dow and in the overall markets, then that's a different story. Okay, ARM is naturally going to go with the markets. I think we could see them step aside, let this thing bounce back a little bit to 135, 140, and we keep it on our radar. We keep it on our radar knowing, okay, they're there. They're taking chunks out at a time. It may not be until next week when they step back in. They may step back in today. I don't know. But I would not be surprised if they let this thing breathe and kind of they don't come back. And so you have to understand that there are, I think SoftBank, some of the Saudis, I don't know. Not necessarily the Saudis, but SoftBank, whoever owns SoftBank, whatever. They have a big stake in the ARM, and what this was yesterday was was them taking profit, taking some off the top. So what I want to see is, can we let this thing breathe? And here would be the trade today. Would be a 132.50 rejection, a 132.50 rejection, which we're doing now. We're rejecting it now. And then pull it back down into 124.50, 125. Okay, we would look to break that low. But what I want to do is I want to wait. I want to keep this thing on my radar. And I want to see if we can get another chance at 135. Right? I want to see this thing get back above that level. Hell, maybe even we can get it back up here, in front of 139.50, 139.60. And start getting short back up here on the top side of this range. So they stepped in yesterday. Look, and they did it here too. Boom. So, give it a couple days. Don't forget about it. Like Boeing, they will try to be slick with it. They sell it off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's 12 days later. But anytime it gets back up into that area, let it climb higher. Play the short. Play the short. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. So I've got SoFi, Robinhood, Palantir, some of those meme stocks, DraftKings, not meme stocks, but those mid-cap names on the list too. All right, so that's ARM. All right, that's ARM. if you're looking at, if you want to know how to trade ARM today, listen, guys, again, if you could, throw tickers in the chat. You know, say hi. Can you like the stream? Subscribe if you haven't done so. We're doing a giveaway. Once we get to 1,000 subscribers, I'm giving this giveaway away. I'm just going to give it away. Give it away now. Look for a bounce back to 135, 135.50 rejection. That's pretty much what I got for you there on ARM. I'm not sure if you guys have any stocks y'all want to look at. But now, how do we regulate it? Why do you have to regulate things? Like, regulation in and of itself, I don't mean to go down these rabbit holes. Regulation in and of itself is pretty much, we don't trust you with making decisions on whatever it is, like the ownership of whatever you have. And we're going to tell you how to use it. Motherfucker, you ain't telling me shit, bro. You got your own problems. You got Ukraine and all these other things to worry about. So, all right, anyway, that's ARM. Let's go run through the news real quick. Again, remember, if you want, NIO, Li Auto, okay? Chinese electric vehicle makers, I should say, are struggling today. All right, they're struggling. Sales are down. Okay, what does that mean for us? What is it? Rivian. All right, Rivian support. It's starting to break though. All right, Amazon is still just sitting in this wedge here, kind of just hanging out. I don't really expect much from it. I mean, I'm not looking to trade it. There's a lot of stuff going on right now, but guys, let's go do our Goldman Sachs. Let's look at Goldman Sachs. All right, you can play JP Morgan. You don't have to play Goldman Sachs if you don't want. I like volatility. I want to get paid. Oh my gosh. All right, JP Morgan and banks in general. Again, they have their own. They've had their COVID. Okay, they're having their COVID. So I'm wanting to see if we can start to get a pullback here. Oh, that's the weekly chart. But I don't know what the catalyst would be for them to pull back. Other than liquidity. Like liquidity concerns start to show face and people start to take profit up there at highs. All right. So JP Morgan 90 MA held yesterday at 194. Sorry, I was watching CNBC. Oh, homegrown chips. All right. So I was watching CNBC. So, man, we did get that pullback. Okay. So just like the Dow, right? This is an hourly chart here. Look at this level here for JP Morgan. All right. Well, what happened? Not sure what happened there, bro. Remove. I'll keep that level. All right. But I'm watching. I should have got long yesterday. Bro, what is going on? Why is it not leaving it? This listing is misleading. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. I gotta do something real quick. I'm gonna fix what's going on here. It wasn't giving me the line. 3 times I did that. 3 times.
Contract $25 million to Atlantic Trading and Marketing, Sunoco, and Quarry Commodities Energy Department.
194. There we go. All right. 194 on JPM. Look, I just edited it. Look, edit. Click. Okay, I don't know what's happening there. 194 JP Morgan support, resistance up there at 198, 197.85. Okay. 197.85. I would look for a pullback. Okay, I would look for a pullback if we can get it. If we can get that pullback, like right in here is where I'd like to get it. What other? Oh, it was Moderna that I was talking about. WETH. This looks like the start of a downtrend. So I want to see. I want to give this a minute and see if it's going to put in a double top here at 196.65. If we end up pulling back on some of these banks like JP Morgan and stuff, I want to see where do we hold. Okay, like can we hold this pivot from yesterday at 195.50?
WETH on volume now hitting $4.50 up $1.12. Whiskey Echo Tango Hotel.
See, I don't like that. Let's go to a 5-minute chart real quick. Yeah, let's see if we can hold this level, guys, today. 195.50 is going to be the level I'm watching for JP Morgan. All right, I would like to take, if we have strength in the Dow Jones, the IWM, not necessarily the IWM, but that side of the sector, outside of information communication information technology, I want to see if we can get a bounce here. So that's JP Morgan. This is our leader. It's up at all-time highs. Bank of America and Citi and Wells Fargo have pulled back from it. Now, when I tell you guys I'm trading Goldman Sachs, I need you guys to know it's volatile. So Goldman Sachs is more so an investment bank, more so than a JP Morgan, Bank of America, Wells Fargo type of bank. So you'll have to see. Just why I'm saying that is because if I were to go to the heat map and I just go to like the not NASDAQ 100, but the NYSE. If I go to the NYSE and I go to financials, you're going to see it's not going to show it here. But if I go to the heat map over here, you'll see how you have financials, right, as a sector, but you have credit services like Visa, they had news today, MasterCard, all right, banks, right, just not retail banks, but banks diversified, JP Morgan, Bank of America, Citi, UBS, TD, okay. They're on the borderline of like, hey, yeah, we do banking, loans, this, that, the third, and we also do like retirement accounts and investment banking, kind of. Then you have insurance. Then you have capital markets, okay, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, all right. Believe it or not, insurance is financials, asset management. This would be companies that physically put your money to work, I guess. Blackstone, all right, they go out and buy properties and stuff. So, and then you have obviously regionals, which would be KRE, would be the ETF for that. So when you look at a sector, be sure to look like what part of the sector is leading and what part is lagging. Or just understand that you need to see which one is leading. Like obviously yesterday, Citi had a really good day. And that helped bring diversified banks to where they were. Like you're seeing this red, a little green, you know, dull green, pretty much flat everywhere. But then here you had some nice green, a little bit of purple, small red, but you get the picture. These aren't going to move that much anyway. So this is a, you know, a 0.5% to, you know, 0.6% for Wells Fargo and 1%. You know, it's good stuff. It's a nice move. Healthcare was strong yesterday. Energy was weak. Energy did pull back. I think we would see a pullback in the energy names. That's not going to help gold, obviously. So, yeah, you know, I think it's important to do those things. UPS. All right, let's go real quick. Let's pull up Goldman Sachs, and then we'll go through some of the news real quick. We're coming up to 9 o'clock. If you guys could, please, I beg you, hit that like button. Subscribe if you haven't done so. Comment down below. All right, let me know how you're doing today. What are you watching? What would you, are you new at this? Something. Okay, something. Hitting the like button is going to help others find us. Subscribing puts you in for the giveaway. Once we get to 1,000 subscribers, I don't have to, I won't be sitting here saying like and subscribe. But I need your guys' help, and I'm asking for your help. If you could subscribe, there's things I'm trying to do here that you guys don't see a lot of the work that I've been putting in outside of here, but thank you for those that do. All right. So we got JP Morgan. I'm actually going to write this down. Let me go back. It's already, the level's already done, so. All right. Sorry, I think my pen was messing up there, my gel pen. Okay, so we have nice support down here, 194 support. 196.50. Can we get above and hold 196.50? All right, we already are rejecting off of that area from yesterday. No. No. That's all I wanted to do. All right, so I would look for a pullback on JP Morgan. I would look for a pullback and see if we can hold. If we get a pullback into, this 195.50 area, I would like to see if we could take that long again. So 195.50 long.
AAPL, Apple getting a pop to the highs now. Alpha Pop Lima 169.71.
No. Hopefully I didn't just mess my stuff up. We could see a little area right here too, guys, at 196. Holy shit.
Administration streamlining enrollment in Medicaid and chip coverage.
So 196, right? I'm writing this down. 196, 195.50. All right. And then we have. Can we break above and hold that level? All right. Can we break above and hold that level? So really how I would look at this is 194 long and 198 short.
That's what I think people are using as the justification for bidding up these stocks and following this momentum up. but eventually we're going to have to see some of these results be a positive in earnings.
I'm still here.
We haven't necessarily seen that yet.
Let's see here. What do we have?
Weeks, so we'll get more information then, but I just don't think where we are from a valuation perspective.
All right. So, or what I'm gonna do is, say we have a 196 rejection, 196.50 rejection. All right. So that's that. Or 196.50 rejection. Sorry about that. Or 196.50 short, 198, or 198, 196.50
DJT Trump Media at the highest
short rejection. I only have a little bit of rooms. Let's go to Goldman Sachs real quick, and then we'll go into some of these other names real quick, and we'll go over some of the news. Watch, see, like even Goldman Sachs, 410. All right, I'd be watching 410 on Goldman Sachs. We got in it that day on that breakout day. I kind of wish I was a little earlier on it, but you know, it is what it is. So sometimes you end up just like forgetting about a name. So I want to find out and see if we can hold that level up there. I want to see if we can hold that level.
KTRA.
All right, gang. Pullbacks to the 90 MA. That gap fill there at 399.95. 400 support. Longs off of 400. All right. That 90 MA. If we do get a pullback in there, let's go to a 4-hour chart. It's game time. I was getting a little tired there for a minute. I'm going to promote the stream again real quick on Twitter if you guys don't mind. Please hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't done so. It helps others find us. It'll also help someone else find. It'll help someone by them finding us. You know, they can ask questions and learn, and they may want to be here. So 410. 410 for me is on watch. I'm watching 410. All right, you guys can see here. We broke above it. We pulled back to it, held it, and we broke it. Rejection. We're somewhat putting a double top. I want to see where we open at today. I want to see where we open up at and decide, you know, can we break above 110? Dude, are you serious? Do not. AI. Paradigm partner to accelerate. All right, so AI and Paradigm partner to accelerate delivery of AI solutions in the U.S. intelligence community. Advent software company today announced an enhanced partnership with Paradigm, a technology solutions company that works U.S. government to improve operational efficiency and business agility. Oh, you working with the feds, bruh? Is that how you brought down P. Diddy? Huh? Is AI to blame for P. Diddy's downfall? No, I'm just kidding. But anyway, AI is on watch. Okay. Let's see if this is the catalyst or the news that helps AI out, because it's struggling here at 27.50 and the 50-day. We went short that day. Just so anybody that's new here, yeah, that was us right there. Where were you? This was a nice trade. No, I did not trade it. I did try. I tried to get in, but the sumbitch fell out the floor. The floor fell out from underneath of it, and I couldn't pay up for it. I couldn't pay up 20-30%. All right, where were we at? Goldman Sachs, is that what we were doing? So if the Dow has some strength today, I would like to see if we could break above this level here, and see if we can hold this level right here. All right, 407. 407. 407. I don't know what that was. I don't know why my face made that noise. No, I just had some dried donuts, so that's probably why. Wait. So here we go. Yesterday you had support there at 406. That's probably where I need to put it. I need to put it there. Okay, so I might be putting it in the wrong place. I don't know. You know what? Here's what I'm going to do. Here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. So I'm going to make my stop loss that 407 to 406 level. All right. So what is that? 405.75. Oh, hell no. Let's see. Yeah, so 407 to 406. Let's do this right there.
Coming up
All
at
right.
9:15 a.m. Eastern Time, earnings from Carnival, CCL.
Oh, wow.
Carnival expecting earnings.
All right.
Loss of 18 cents. That's Charlie Lima.
All right, let's go to Reddit. If you guys have tickers, please throw them in the chat. I may have to use the restroom real quick. Reddit, RDDT, and DJT. 63.98, 64. So 64 and 63.95. It's like a 5-cent area. All right, DJT. And then you got your prior highs there at 75. If it goes higher, it's going to 74, 75. Oh, I'm sorry, 70 to 75. $70 right here. 70 bucks right there. Prior resistance. You get an increase in volume, you should be able to test those highs. DJT. No. DJT. Digit. Trump Media. Alright, Trump Media is rallying. I was about to buy this pre-market, but I didn't. I do gotta use the restroom. I'm gonna turn on Kramer. You can watch these. I think you look for a resistance up there at 75.50. I don't know how much the short float on this. I'll have to look. You have a lot of pre-market volume here. Yeah. All right, I'm going to use the restroom real quick. We'll throw up. What do you guys want me to put up? How about this? I'll do this. I'll do this. And I'll be right back, okay? Fisker now trading on the pink sheets, baby. Delisted. Fisker now is a penny stock. It is a scam. Fisker is a scam. If you have a Fisker vehicle, you have been scammed. That's what that tells you. Just kidding. That's not what that tells you. But yeah, they're not making any money. So it's hard for them to operate. It's hard to operate a business not making any money. You guys want Tesla or NVDA? Here, I'll put NVIDIA down here, bottom left, and then Tesla, bottom right. I'll be right back. I have to use the restroom, and we'll turn on some crema.
Conference call today. that's at noon for the club, I talk about how people, when I meet them, they just want new names, but they want new small names, hoping to find, yes, indeed, the next NVIDIA. And they don't want to hear that it's ServiceNow, as good as ServiceNow is. They want something that no one's ever heard of, like NVIDIA would no one ever heard of. And, you know, I got two nut job dogs. I've got Riga and Tony, and they're ripe for new names. I just can't find them.
Well, you mentioned Merck, which is going to open up, I think, 5, and you have them on tonight, right?
Yeah, Rob Davis is just, they made an acquisition. The acquisition paid off. Rob Davis has quietly been building a tremendous portfolio. I'm going to hear about what Prometheus is doing, which is an ultra, it has to do with colitis. And we're waiting to hear something from there. Rob has energized that company in an extraordinary way, and he's a really sensational executive. So I hope to spend a lot of time with him.
There's Merck today. There's Moderna rolling some vaccines to final stage.
They've got a flu vaccine. They got the respiratory vaccine that I thought was very, very positive. Now, Moderna's a stock there's a healthcare stock that's been left for dead. You know, all the new biotechs, other than an outfit called H. Wainwright, I can't find anything about them. But when I mentioned that they're good on air, the next day they add, 20%. So I can't play that role. That's not my job. But I do think that when you see a company that is a smaller cap, you'll look at it and you say, wow, maybe I can be in that stock and not the one. Let me give you an example. Let's say you want to be in potato chips because you see that Lay's is doing better. Well, you go into Utz. Utz is a $2 billion company. Now, if you can find something that's even smaller, it would get even more exciting.
Yeah, we're going to get to some packaged goods, big investor day at KMB today.
Yes, exactly.
In the meantime, though, some news out of Commerce and Treasury with AI risks in focus. Our Megan Casella is in D.C. with details this morning. Hey, Megan.
Hey, Carl. So Commerce and Treasury departments are both out with new recommendations this morning on how best to regulate AI across the private sector. Treasury's report is focused on the financial sector specifically, and it outlines steps for firms to address risks. They say this is based on interviews they held with 42 firms in finance and technology, and they highlighted concerns specifically over sophisticated phishing and on AI's ability to imitate voice and video. They say that, for example, could fool a bank into thinking it was talking with a real customer. Now, in this 50-page report, Treasury also says that some firms reported concerns with current risk management frameworks, saying they may not be adequate to cover emerging AI technologies, such as generative AI, and they had concerns that firms may be moving too slowly on this. Now, both agencies are recommending better disclosures on AI systems that would detail the training that went into them, for example. They're calling this a nutrition label for AI tools. They would also detail how a system is performing and what it's best used for. Now, Commerce is also calling for some regulation here, including some that would require audits of high-risk AI systems. This they compare to our financial system and the audits we have in place there. We're also calling for liability rules, including on who would be at fault if an AI system were to cause harm. Now, Carl, both agencies acknowledge the benefits of AI, and they want to help AI realize its promise, they say, through these rules. For now, this is not binding, although we do expect to see some mandatory guidance from the Biden administration on this, maybe as soon as later this week. Carl?
That is fascinating, Megan, and definitely hits very close to home. Megan Casella in D.C. What do you think, Jim?
It's after being out there last week with Jensen Huang and his team, we need this very badly. Some companies, predictably, like in Amazon Web Services, has done an unbelievable job on this. But when you listen to what Anthropic, now that's $4 billion owned by, $4 billion Amazon, $2 billion by Google, there's tremendous hallucination.
Right.
And they're fooling people all the time. And so you really do want to get a single source of truth about this. By the way, everyone who's been getting calls on Medicare and something that they know about you, which is what I got a call on, that's the hack. The hack has been distributed, and it's something, the first time I've ever felt it. I got 5 calls in the last week of different Medicare providers who knew everything about me. And this hack, as Nikesh Arora told me from Palo Alto, may be the worst hack ever.
Oh, my gosh.
They know everything about me. Everything.
Are you convinced or confident that regulators can be mindful and yet not restrictive on the innovation?
No, I'm not. But I do think that what tends to happen is like what happened with the first one of these, the Interstate Commerce Commission, if you go back to the 1800s, where they say, okay, guys, here's the guidelines. You figure it out. And if anybody's going to figure out, then what will happen is Amazon will set the standard because they've thought more about this than anybody. So they have to get rid of the bad actors. And maybe the best way to do it is to self-regulate because they don't really know what to do. And what you'll do is you'll go to Andy Jassy and tell us what do you think is the right thing to do. But we need it. There have been some very bad hacks within the federal government in the last 4 weeks where they need to figure out who's building the actual learning part, which is that they can literally get into the learning part and convince these machines to come up with things that could hurt you. So that's very, very warranted. Good report by her.
Well,
good report.
One thing that's increasingly clear is that the innovation's in the hands of a select few. This picture of Mark Zuckerberg
I know,
with
I've got
Jensen
it too.
Huang.
I've been trying to get a hold of him to go through this because this is my piece. When I got back, my first piece was you got to get it right with Jensen. And Jensen and Mark have a very, very good relationship, which isn't talked about. When I first talked to Jensen about Mark, it was, I would say, didn't really know, but they've gotten together, and I think Jensen, by the way, has been an incredibly positive force on Mark. Jensen is not a warrior. He always says he comes in peace, and really doesn't want to help you if you don't. He doesn't want to help you. So I think it's very good by Mark, and you got to get with Jensen. But what was scary about this, no leather jacket for Jensen, which made me think it might have been some sort of Adobe Photoshop. Where's the leather jacket? Hey, my wife says it's a Tom Ford jacket. It costs a fortune. Don't get any ideas. Yeah.
Speaking of Adobe, we'll talk about the Adobe Summit this week. Nice call out Amelia's today. Saying,
oh, yes. That's Ben Righteous again, doing a good job.
Adobe fights back. When we come back, what's ahead for Apple as well after what's been a rough quarter for the stock will be a big topic for Jim's Investing Club meeting at noon Eastern today. Futures do remain positive. Dow looks to open up almost 200. Squawk on the Street continues in a moment.
I feel like I'm forgetting some, gang. Yeah, Boeing. Don't forget about Boeing, too. Seriously. I would not forget about that. They need to make a crypto called Diddy. Just saying. There was news there on that. Let's see here. Let's refresh this. All right. Wednesday's top analysis. Spotify, Marvel, Disney. All right. City, AI, blah, 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 blah. All right. Merrick. What do we got here? Robinhood. Shares of the brokers jumped more than 6% after unveiling Robinhood Gold Card. Come get your card, gang. It's metal, too. A credit card where cash back can be deposited into a brokerage account. I don't know how that helps it out at all. mRNA did that. Encino. Oh, yeah. Krispy Kreme. I heard that. Deutsche Bank. Shares climb 3% upgrade overweight Morgan Stanley. Wow. DJT, I think that is. DJT. DJTCVNA. Shop. I like shop. Neo. Bang. Let's get it, gang. Let's have a great day today. Come on, y'all. We can do this. I'm gonna have a good day. I don't know about y'all. I don't know about y'all, but I'm gonna have a good day. Please, again, I urge you, just do us a big solid there. Hit that like button. Please subscribe. We are going to do a big giveaway. Y'all may not even be expecting this, but I think you guys are going to be very surprised with the giveaway.
The cadence of the softness is very bad. March very bad.
So, and that'll be at 1,000 subscribers. It's just a thank you. You know, we need to perform though, right? We need to put on. We need to show up and show out. All right. So we have plans. Okay. Let's go look at the markets real quick. We can look at the ES or the SPY, whatever y'all want to look at. 3-minute chart. Let's go to a 5-minute, 15-minute. So we're bouncing on the SPY here. Not sure what happened there. All right, we're bouncing. Let's see if so. Look, we did, and I said it. Let's look to see if 529 is going to be resistance. It started to back off on that level, or it was this level right here where I said, guys, we gotta hold 5284. 5284 has got to hold, and you just wicked. You know, you crept down there. You pulled back and you made this, you retested 5280. So this is showing you guys that it's reclaiming these levels and climbing higher. Do we have the same thing happen as happened yesterday? We make all this progress and then it takes it back during the day. Makes progress, takes it back. Like here, right? We're selling off, we bounce. Right? Pre-market sell off, we bounce. Now we're bouncing, sell off. Bouncing, are we going to sell off? I mean, I hope not. It's not what I want to see, but I said it on, I didn't say it on the watch list Sunday because I didn't have one, but I did say Monday morning, let's watch Monday, Tuesday, and then going into like the end of the week, Wednesday and Thursday, can we bounce? Can we bounce? And it looks like that's what's happening right now. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, no, today's Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. I'm so glad that today's Wednesday and not Thursday. So, yeah, next level on the ES is going to be 5295. Let's just go look at the SPY real quick. I'd rather go there. That way, you know, I know most people don't really trade futures or can compare the two and fully understand. I don't know. I don't know how long you guys have been doing this and not been doing this, but I'm telling you right now, I'm ready to kill it today. I'm looking for 522 on the SPY. Let's look for 522 and see what happens if we can get there. I would look for pullbacks into 521.50. So we're rallying right now. Look for the sell-off. Look for the pullback, okay, into this area, and look for us to hold it. You may even get 521.18, right? Consolidate, have a boring type of day. Let's look to see where the Qs are. Now look, the SPY is officially above. It's literally tied right up with yesterday's high right now. Is it going to break it? Let's see. Let's see. Where's the Qs? Is it above that? Bro, what is going on? All right, so the Qs. All right. Yeah, the Qs are not up at yesterday's high. So what does that mean? That means we don't want to be long technology. I mean, you can be, but you want to find the leader. Wait, what is the Dow? DIA, right? The Dow, well above yesterday's high, gang. Well above yesterday's high, gang. It's well above yesterday's high. Come on now, y'all know what to do. Let's look for the pullback, flat top resistance. We held. Let's bounce. Let's go to, let's start going. Put that money to work. Let's go. 394.50. 394, 50-cent range, gang. That's what I'm watching for on the Dow. So that means financials, healthcare. Healthcare was strong yesterday. I want to see that level right there hold. I want to see it hold. Now I know if that does hold, I'm not going to be looking to be like, yo, let me go, like, you know, I do have Shopify on, but I do have, like, you know, if I'm looking at the Dow and it's leading, shit, give me Goldman Sachs. Give me JP Morgan. All right. Goldman Sachs. Microsoft might get a rejection there at 424. Unless it pulls back first, then you could see Microsoft. Microsoft pull back to 421.50. You get a pullback into yesterday's close, guys. I would look for a bounce on Microsoft. I would be buying the pullback on Microsoft. All right. I did not cover AI. It's almost time, gang. Let's get it. What's up, Chris? I'm excited about today. So, AI rejected yesterday off of the 50-day. Let's go, man. I'm excited today, bro. For real. I am ready to get shit cracking today. I am. All right. So I'm watching Moderna. I do have Shopify on watch as well. So AI is going higher right now. That's AI, right? Or is that Carvana? All right, Carvana. Carvana, just listen, y'all. Like, Carvana's been in play for the past 2 years. All right, Carvana just hasn't given us that, like, scream. All right, it hasn't given us that scream. I would look for a pullback. You know, possibly take the long until they prove otherwise. Right, that they just can't do their job. Carvana's making changes and it's working. Or at least they're doing what they say they're going to do. Oh, rejected yesterday. Palantir ended up rejecting that 25.45, 25.50 level on Palantir. But look at this, right? Understand what's going on here. You have a stock that is climbing higher and consolidating. Climbing higher, consolidating, right? This is a healthy stock going higher. This is a stock you buy, right? Look, climbs higher, consolidates. This is when you load up. These consolidations is where every week you get paid, or when you make money trading options, take the money from those options and buy shares. Keep accumulating, right? Palantir, we buy. It dip, we buy. We buy. We buy. Bang, consolidate. We buy. We buy. We buy. Bang. Consolidate. We buy. Or we might take profit a little bit, depending on, you know, where that entry was at. All right. This is a perfect example, like buying down here in these areas. Bang. And then that right there, especially with that 200-day and the 50-day there, guys. This is buying weakness in the midst of strength. Okay, from a guy that I think is one of the best investors, really good trader as well. Weakness, you need to buy weakness in the midst of strength. There is clearly strength here, consolidation, and the weakness would be the pullbacks in that consolidation, especially right there. Especially right there. Look at that 20-day, guys. That 20-day, 24-day, whatever you use. Look at that. It hits the 100, gets above it, pulls back to it, bang. Like, that was your mark. All the MACD, everything told you right there was a buy. That was a sure buy. Because that was a higher low. What you don't see is that resistance right there. That is now support. Boom. Above the 200-day. So yeah, you know, monthly moving average instead of 3 month would be 24, I think, 22, 24. Some people just use the 20-day, but if you use 24, you're really, you know, that's your actual month. I would assume, right? 2, 5, 10, 15, 20. Okay, so 20-day would be weekly. All right. So Palantir was a buy down here if there's going to be strength remaining. You could be setting up for an inverse head and shoulders here as well. Possibly. I don't think so, because this is not like shoulders don't have two, like you don't have two left shoulders and stuff like that, but you know, it kind of is there. But anyway, let's focus on what it is we're watching. So I've got Coinbase on watch. If the Qs are going to be weak and Bitcoin is going to be weak, I'm going to look to get pullbacks on Coinbase. Okay. Coinbase 275 rejection, 260 target. Tesla a 180, 250 rejection. Looking for that pullback on Tesla. All right. Shit, man, I'm nervous, bro. Shit. 1 minute. Tesla. Okay. Where are we at right now? Yes. Right up here. 182.50 rejection. Look for that rejection. But listen, there's a lot of shorts on this thing. So pullbacks and holds of the 20-day could be an area to buy. You could buy this thing at 180. Just understand that there are a lot of people short or institutions short, and it's made a big move. You could get them to start covering. Okay? Fuck, I got to do this real quick, gang. No, fuck it. I'm not going to do it. All right, so Moderna, mRNA. All right, mRNA. We're looking for pullbacks. All right, 107, 108. Oh, God, that hurt. Look for the pullback there. What did we say? 110, 109 hold. Moderna, where is it at? Right here. 114, 113.85. So 114 short. Look, it did it. 113, 114 short. It pulled back off of there. So let's see if we can get that bounce. 109, and then I said 109, 110 long. All right. And then we have JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Coinbase, all that fun stuff. Guys, good luck today. Hit that like button. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. You guys see anything with relative strength, relative weakness, with volume, throw it out. Throw it up in the chat, baby. We're all here to eat. Tesla pulling back to 180. Damn, we didn't quite get 182.50, it looks like. But that's a low volume pullback. Let it consolidate above the 20-day for Tesla. If Tesla consolidates today above that level, then I would look for a long tomorrow. All right, maybe buy it today or like later on today. We'll see where Tesla's at. That's a deep pullback there, guys. That's a deep pullback. Look for the bounce. Probably get a bounce there on Tesla. Bro, why is this doing this to me? It should already just hold. It should hold there. Okay? It should hold. All right, I got to get my shit right, man. Everything, it just isn't okay right now. All right, so mRNA, Tesla. What's the volume look like on Tesla? I got to redo this because of the volume. I got to redo this stuff, guys. Fuck. All right, look for that rejection right there, 179.50. It's already rejected it. Let me move the 20-day. So your 20-day moving average on Tesla is down there sitting at 177.60. Okay, so look for the pullback into yesterday's close and that 20-day and see if it can bounce off of it. All right, see if it can bounce off of it. Yeah, I would look for the short on Tesla. The volume isn't that great, I don't think. But no, it's not. Watch Reddit. All right, start appearance time. I'm sorry, guys. Just give me 1 second. I need to hurry up. I need to fucking hurry up, bro. All right, so there's the pullback on Tesla. All right, I need to pull up the SPY. Okay, Moderna's pulling. Okay, so you got a nice bounce there. That's not where I wanted Moderna to pull back to or from. Let's see if you do get some support there And then Shopify was the other one. That's the one I was thinking of that I forgot about. Okay, so Shopify, another test of the 50-day, and it did not hold it. So watch this level that we're at right now, because that could be a support level, a possible support level. All right, that's previous highs there at $79. If you break it and you can't hold it, then you look for the short at 79. Okay. Look at the volume is really low. So yeah, that could be a 50-day rejection. Maybe we look for a short. God damn it. Okay, and Shopify, I wrote this down, 78 hold or an 80 rejection, and it looks like 79.50 is rejected. Come on, man. Fuck a duck. 79 put 53. What's the 47? Damn. So you get $1 move on that. You're getting... Damn, that's crazy. That's wild, y'all. So $1 move, you're getting pretty much 50% per dollar on Shop. Yeah, and the delta there is 36.23. All right. Okay.
A lot of commentary today, Jim. Big piece in the Times about the company's stickiness in China and what that means politically. But mostly it's things like Redburn saying that the possibility of negative growth on deliveries is increasingly likely.
All right, so there's the SPY. The SPY is up there pulling back. You know, kind of thinking about pulling back. All right, Moderna's getting some tails in there at yesterday's low and yesterday's close. What's the Dow doing? The Dow is bouncing. 396 could be the level we would watch for. 395 rallied. I think it's got room to 396. All right, Coinbase. Coinbase pulling back. You want to see Coinbase hold 270, but I have a 275 rejection on Coinbase. Let's see what it does here. See if it holds that level of 272. All right. I don't really have... Okay, pulling back. Google is selling off, guys. I mean, that's weakness for you. Doesn't have that much volume. At least I don't think it does. Maybe it does. Maybe it does have some volume with it. Hood. Keeping it hood. When keeping it real goes wrong. What's everybody here watching today? Carvana starting off going higher. That's a good look out of Carvana, guys. A little bit of strength out of Carvana. AI. Another rejection of that 2750 level. But holding support down here. It's trying to hold support there.
been driving Home Depot. It's what's been driving Lowe's. I did not agree with the downgrade of Lowe's today that we got from Davidson, saying this Ellison's already done a good job. Marvin Ellison has not already done a good job. He's going to crush it. And by the way, in gardening season,
That's crazy that they would downgrade Lowe's like that. And that's wild. That is wild.
giant job in gardening to take share back from Home Depot.
There's a couple of nice Lowe's in your name, not far from you in Brooklyn.
I like going to Lowe's.
As for GME, Jim, you mentioned the action in the name, down about 13 at the open here.
Well, it was down 20 last night at one point, and there are some incredibly negative notes. Wedbush says its demise is coming. We see that word demise. That gives you pause.
What's up, Chris? Let's see here. Don't got nothing to say, just be watching Mega Cap, see if they can catch a play. Yeah, fuck. Alright, see if AI holds 27 here, guys. See if it can hold 27. If AI does not hold 27, then you're looking for further downside. You look at the increase in volume there. All right. Your next support level, honestly, guys, is like 26 on yeah, if you can't hold this level, it's a wrap, and it looks like you're headed down to, oh shit, you're headed back down to 25.85 to 26. Yeah, so I would look to just be short AI possibly. There was a little bit of news with I think Adobe. At least the one, or yesterday there was. With working with Microsoft 365, I think, something like that. I haven't printed it, so I don't really want to go into that one. Alright, Tesla. So let's go to a 15-minute chart. Bang, boom, bada bing, bada boom. And look, we have the bottom of the range is down here at 174. Shit. 174, guys. 174. I fucking knew it. This is a massive support level from yesterday. Massive support level. Alright, massive support level. Be careful. Let's go look at Goldman Sachs real quick. I want to stick to the few. Look at Goldman Sachs today, guys. It's above the level. Fuck, man. I hate not being able to get my entries, yo. Damn it. Alright, Goldman Sachs holding that level up there. Up at 410. Okay. JP Morgan rallying. Coinbase, what did we say? Short. And look, there's news with Coinbase. Coinbase falling, gang. Coinbase. I told y'all. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew Coinbase was pulling back, bro. I knew that. Oh my god. I fucking knew it. This was in the watch list, guys. Damn it. 250. Oh, dude, these things are already jacked up, bro. There ain't no way you're paying a 370, 400 for a 350 put. Ain't no way. Alright, so there's stuff with clearinghouse, federal agents. They not only going after Puffy, they going after 255? What? Yo, there's no way.
Coinbase 260.65 now. Down about 2.5% COIN.
That's crazy, bro. I knew it. So what did I write down? I wrote down 275 rejection, 260 target, and I did all that live with you guys right here. All right, 275 rejection, 260 target, and we're there. Just so y'all know what it is, in case anybody here is new. That was the trade. That was the damn trade right there. I knew this chart was setting up for news, just like Moderna. Just like mRNA was setting up for news. That's why I was watching it. I'm like, yo, look at this. So, Moderna, I wrote down 114, 113.85 short, and then a 109, 110 long if it holds. Didn't really get to either one of them. It didn't quite get to 110 or hold.
70,460 now, up 1.5% off the earlier highs.
That's crazy, bro. That is crazy. All right, let's see if we have a little support here on mRNA. Oh, that's a 5-minute. I want a 3-minute. Oh, no, that's why I messed myself up. I thought this top right was a 3-minute chart. Snap, bro. All right, so it looks like we're going for a gap fill here on Moderna. Okay, look for support here at 106 for a bounce back, a possible bounce back. It's pretty weak right now. The volume is increasing. I don't know if this was yesterday's volume. Okay, yes, that was from yesterday. All right, look at the bounce at 106. I'm not watching Coinbase right now because it's already did the trade. That you should have been short at 175. That was a pre-market game plan, man. 275 rejection, 260 target. That's all I wrote for Coinbase. And we went over it live. Like, I'm not yelling at you. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, buddy. So I want to see here if we try to get a bounce. I don't want to. I do not want to try. I do want to try for a long. I just feel like, okay, yeah, there we go. There we go to 3-minute. That's where it's at. That's where it's at. We got to hold this level. This whole area is a gap fill right here. Right there is your gap fill. Literally right there on that thing. That would be your stop loss. So if you got long right now, we could see what the options are. And see, you can see here on the 15-minute. Where is the... So you're at the daily trade line as well. And you're pulling back to that prior resistance. Man, I just feel like Moderna is like... It's probably a short. And I'm watching Shopify too, guys. AI, Shopify. It's another test of the 50-day. But in order for me to get long Shopify, it's got to be 78. And then for me to be short, it's got to be 80, 79, 95. 79, 90, if not like the 50-day, that whole area right there. Look, that might be it. That might be it. Okay, I don't want to watch a bunch of things at once, but let's see. Can it hold it? This dotted line. If this dotted line doesn't hold, I think it pulls back. I think Shopify pulls back, but I think it's going to try to rally. I think it's going to try. I do. I don't see why I can't. There's just no volume with it. Let's go back to mRNA before I miss that bounce back. All right, let's try and get a bounce back here on Moderna. I don't like the volume to the downside. All right, I don't like the volume. And it broke yesterday's low a day. Like, that's not a stock that's strong. But, you know. So, yeah, this is support, though. That is support. mRNA. All right, let's look at the options real quick. 110. Let's see here. We could do like a 110. What's the ATR on this thing? Roughly 113. Wow, 105. Hold up. 104. 5, 6, 7, 8. So like $4. And where are we at? Look at it bouncing. Shit. 110. Yeah, give me like a 110 call. Yeah, let's look at... No, you know what? Yeah, 110 has a little bit more open interest and volume. Man, fuck. Come on. So I'm looking at a 110 call. I'm trying to enter now. Can we get a tick down? Just watch this level right here on Moderna. Watch that level right there. Watch that level right there. Sorry, I know it's crooked. I would like to put in like a little double bottom or something there. Okay. Oh shit, we do have that box there. Dude.
Once again, on Coinbase, the SEC can proceed with lawsuit against Coinbase according to a court ruling. Said SEC allows SEC claims that Coinbase failed to register as securities business. Says that dismisses SEC.
We gave you guys this trade. I don't know.
Via wallet application.
I don't know what this means for Coinbase and how they're going to take it. That doesn't mean that the SEC is going to do it. They'll figure it out. They'll work it out. But what's that mean for the meantime? I don't know. It's only down 1.6%. You would think that this thing would be drilling by now, bro. So we told you guys pre-market, if you're new here, 260 is the target for Coinbase. All right. Moderna watching 107. I want to see if we can put in a double bottom here at this prior resistance. We'll see if we can do that. If not, it looks like we might be headed to 102. We might be headed to 102, 103. We could look for that rejection there. So now part of me is looking at the shorts as well. But damn it. Yeah, give me a 110 call, man. Give me a 110 call. I'm in the 110 calls. Hold on, I'm not in it yet. 162. What was the last? 68. 69. Let me try to limit order in this, guys. I'm going to try to limit order in this. Alright, I'm going to try to limit order in Moderna. Damn it, it's just going higher. I'm trying for like a 69. Hold on. Hold up. Let me see if I can, hold on. I haven't put it in yet. 68. 69. Where is, okay, do I have it up right now? Wait. 110 call. Are we in the 110 calls? Okay. 68, 55, 68. Okay. Okay, so bid ask. That's so weird. No. 55, 68. Oh, hell no. What am I doing? 52. Let me try a 53. Let's see here. I'm going to try a 53. Okay. All right. I put out a 53 on Moderna. I have a 53 out. 53. 53. All right. I have a 53 buy order there. Let's see what happens. What did we move already? 110, 106. We moved $4. 55. They're stepping it up. They're trying to step their bids up right now. 56, 58. Shit. Bids are stepping up, guys. 60, 58 now. Nope. Look. Let's see how quickly they drop. I want that 53, guys. Give me a 53. Somebody got filled at 58. 55. Come on, baby. Give me the 53. See if it can give it to me. Maybe I try a 54. Maybe we try 54. I'm down here at 53. No. Wait. Let's see here. Damn, 50. Let me refresh. Let me see. I'm still not in it. They still didn't give it to me. I may want to take this down to 51. Let's step it down. I'm going to step it down to 50. Man, that's still 51, 59, 53. Why is my order not on there? I should have some orders there. Okay, now they're just randomly popping up. Let's see. Did they get filled? They didn't fill us. Oh, whoa, whoa. Hold up. 40? Yeah, they're spreading this thing around to see if... I'm just sitting here refreshing. 44, 53. That's crazy. They're going crazy right now. I need to see what the last person was filled at. 60. Last 54. I might be getting filled, guys. Come on, it's like right there. It's trying to get me to step up. I feel like it's trying to get me to step up. They're trying, bro. They're trying. Damn, somebody might have bottom ticked it. No. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna. Oh, I got filled. I'm in, gang. I got filled. I'm in, gang. Oh, snap. Look, they filled me and then they ran it down up on me. Fuck. Look at it drilling. Shit. 53, 50. I knew I should have brought it down a little bit, but I'm good. I'm okay. Let's see what happens here. So I'm going to put out I want to see it hold this level because, you know, it's still got room down to 105.50. Okay? 105.50. 106.37. So let's do like a limit. All right, so limit. Oh man. What's the overall markets doing here? Let's see where that's at first. Oh man, this sucks because this could be a lower high here, and I could be falling for the trap. The 20-day. I just want to see if we can try to get a bounce back up to like to make that area resistance again of like 109, 110. So, you know, I don't like the volume there, but fuck, man, it's definitely, I knew it. Look at that, and I drew the line too. What an idiot, bro. Here's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at this volume here. And I want to see if we can just like get back to VWAP or yesterday's close. To try, man, if the SPY decides today that it's going to drill, I'm going to be frustrated. You're in a Q short? Yeah, you should be. The Dow is weak, so all right, here, damn, bro, they really brought it down that far. I should have waited on this Moderna, but I still have faith, guys, on this a little bit because I feel like we could get a nice little bounce back to, like, even though it already did do it. Oh, shit. Look at the 9 EMA, how it's tied up with VWAP, and it just rejected it on a 15-minute chart. So that setup there, you know, I'm watching this flat top resistance here as my stop loss. So, I don't know. I am starting to feel like this is, you know. Let's see if we can put in a little double bottom down here and get a bounce to VWAP. I don't know. I think I made a mistake, probably. I don't know. Okay.
IBIO shows.
Let's see here.
Back towards the highs again. India Bravo, India Oscar.
Yeah, that is a bit of an increase in volume there.
Shares now up
Oh wait, that's a 15-minute chart. 443 target. Man, that I wish I was able to get that Q or that Coinbase short. Why is that doing that? I don't like that it's doing that on me. Let's see. Yeah, you broke that level. You could look. I would just look for 442, bro. Look for 442. 442 if you get it. Listen, this could also be a higher low. Just watch the Dow. Did you find your leader? Find the leader. Like what? Like, I mean, obviously the Qs are going to lead you to the downside. Look at the Dow; it's popping up there. Yeah, look at Goldman Sachs, bro. We were on this move. We said long Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs could be a hedge too that you could probably put on a pullback here. The target on Goldman Sachs is to new highs. All right, that's a nice break and retest of that level there on 410. If the Dow is going to continue, unless the Dow turns itself around now, which could be could also happen, but I don't think that happens. You at least have room to 414, and I think you could break that. Pretty solid. Damn, AMD just gave everything back already. AMD? What do you mean? Yeah, break. Yeah, pulling back. I know. Things happen quick. That's why AMD has room down to 175. Fuck. Watch that volume, though, bro. Watch that volume. I would be careful. I would be careful. I mean, that's decent volume there. You might have room down to 175. AMD, we said 180 to 175. You're just sitting here in a range. Dude, I just cannot get anything out of mRNA right now. This sucks. Dude, what? Come on, bro. Just give me something here. You know you can bounce back. Moderna's just weak, gang. That's fucked. That's fucked up. They're just gonna burn some premium on this thing. Fuck. God damn it. Sorry, guys. Yeah, well, no, man, that volume's still a little bit better than. Yeah, that may end up pulling the Dow down. All right, so what did I enter this Moderna call in? Again, I tried to grab the 110 calls. I tried to get them at a good price. I got in at 53, and they screwed me up on them. Yeah, this thing is just weak right now. You know, I'm gonna stick to my stop loss. It's in a downtrend. I feel like I'm buying the high, like as far as like a daily chart. You know what I mean? Be cool if I could just get like a break even. I'm not sure if I'm going to though. This thing could really start, guys. So, you know, I gotta give this thing room to like 105.50, 105.42. You know, I would like a bounce to just like 108, 107.50. You know, like just try to bounce. Come on, gang, get long. Let's go. Like, I need these people to step the bids up. It's just not holding. Like, I feel like it would already have bounced by now. I'm going to have to start trying to get out of this thing. Me limit ordering in kind of did me a favor. Now I could probably market order out and still not lose that much. I'm going to try to hold off because it's a weekly. We only... Today, you know, the market's closed tomorrow. So... Or not closed tomorrow. We have tomorrow and that's it. So, yeah, the market's pulling back like heavy right now. It's down 2%. Fuck me, bro. Not always going to be right, but God damn it. I'm just going to try and give it my stop loss. I'm just going to try and do the appropriate thing here. Great job, Chris. That's sick. Sick job, bro. Nice job, bro. I still think you have room. Come on, man. What the fuck? I still think you have room. I really do. I think the Qs have room, bro. This is a little increase in volume. You got room to 441, 442. Guarantee you it goes right there to 442. Nice job, bro. Yeah, you got to take that. Absolutely. It's a nice gain. Damn right, bro. How the fuck, man? How did I take this stupid ass fucking trade, bro? Why'd I do this?
Shares of Coinbase making new lows now, 253.95 on an SEC court ruling.
God damn it. Oh my god. 50 to... I should have gave this thing a little more time. Yeah, no problem, man. I'm just hoping I can just get like a random like boom, like limit, like just boom, this thing like just give me a run to VWAP early this morning. I don't know if I'm gonna get it though. It's just the market's down.
And Bitcoin falling with that news as well. Turning negative now, down 190. Bitcoin futures falling below 70,000.
Alright, Mara. You could probably look, if you haven't did the Coinbase short, you could look at the Qs or Mara. All coming in a little bit of support there. Fucking Goldman Sachs is still making new highs. Not sure if anybody took that or not. Just monster. Look, hey, listen. This was all the pre-market game plan. I said, look, I'm looking for the Dow to have some strength. It's consolidated down there for 2 days now. Look for it to bounce. If it does, look for Goldman Sachs. Gave you guys that. JP Morgan. All right, like we wanted to be in that sector. Dude, I'm getting fucking smoked. Come on, man. Everything's going to start getting selling off today. I know it. All right, I got to get out of this thing. I'm fucked. That sucks. That fucking blows. That blows huge fucking cock. Excuse my language. That's frustrating. It just sucks, man. I felt really good about today. And, you know, it's a little hard to turn around and go short now. You know? Fuck. I was just hoping for a bounce to VWAP to be able to take some pieces off and bring in a little profit. God damn it. Alright, I'm going to try and get out of Moderna, guys. I'm trying to get out of Moderna now. Shopify pulling back to 78. That's another idea. That was a double top at the 50-day. You know, if this does not hold, then we know long-term target would be down there at 75 on Shopify. 76 actually is an area. Long. I would wait, bro. I mean, SPY's holding up. Just watch the Dow. Don't gamble on it. Just wait. You got 100% trade. Just wait. Wait for the Qs to try and bounce, you know. I mean, look, AMD. No. It's not time yet, bro. I would go short right here. I would still take that short off of yesterday's close, yesterday's low. That's not yesterday's low, but yes, right. Look at that. And look, see how you're getting an extension right there, Chris? You see how it's a low volume pullback, which is a good sign. But you may not get new shorts in. But look at that extension. See what I mean? That's why I say I would get short right there, and it was pumping right up into that level. And that would have been a nice scalp. That's what I need to start doing. But I'm trying to do like longer term trades for you guys. But yeah, wait for it to give it to you. You could put it on there. But, you know, where are you going? Where's your stop loss and where's your target is the question, because that's what's going to make you money long term. You know, like if I could get a bounce to VWAP or like another bounce back to like 107, then I could be sitting okay. I could at least break even on this trade on Moderna, but she just kicking me in the ass, bro. That sucks. I guess it's going down to 104 is where she's headed. Looks like Moderna's headed down to 104. Man, that's crazy, bro. Sorry, I wasn't looking at the chart. I mean, if you listen, go out like a week or two. Basic, what's up, bro? I didn't see your message. Bro. My bad, fam. I mean, Chris. I mean, why not? I mean, you could just get an extra week. Just don't buy it for tomorrow. You know what I mean? Let it pull back down in here, because the volume is drying up. You're putting in. Look at your RSI and stuff. This is a 3 minute. Look how the RSI, which you'll still probably put in a lower low, but just look to see, right, if that's a higher high, because your stock's going lower, right? Here's your low. There's your low. This is your other initial low right there. Look at your RSI. It's climbing. It's making higher lows. The stock's making lower lows. MACD looks like it's topped out as far as the downside. Look for it to start closing back in. So, yeah, if you want to look like 2 weeks out, like not this week, but next week, that could be a nice trade. I don't see why it can't get to, there's no reason why AMD, man, I don't know, bro. Yeah, this is a major, should be support. Unless it breaks. Unless 175 breaks. But look for a bounce to 182 and get next week. That could be a nice trade. That could be a sick trade, actually. A bounce there. They fucking sucked us all along, bro. At least me. Fuck, man. How did I do this? Like, how did I not? I don't know where. I think I may have went wrong. Maybe being impatient? I mean, I just figured we were holding up here and we would start to bounce and try to get to VWAP, and then nope. Boop. Like right there is probably another short.
Carnival said the Carnival Legend is scheduled to return from
Fucking A, bro. Jesus Christ. They're not even fucking gonna give me fucking VWAP. Come on. Like, nobody's gonna buy the dip here? Nobody. Fucking oversold like I don't know what. The volume's drying up. You're telling me your risk to reward on this is really good getting short down here? You must think it's going to $1. Maybe I should just go buy the 100 put just so this thing goes higher. Or the 104 put. I wonder if that's what I should do. I guarantee you, I go buy this thing goes up. Guarantee it. Fucking piece of shit, man. I'm just gonna sit here and waste my fucking morning on a losing trade. What is it? Sizu? Moving? I looked at the wrong stock. I seen this 3 minute here, and I tried to buy the pullback on this because I thought we could at least get another bounce, like a double bottom and a bounce to like VWAP. That was my plan with this. And this is what you got to watch for these stocks. Look at that. You see what I'm saying? Out of nowhere, it does this. So, shit. Now the SPY. Fuck. God damn it. Look, they all eager to sell this son of a bitch. They're all eager to sell it, bro. Fuck, you were getting 60s, 59s, 58s. I'm just going to put a 60 limit. Good for the day. Man, yo, guys, I'm telling you. If I get a VWAP test, y'all, I'm telling you right now, I will have 100%. Over 100%. Just by looking at that one bounce right there, if I get it. If I can get this bounce, because it's all like I feel like it's done. It's all its ATR. 109.72 to 105 is a $4 move. That's pretty much its ATR. Like, look at the daily candles. I mean, on a day like this, like, I don't know if we have that type of news yet today. Maybe it does do that. I don't know. If it does, I fucking get my ass whooped. This could be the... See, we already put in a double bottom right here. Kathy Woods, where are you, baby? Buy this. You have been buying it. Buy again. Buy the dip. Please, boo-boo. Come on, baby. Yeah, I'm not worried about... Is it a small cap right now? I'm not... I'm trying to... I need to get my options game up. I ain't had a nice little winner in a while. Come on, man. Come on. Come on. Let's go. Yeah, I figured it was small caps. I want to get out of this trade before I look into something else. There is a lot moving. Come on, Kathy, where are you? I know you're buying this thing. Come on, boo-boo. Come on, please. I need to do my Kathy dance. I just want to fucking test a VWAP. Come on, test VWAP. Nope, you piece of shit. You're kidding me, right? You're fucking kidding me. Oh my god. I feel like they want to suck people out of this thing and just rip them to shreds. Like, I want to give up, but I also don't want to give up. Come on, Spy. Just go back to VWAP. Just go back to VWAP. Come on, S&Ps. We have some really nice volume. This is going to be tough. This is going to be tough. But look at the volume on a 5-minute and 3-minute on the SPY. I don't like that rejection. It's just quick to reject. What a whole asshole, yo. Yeah, the 5-minute volume does not look good on the SPY. I take that back. The 3-minute looked alright. Yeah, but look at those tails there. Look at that tail on that last 5-minute candle. So, alright, so now the spreads have eased a bit. I don't like that either. I want them to be really wide and stretched so I can get a random crazy fill. Look at that 74. Oh, hell yeah. Yo, why is my orders not coming up? Oh, hell yeah. That's so weird. Are they hiding my orders? That's so weird. I wonder who's got my orders right now. That's shady, bro. That's shady. Look, like 76? I threw out a 68. Fudge it. Fudge that. I'm throwing out a 68, bro. Fudge that. You crazy, bro. I'm going to step the bids up. Let's go. I'm stepping it up. Nope. I'm going to step it up. I'm going to bring my bids up. Not that options matter because it's not the stock. But it still can influence. What is going on, man? What the fuck is going on here? Come on, baby. Come on. Do some crazy shit. Look at this. 10 cent. What? Are you nuts? 61? You out of here, bro. Oh, hell no. You ain't. I'm hopping right in front of your ass. Come on, baby. Regain that level. Regain it. Regain it. Come on, bro. I don't like those tails. Hold it. Hold that 9 EMA on the 1 minute, bro. Come on, baby. You can do this. Let's go, Ark. Kathy, where you at? You know you want to take this thing back up there. Let's go. Man, I just don't want the move to happen tomorrow. I need a bounce to VWAP. I need a bounce. 55. Somebody down there to 55. Like a whole asshole, man. I should have waited. Fuck. Come on, Spy. All right, the Dow is now going to the downside too. It's pulling back. I think this whole market might pull back now.
S&P on pace for its best Q1 since 2019 and on track for a fifth straight month of gains. Our next guest sees the market volatility as an opportunity as the Fed's soft landing appears to
Coming up in about 11 minutes at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, crude inventories a draw of 1 million. Distillates a draw of 1 million.
Let's go, Q's.
Gasoline a draw.
Hey, Chris, where we go to, bro? What was that number again? I didn't hear you. Oh, you said 441.96, 442? Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. I'm just playing, bro. Come on, man. Come on, let's fucking go. All I need is a few motherfuckers to sit there and try to market order in this thing. Come on, man. Give me a pop. Kathy, I know you're there, boo-boo. Come on, baby. I know you're here buying the dip. I know you know what's up with Moderna. I know you do. That's a really nice pullback. Man, if we can get to 106, that might start to reject. And I don't like that. I don't like that. Fuck. It might start to make 106 resistance. I mean, if the market can bounce, then we might be okay. I don't think the market's going to bounce. I don't think the Qs are going to bounce either. I think that bounce was it. I do. The volume's too much. SPY. I gotta try and get out of this thing. What did I get filled at? 53. Alright, I gotta find something to put on. I'm trying to get out of this stock. I hate that I'm wasting my day trying to get out of Moderna. I wonder where yields are. Did anybody look to see where yields were today? All right, we almost got that pullback where we said we were looking for 68, 67 for the pullback. Come on, man. All right, Coinbase is bouncing. Let's see here.
Shares of China stocks recovering now. Baidu and Alibaba.
Come on, man. I would love for this thing to get to like 120. I would love for Moderna just to bounce to 120. This is actually the support level, guys. 100. Ooh, ouch. I might be in for a world of hurt here. I may try to put on a 100 put here also. Look at this. I mean, that's a nice little cup and handle, but it's not breaking out. Yeah, 99. RNA support. Fuck. See, that's the level I was wanting to hold. Was right around there. But it looks like it's going to turn 106 into resistance now. And then it's going to go down to the low 100s. Unfortunately. It's crazy, man. Fuck. Alright, I'm not getting paid. I gotta go. I gotta get up out of this thing. It's not paying me. I gotta go. And even worse, it's turning this area right there in the resistance at 106. I gotta start using TradingView. It's charting. I can just see things a lot better. Alright, healthcare stocks edge higher. Alright, what's going on? Moderna stock Wednesday. Moderna to receive up to $750 million from Blackstone to fund influenza program. Come on, gang. Look at that. 50, 62. Come on, man. Let's go, man. Why did that not go through? Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Did you see those 80s and 90s there, fam? Hold up. Come on, bro. Come on, man. Fuck. Just give me a fucking fill, baby. Give me a fucking fill. Come on, gang. Come on, gang. Let's go. Let's go. This is what I was waiting for, man. This is what I was waiting for. I was meant for this shit. Let's go. I fucking love you, Kathy. I do. Yes. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go. Look at that, 80-62. Yes, let's go. I did it. I didn't get out at 100%, but I got out with a profit, bro. Look at them limit orders. Yo, they're going to send this thing up, bro. That's it. I'm out, guys. I had to get out with a profit. God damn. Fuck. I'll take 20-some%. That was tough, bro. Look, and it's going to start going, too. Just watch that. We got to watch that level. I had to work for that, man. I had to work for that thing. And the market, look, guys, the market, the SPY is sitting at lows and Moderna's pulling back. Or bouncing. It's bouncing. You got some strength there, too, with some volume. Let's go, Kathy. That's right. Buy the dip. I appreciate you, baby. That's a good look. Look, 65, 70. You get 60 now. So, I bought a little high. All good. You just had to relax, stay in the game. You know, damn right. Look how quick that was, too. Look, 70s. Where are they getting filled at? Where are they getting filled at? I threw everything out. I said, I'm done. Just give me my profit. Let me get up out of here. Yeah, look, a lot of the volume stepped up too. 65 now, guys, was the last one. Oh my God. I lowered it 1 cent and it immediately just ripped right in it, took my order and went up and out. Like through it. Like, look, 65 now. So they got me out of the way and said, yo, we coming up, we running this shit. You have Blackstone, all that other stuff coming up. Like, they have these trials that are coming. You know. So, that was nice. Now the 15-minute is above the trade line, guys. This thing could start. Fuck, yo. You're going to have a 100%er. I think this thing will break VWAP. It already did. It's already broke VWAP. It already broke it. See, the difference between this 3-minute chart and this 1 minute, you're seeing this through VWAP is because I have pre-market and after hours. All right. This is Kathy. I can tell you all right now, this is Kathy Woods and crew, and probably even Blackstone. Look, there's a buck. You're at 50%, 75 cent. Bang, filled. Let's go. Send it straight to 100. Look, they know what they're doing, bro. Look at these orders. They know what they're doing. That's just under 100%. They're not going down either. They're not going to go down. This is all institutional from here on out. It's all. I think they got all retail out of the way. They did. Look. You can see them all drop at the same time. You're not going to tell me all these orders on the ask 20, 19, 10, like 79, like they all change. They all change at once together. And they run it up the same way. You crazy, bro. And that's why they're not showing you some of the orders from retail that are sitting there at 70, like probably like 79 to 66. There's somebody in there for like 76. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. 71. How you going to tell me somebody, the last fill was 71 when it's not even showing? So, dude, that's awesome. Yeah, I mean, hang it. I mean, you go ahead, go make it a productive day, bro. But I think we're just getting started. Yo, listen. I said it this morning, and that's why I came on early. It's because I knew today was going to be a day. I knew it was. It's just weird, man. Once you've been in the markets for a while, you can say, all right, because we're at a point where we're going to make a decision. You know what I'm saying? We have PCE on Friday, but you have Q4, I guess it's Q4 revisions, Q4, for GDP revisions, Q4 revisions. And it's just like, the markets have pulled back. Are we going to hold? Yes or no? Like today was the day we were going to find out, what type of move we were going to make today. And that's why I came on at 7 o'clock in the morning. Okay, cool, man. That's what's up. Appreciate it, man. I know you got nothing to do for today. Probably don't take a trade anytime. Yeah, don't give it back unless you really see something. But I'm kind of upset with that I sold Moderna right now because the SPY is still at low a day, and the Qs are ripping and roaring. I knew it. Look at this. It's almost at 100% now. Look, there's your 100%. Damn. Bro, I knew this thing was going to have some fun. That's why I was so patient, and I even went outside of my stop loss. You guys know that, right? Like, this was my stop loss. This box right there. So, the reason I gave it just a little bit is because I figured... long. I went long. I was looking at the 110. I was in the 110 calls. We got in those at 53 cents. At least that's where I had my order. Did it fill me there? Did it fill me at 52? That I don't know. I didn't look at that. I can. It's going to take me a minute. Let's see. Because I had a bunch of limit orders. It's going to show me all my limit orders. Yeah, it filled me at 53. And now, so 53 cents, and now it's at $1.28, $1.07. To ask at least. I appreciate that, Matt. This one was like, I had to just be patient. I gave it a little bit. I'm like, man, listen, here's the thing, guys. I could have just gotten demolished with like a freaking just, boom. But I felt like with the news, right? Most people would stick to their stop loss and be like, yep, I'm out. Look how close and look how small the candles got, even on a 1 minute chart. And I'm like, just give it a little bit more. Just give it a little more room. Because I think I'm there. You know what I mean? Things could have got ugly there, but I knew Kathy Woods was buying this. I know they're working with Blackstone and the 3 minute. Remember AMD the other day? Look, that right there was like, you know what? I think I'm okay. And look at this, right? Even though that's a sell candle, you still had a nice tail there. I know when we got there, we immediately rejected it. So, like, I was taking those and understanding, like, yo, they're there. They're still buying. I know that that's either Kathy Woods or some institutional, and I'm like, this is going to be tricky, but, like, I'm willing to risk it. I'm willing to risk it for the biscuit. So, no, I sold for a win. I sold at 62 cents. 63 I got filled. I had limit orders sitting there at 63 cents. So I probably got filled, I'm sorry, 62.50 or $62 dollar commission. So yeah. Yep. So I entered right here. That's why I drew this line. I entered this like right here. I entered right on that candle because I was looking for a hold of that initial morning low. So once we bounced off this level right there, right, that gave me the look. See that prior resistance? Look at the 15-minute chart, bottom left. You can see this whole level here, this flat top resistance, that was my stop loss. Like, we dip under that and we start breaking 105.12, then I'm like, okay, I'm shit out of luck now. So as I'm watching this, I'm looking at the 15-minute chart. We're kind of a little oversold, and look at this reversal. Along with the 3-minute volume, okay? The 1-minute volume you have to watch. Like, you have to be a little, you have to understand that, like, you know, I'm looking at the 3-minute and I'm like, I'm going to go with that. This 1 minute is just, you know, this is what, and look what's going on. It's at $1.30 now from a 50-cent entry. That's almost 200%. But again, because I sat through all of this and didn't wait for this type of continuation, it sucked me out early. This thing's going to go 200%, man. Listen, I was aiming for a 110, but I just couldn't, like, I don't know, man. I just got out because I was a little unsure. Here's the thing. Here's the other part to this, guys, is I'm also watching the market sell off too. So I'm like I'm not, like, things are not gravy right now as I was sitting in that position. I put in a limit order for, you know, 53, ended up waiting. I got filled. It pulled back. I got filled, and I'm looking at this level like, yo, we can make this level support. We could turn that flat top resistance, because beforehand, that was, you know what I mean? Look, we sat here and double bottomed off of 102. We're climbing higher. Buyers are stepping up. So I'm like, yo, if the buyers are really going to step up, this is it. We broke 105. We pulled into it. Like, 105's got to hold. So that was the game plan. A pullback into 105. Like, that's where my stop loss is going to be. We pull back in there, get long. At least, you know, we've done the full ATR, average true range. And I should at least be able to get to VWAP. If I can get to VWAP, then I know I at least have about 100% on that trade. But because I entered, you know what I mean, where I entered, that brought me down a little bit. So that's why, you know, and that's why I was saying, I'm like, yo, give me the VWAP. Look at this. I knew it. I knew it. I fucking knew it, bro. So I entered there to see if we could hold that initial morning low, and we didn't. And I'm like, nah. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. And I'm watching the market go down. The market is still at lows, and Moderna is back up at highs. So this trade's going to be work. Look, 125, 136. Damn. Fuck, bro. So that messed me up. Now I know what I did there. Going back, looking over, talking about my trade to you guys. My entry is what caused me to not capitalize on a, you know, over 100% gain. Because I would much rather, instead of taking pieces off, I would just much rather take the whole thing off at 25-30%. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying, bro. I'm telling you. That's why I got long. But they were trying to play with me. And whoever else was in it. I know. That's what I'm saying, bro. This thing got a little catalyst behind it right now. And that's all Kathy Woods right there. Kathy just paid you. That's institutional buying. And that's what you want to be behind. So my entry is what caused me to not to... My entry is actually what caused me to... Well, I would say this. My entry, along with the markets pulling back the way that they are, is what caused me to not be able to capitalize fully on this trade. You know, I knew that this was going to happen. Or I'm not going to say I knew it, but I just was like, we are either going to completely reject 105 and fall out of bed and shit is going to go down, or I'm going to be able to at least get this VWAP test. And we got that plus more. Fuck. If I would have just waited a little bit, I could have grabbed it at 105.50 for 40 cents. Guys, these bids were at 30 to 40 cents. And they're all the way up to $1.20 now. 4.812. That's a 300% gain. You got to understand, there are people that are in this at 38, 39, 40 cents, 42 cents. It's at $1.20. Those guys just got 300%. So you see how the entry ties in to how much you're going to make, how important that entry is, because that took from me getting entered to where it is now. For me, that would be about 120, maybe like 110% gain, versus if I would have waited and bought with everybody else down here at the lows as it flattened out, that would have been a 300%, at least a 200%, by the time it's up to my entry. So that's why when some days I don't trade, when I don't get my entries, that is why. Like, my entry versus one other person's is a difference between 200% in a matter of a few minutes, And I don't think a lot of people really, not like you guys don't. I know you guys do, but that right there is a prime example of the importance of an entry, right? That's the importance of an entry. And having the game plan. But I said it the whole time. I said, if we can just get to VWAP, I know I got about 100% on this. But it gave me some. I wasn't sure how it was going to react again because the overall markets are down like they are. But there's institutional guys that are in this thing at 39 to 44 cents. And they were getting out there at $1.20. Shit. I'd love to take a 200-300%er. It's been a while for me. What was the last one? I think Moderna actually was. See, Moderna can give you some nice gains, guys. And it's volatile, but it's not. It is. But the thing is it gets spready, and that can help you if you know how to do it. Where you can set out some limit orders, and if you know your bid and ask and stuff, you can kind of like undershoot what they have and kind of just wait, and it could get filled. You know what I'm saying? So. At times, that spread, depending on whether you're a buyer or a seller, can help you, or it could hurt you. If you're just a buyer market ordering in, But dang. Hey, listen, I'm green on the day. I was green yesterday. That's 2 green trades this week. I'll take it. You know what I mean? We'll just stuff it in the pockets and we'll keep it moving. Bro, I think she's going to 110. That's the target. I got to be honest. That's the target. I don't want to get long again. But, maybe it's an insider. I can't believe that, bro. I can't believe it. I mean, I can, obviously. Let's see. But sick trade, Chris. You got 136%. Bro, if I was just a little patient, bro, I'd have at least 200%. You don't know. Again, that's the thing. This is speculation. The market and trading is speculation. So how do you get good at speculation? Like, you just turn it into a probability. I knew with the catalyst and everything that, the chances that this was going to go test 110 today was really good. Even looking at the daily chart. What did I show you guys? What did I show? I don't know if you guys remember because y'all are looking at your own stuff. But I said, look, see how this is resistance here? We break above it on what? On an increase in volume on the daily chart. It pulls back, double bottoms at the 200-day, the 50-day, 200-day. Look at the volume. That's a decrease in volume on the pullback. Decrease in volume. Look, an increase on the breakout. We pulled it back. Yesterday was some decent volume. But I'm like, bro, if we can just test this and turn... Here's the thing. Because if we do not test... Like, if we just continue... Like, the stock is not going to continue to the downside. Maybe it does, right? If it just continues to the 20-day, then that's telling me I know eventually this thing is ready to go back and test 109.75, 110. Why is that? Because if you look at this, this is like you need a bounce into it to bring the sellers, right? Like you need to turn it into resistance. Right now, it's support. Right? Look at that 20-day. Did you see it just move up like that, or was that my eyes? We bounce, and then look, you just cut it. So you need a bounce back to turn 110 to say, all right, now we're going to go down and slide. So as we were down here, I'm like, yo, give me that bounce back to test and make this level, which was support right there. You know what I'm saying? It's just about the picture of it. We break it, support. We break it. You break above it. You didn't make it resistance. You broke above it. You pull back, resistance, and then sell it off. So that's what I was looking for, was a bounce back. I don't know. So it all told me to take a long today. Let me stop talking about Moderna and move on. Shopify is another one that I've been looking at. This level's been holding pretty nice. If you see Shopify start to reject like 78, 75, it may be time to get... I think Shopify may be done. This could be actually an entry point, but I think it's made its move today. I wouldn't really look at Shopify. There's no volume with it today. AMD... Let's see here. AMD's bouncing. Where's the market at? Look at the SPY. Look at the SPY. See if that does anything to Moderna. That's when I'm curious. If like now that they started buying this thing up, let's see if it turns this right here into support. See if we turn that into support right there. You bounce, boom. Nope, it broke it. Look, you see how see how it's getting volatile there? Quickly breaks it, quickly comes back. That's because that level is going to either be support or it's going to turn resistance. Like this level right here at 108.03 is going to determine the next direction in this stock. It's either going to hold it and test high a day, or it's going to break it and test just about low a day at like 106. The month I took off from trading really made me see how easy it could be. Exactly. Not saying it can hit 100% every day, but trading itself isn't hard. It's not. You're exactly right. Psychological part they give. No, it's everybody. That's why they use algorithms. And you have to. This is why I wish that like people would let me. Would like, you know, like really let me help them with like having like a half-hour meeting with them, right? Like, because you have to be, like, everyone is different. Like everyone has a different amount of capital. Some people have a few $1 million. Some people have 100. Some people have 50. Some people have 10. Some people have 1,000. And it all depends on how much money you have. It's not about how much you don't have. It's about how much you have. Okay? Like, don't look at like, oh, I don't have this, I don't have that. Like, stop. You got to start. And there's a strategy and a way to do things for all different types of amounts. All right? Even somebody with that can save up $500. Even if they just don't make anything and they can save up $50 a week or whatever, they got like $500. There's a way to go about that account to grow that equity curve. There's different ways, and again, like you just said, it's not hard. It's not hard. The thing is like being able, Chris, to be able to set your orders. Like you should be able to plug in your orders, and I'm looking at it right now, Matt, for you. You should be able to plug in your orders and let the computer do the work, like I just did for Moderna. I mean, the only part I didn't do was, I did do the sell part. I had a limit order in. So I said, if it pulls back, this is the price I want to get in. Understanding technical levels and setting your buy or sell orders according to like the level and the indicators. The indicators along with the level is what, you have different buying points. Like you have VWAP. Like, are they buying VWAP? Okay. No, they're not. Why? Well, it's probably trading sideways. Or if it's not being bought there, is it being sold there? Right? Like if I go to Amazon right now, which I'm already on, what do we see? We are seeing VWAP act as sell orders. It's a selling place of resistance. So this is one big bear flag. I would look for a pullback, and if you get a pullback here, let me make sure, though. I don't want to just say that because I had a feeling it was about to break. Because I see a lot of green here. I don't know. I would let Amazon, let it try to get above VWAP here. And see if you get a failed breakout. Like, see if it tries to, like, do something like this. Right? Like, where it breaks out. And then it's like, boop. and then it comes back down. Like it tries to get above VWAP and it tries to pull back and hold it, and it can't, because that's where all the sell triggers are. So my point is, I know I talk a lot and I get besides the point. This is why a lot of human traders aren't really there anymore. Okay? They fired them all because they use computers, because computers don't have emotions. If I say I want to be a buyer, every time I have a stock that when the stock opens up, and let's say if I want to be short instead of being a buyer, because this is an example I'm going to use. I'm going to draw a Fibonacci, right? From top to bottom. We pull back 50%. So today we opened up at 179.90. We sell off. We get a bounce back. We retrace half of that sell off. We have VWAP. We have the 9 EMA. And I say every time I get that to happen, where I have, look, it's happening right now. You're having algorithms start to sell this. You should. You might have a fake out though. Market makers might step in and like run it up real quick and then shove it down. This thing might turn around because there's no volume coming in here. Hold up. All right. You have volume. Like every time, like they will set computers to say, every time I have VWAP, 9 EMA, and the 38.2 Fibonacci, on the upside I want to be a buyer, and the downside I want to be a seller. That computer is going to do just that. So it is put in. You have all these indicators along with a resistance level. Like I want to be a seller every time that happens. Obviously, there are people that are out there that say, yeah, I'm going to sell this, that, the third. Algorithms that do that. And then, like, let's say if there's a certain point here, Chris, and anybody else that's here, for anybody, any institution that is in Amazon, I promise you, there is a level here where if it gets to it on a sell side or a buy side, that computer is just going to spit sells out all. It's just going to trigger it to sell. And that's where you get what they call limit orders, like limit down, where each stock, whether it's an index or the stock itself, there will be a certain point where it gets down past its like ATR along with volume. Like they can do a lot of shit. Like they've had AI for a while. So they can add in, like we get like X amount of volume with resistance. Like the computer is doing it itself. So here you go. See if you get a failed breakout higher and see if it breaks back down to the downside here in the next couple minutes. It's got some nice volume to the upside though. It's so weird. But you should be able to trade like that to say, look, just like what I did with Moderna pretty much. I gave myself my stop loss and I said, look, I'm going to give it just a little bit and we're going to find out. You know, and you got to do that every single time. You got to be patient. You got to wait for your entries, and you got to have a plan, and you got to have like, you know, a take profit as it gives it to you. Always take it. Here's why. Now I'm not going to say like to sit there and scalp, but if you have even if a swing trade, because you could have something happen across the seas, like missiles or something happen, and then you just out of nowhere get a limit down, and you don't have the news, and you don't know what's going on, and to protect yourself from any random thing to happen, the only way to protect yourself is to take profit. It takes some of that position off the table because there are still risks. What if for some reason there's a power outage at the NASDAQ and there's no orders that can go through? Well, guess what? You've taken half your position off. You're like, okay, this doesn't hurt as bad as a whole position. Anything. You know what I'm saying? And I talk about that a lot because it's happened. It's going to happen to you. I'm telling y'all right now, so y'all better be prepared. There is going to be a day out of the blue where you are in a position and then just wham, everything gets hit. And you're like, oh, fuck, what just happened? What just happened? And you didn't take any profit or you weren't scalping, so, you know, and you try to just sell on a limit down and you're like, holy shit, I just got filled at the worst possible price in the world because you got stuck in a limit order. You know, that's why it's important to just take some profit. You know, listen, I was bracing myself for Moderna to start to flush. Because if it didn't hold there and start to buy, that thing was done, bro. That thing was done. Let's see. I might trade small cap now. I might trade stock itself. I'm with you, Basic. Hold on. Let me give this guy Amazon, even though it's probably, I've been fucking talking here. Man, this thing is just, I wouldn't mind seeing this thing break. But the levels for it, you know, I would look for resistance up there at like 179.75 to 180. What is stock? Yeah. Small caps are doing really good. I still, what, is it 11 o'clock? Yeah, it's 11. You might have another run out of it. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. It might be done. You got volume on your side. That's what I'll say. Or, you know, if stock has volume on its side. The volume still, you're still, you know, making, you know, putting in an increase in volume, breaking out to new highs. So I would still think that there's another shot. Maybe it's whether it's in the afternoon, or, you know, before 12 o'clock. Damn, yeah. See, like, this thing's just consolidating right now. This could be that would be a buy trigger right there, possibly. You could put some risk on it, 178 to 180. I think that's your level for Amazon. You know, you do actually have resistance up here, 181. I'm sorry. This could be a little trade to 181. It's a low volume pullback. Ooh, I don't know. Look what happened last time you were here. The last time you made 179 resistance, you ended up down at 174. So I would watch out with Amazon, especially if the markets start to pull back, and they still are. Shit. Man, I cannot believe that, bro. I gotta be good with what I got. I gotta be good with what I got. Because shit could have really hit the fan. I could be having a really bad day today. I knew Kathy was coming in there. I was begging and pleading for her. I knew she'd show up for me. I knew she would. I knew she would. Alright, so here it goes. It made that resistance. I'd like to see if it pulls back to yesterday's low on Moderna. I would look for that 107 level. See if it pulls right back down into 107. And this is what a computer does. You know what I mean? It'll say, I'm going to see what happens there. I may start to be a buyer there at 107. And, you know, so on and so forth. You can pretty much decipher the move from whatever. And it also depends on the if it's, you know, what it is too. The institutional, like ARKK, like ARK, like ETFs, like they're buying stock. So like they're holding different positions. What's Tesla doing here? Let's go look at let's see what some of the bigger moves are today. Oh, my little girl came in here to say. So Pinduo is selling off. Chinese. Here was another trade idea too. I remember one time last year I was in SPY puts. Then a fake eye image. Yep, I remember that. Yeah. Yes. Yes, exactly. That's what I say. If it hasn't happened, it's only a matter of time when something happens. I remember that. That was like 6 to 8 months ago. I remember that. I know exactly what you're talking about. Your fur feels so much better. Yeah. Her fur feels so much better after giving her that medicine. Okay, so all right, Tesla. What is that? Yesterday's pre-market lows. Trying to hold. Let's see if you can't turn this back into resistance. So you have some resistance here on Tesla. You might get a small long out of this. If you want to scalp to like 179.50, you just held VWAP. You just look what's happening. Low volume. Here's the thing. I think it may have some downside coming though. Here's why. Because when I look at this, right, you know what I see? I see a steady consistent, we had this downside move. This looks exactly like Moderna, actually. Kind of this downside where it tries to put in that double bottom, flattens out, then rallies. But baby, please. I know you're trying to clean yourself. Okay? You don't have to pull. I'm just curious, is this going to be, like, you make VWAP resistance right here. You break above it, and you're holding it. Like, is this actually going to hold? Or is this going to be the failed breakout above it? Right there. Hi. You yawning? You hungry? She's been so a little irritable because been giving her the steroids for her. And she hasn't been able to really sleep. So she's like been getting frustrated. She can't fall asleep. But she should be able to today. Hi, Beanie. So what do we got here? So yeah, I would watch if Tesla is able to start a little uptrend here. I have to do a little like a bigger picture, like look at it on the daily. I don't see why you can't get to 179.50. I don't see why you can't get up here and test that level right there. I don't see nothing holding it back from that. And that would be a low volume bounce to that level too. It's struggling here though. You are having a problem right there at 178.77, so I'm not sure, bro. Oh shit, hold on. Abby, baby, please. Please, girlfriend. Come here. Alright. What we got going here, gang? What we got going on here, gang? I don't think this day is done. It might be done for just a little bit. But I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up. The U.S. Tech 100 seems too low. Looking at the German 40, the range is off. You know what? I appreciate you bringing that. Appreciate you bringing that up. You know why? Because I have not looked at... I have not looked at them in a while. And I need to. You guys should always be doing that. And that's another thing is you'll be able to see, looking at other markets around the world, like the DAX. All right, so look, the DAX is making new highs. Ain't no reason why US can't make new highs. All right, ain't no reason. Look, so we pull back. Let's pull back. Look at that. Look at the strength. You're right, Animal. Look at that, bro. Look at that. Damn. And then let's look at this. Let's look at the euro. I don't know which one to look at. But look, they're all making new highs here. I know India was making new highs. I don't know what India's index is. Oh, theirs is the FTSE or something like that, isn't it? Oh, that's the VIX. Cement. Bank. Railway. State Bank. India Oil Corp. India Hotels. How are India Hotels doing? How are their hotels? Everybody sleeping okay? No. It's FTSE. FTSE. UK 100. Huh? I thought it was India that had the... Or they just trade those markets too. Large cap. I know you would know what they are. Sensex. Okay, thank you. That's what I say. I know you know. I say I know you, like you would know what they are. It could help me out with that Sensex. Okay. Fucking sound dirty. Fucking. It's so funny. It doesn't surprise me either. Okay, so it's making a lower high. Or not making a lower high. We don't know yet. It's holding the 50-day. You have some resistance there. All right, and then Aussie would be... what the hell is it? Shit, it's been a while.
When do you think political volatility begins?
Well, I think it began last year. We've got a few hot wars around the world, so we have geopolitical volatility.
This is 600 highs. This is 2XX 50 highs. Yeah, so I think we've been following German Europe markets, so we'll keep it on watch. Especially if the dollar can start. See, look, the dollar's acting a little shady. Like it ain't trying to like pull back. Like it ain't independent here. If the dollar starts breaking out, I promise y'all, this is all going to change. Hopefully, this is a head and shoulders we have here. But I mean, there's nothing wrong. It's consolidating. Let me look at gold. So gold's making a nice high today too. Look at that bull flag on the daily. SPY will flush by 519 all weakness. We are descending a dollar range for now. What would be the catalyst for a flush though? I mean, we have PCE and GDP stuff tomorrow. I mean, it could be Bitcoin. That could be the catalyst. But I still think that this is a buy for now at 68,000. Boo-boo, hey, relax, please. Please, baby. No, don't be mean. I just want to get it up out of your eye. Okay? Come here. I'm not disagreeing with you. It could, but I think... See, I'm trying to figure out... Not trying to figure out, like I'm trying to, like, crack a code here or anything, but... Let's see here. We have been rallying pre-market, take it back. Rallying pre-market, take it back. When it was sell it off, rally... Sell it off, rally. So, you got that going for you. Flush below 519. Damn, son, where'd you find that one? Damn, 519. Why do you think it'll flush below 519? Weakness, we are in a descending $1 range for now. Yep. Let's see, 30-minute chart. Like I said, I'm not disagreeing with you at all whatsoever. I'm not disagreeing at all. I would like to see us hold 519.50. I would like us to hold that. So this, I don't know if you guys can see that square or not, but I'm looking for, if we can pull back and hold this, like that pre-market pivot low at like 394. If we can get down there to 394, then I'm going to take my little ass right on over to Goldman Sachs and I'm going to go get my money. I'm going to go get my money. And I know who got it. It's Goldman Sachs and I'm going to go get it. All right. I need the Dow to work for me though. It's, I'm not going to get it if the Dow is going to, like if the whole market is going to pull back. I still think we have some upside. I don't like. It's funny how sentiment changes, isn't it? Like, why do people feel? Why does it feel like sentiment, as far as like humans and like people, are like trying to get short? Still, like, I thought everyone got the drift that, hey, you got to be long. Like, you're 8 months too late. You got to be long, and then they finally get long. The market has a little pullback, and it's like, yeah, I think I'm gonna just not go long anymore. And listen, I almost got myself, and I'm like, wait, because all my Moderna trade today, when I got long, I'm like, wait, am I going long and the things have changed? But SPY is due for a retrace on the adult fibs of the last swing, low too high. Yeah, listen, we need we need a deeper correction than you might think. Or, I wouldn't say that we need it, but yeah, we do. Like, if this market wants to have some real liquidity up under that belt, it's got to pull back and bring some of the big boys in. Like, they're in it, but they're not fully in this thing. You know, and I'm talking enough money to hold this market up for the next 5-10 years. You know, like that, and that's how I also look at the markets. Is like, how much money you got? Like, there's certain areas where there's not that many buyers, and it's like price just gets above it, and it like fills, and it, like, to me, I look at it as like that's a lot of weight, and there's not enough. It's not strong enough to hold it, you know. And then that's when you usually get that, you know, spill and flush. You know, it's hard to time it, you know, but, you know, just expecting it's the first step. Oh, look. I wonder if that would be a nice rejection here. Damn it, I can't play this. That sucks. There's got to be something I can play, though. Alright, so look. I wouldn't short Goldman Sachs. I was getting ready to say on the mic to look for a pullback on the right here. But this is the strongest sector, and like the Dow is the strongest right now, in my opinion. It's up at highs. It's up at all-time highs. So don't try to short Goldman Sachs. Like, if you're going to find something to short, make sure it's in the sector that's going to work for you, like technology and stuff, right? Names like, maybe not like SoFi either, because it's still financials. KBW downgrading Wells Fargo, and look, it's still up at highs, bro. That's okay. Again, the banks have rallied like they are, not just because of interest rates, but because the Fed has pretty much given them, you know, a sustainable path to, like, you know, financial easing, not tightening. The opposite of what they said they were going to do, actually. So I would look for Intel. If you're looking at something short, maybe look at Intel, right? Nope, it's going higher. All right, maybe I'll say AMD then. Maybe I'll say AMD. Find something that doesn't have strength, and that the sector around it doesn't have strength. But I'm glad you brought that up, Chris, about, you know, about how trading at the end of the day really isn't that hard. It's us who get in the way of our success. It's us that potentially could get in our way, you know. When we first start, like, it's going to happen to everybody. You're going to get in your own way, right? You're going to get in your own way. And you can really run it up on yourself. Again, and I said, we talked about this yesterday. The one thing about the markets that they cannot take from you is how much you can make. Okay? There is not someone here, there's not somebody at the New York Stock Exchange that says, hey, this man hit 100 grand today. He's done. He's out. Get him out. Stop his orders. Nope. Right? You can control how much you lose. They're not stopping you on how much you can make. And there is over $23 trillion in the financial markets. There is money from the U.S., Germany, London, China, Japan, Australia. There is money in the markets from around the world. So go start bringing in your little pieces all day long. Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. Ring the register. And 5 years from now, you'll look at your, you can look back if you do it correctly. If you do it correctly. Because I'm telling you, man, if some of you guys that have, depending on the liquidity, which the amount of money that you have access to is really going to depend on the type, not necessarily the type of strategy, but necessarily, yes, the type of strategy you want to go after, right? Do you want to sell, are you better off just selling spreads and not have to worry too much, right? And to have your defined risk. Do you have $500 where it's like, bro, you're already losing. Let's just start getting that thing up. Like, it probably isn't going to make sense for you right now to sell spreads and make a penny at a time. That probably ain't going to get you anywhere. It's better than nothing, but chances are we need to take you, learn how to trade options, and have access to, like taking, 10% of that, 8% of that money and having access to the price action of, 10,000, 20,000, right? With like Ford in particular. Names like Ford, U.S. Steel, Carnival Cruise, like these names that will pay you good money that aren't that volatile. And then once you get to that point, whether it's a new job and you get your account grown and you've done it the right way, then you can start, and even when you're starting out in the beginning too, take the money that you make in options and go buy shares. Go buy it. It's not that you might be able to write it off. You might be able to not have to pay taxes on it just yet. I don't know. Speak with your advisor. Every state's different. All right. Chances are you'll probably have to. But if you say, hey, I use this money and this money is put right back in the markets. I don't know. That's what I would do. That's what I do. And that's what I would do if you guys don't do that. Just run it up. Really, like, people don't understand the amount of work that it takes running a portfolio, right? Really running it up, having different positions going on. I usually don't have more than 3 myself. And again, I'm not selling premium because it's just, if I'm going to sell premium, I'm going to wait for the VIX to be up to 20. Once we get past that 18, 25, that low 20s, then I'll start. But until then, I'm just gonna buy options, or no trade at all, or buy the stock itself. That's another thing. Awesome. That's good, man. That's awesome. And that's another thing I need to start doing is finding some of these names here that are doing pretty good and like so COVID, we had pretty much anything and everything like tech rally. I remember sitting on dead money for 2 years, almost 2 years. Guys, when I tell you I unloaded the boat and bought that March, April, and May, I was just continuously buying energy names. One Oak, Oxy. I didn't buy Exxon, but One Oak, Diamondback, which was Fang, F-A-N-G. I still own that. But Oxy, Fang, One Oak. What else? I know there was more. I loaded up on energy when it went negative, y'all. And I had to sit on that money all the way up until the presidency. Pretty much that October, like that November, when Trump and Biden, when the election was, and it wasn't until then when I really, because initially you got this push, right? You got this push where you were green. I never took profits, and then boom, it was down flat. Then I was red, and I'm like, shit. So anyway, we had technology 2020. Really, anything you bought went up, except for like airlines, Boeing, and energy. But then we had energy, right? And then what did we have this year? We had Bitcoin. right? Bitcoin was the leader. Now, what's next? That's what I want to figure out. What is next? Is it going to be gold? It could be. I haven't even looked to see what... I mean, I know it's up a little bit today, but... you know, being able to see that early is what helps. And I kind of wish that I bought crypto. I am frustrated that I didn't. I think the reason I didn't is because I wasn't watching financial conditions, guys. And I always usually know what the Fed's doing and where financial conditions are. Whether I talk about them or don't. You know, you always, you know, oh shit, come on. Right here. If I would have saw that this thing was up on its highs and that we put in a lower high, then I would have probably started to dabble into crypto. Just didn't even think about it. I said, yeah, let me wait I'm just listening to everybody else instead of doing my own work. And I'm like that right there, this here. By then, you should be like, okay, bet we're going back down to lows. Like, it's pretty clear what's going on here. We're in a downtrend in financial conditions, and I blame that on myself that I wasn't really paying attention to that. Same for banks. I should have been long. I should have swung banks. That was another one, right? JP Morgan and banks this year, they were on fire because of the bank term lending program. Like, how did I not get long banks? So next time we have stuff like that, guys, try to remember, like, if you start getting banks that are blowing up and the Fed comes out and you see the Fed, you know, come out with a program overnight to help the banks, go long the banks. Like, that's backing the Fed. Thinking the market's going to crash and banks are going to crash is actually fighting the Fed. They just got in a room and came out and had said, hey, guys, yeah, we have a program now. We're going to facilitate banks. So go long. Go long 2025. Go long. And he was telling me I should start buying gold bars because pump is coming. He could have just been salesman trying to... Yeah. No, listen. I mean, you can never go wrong. So, and this is true, okay? Me personally, I would much rather buy a day date or something. Gold bars are cool too, but I would spend the extra. Here's the thing, right? If you go back and you look at like a 1970s Rolex, a 1980, okay, and gold, right? Even gold, right? It's about, for a nice suit, how much do you think it is? It's about, I'd say, anywhere from like $1,800 to $2,800. We'll say $2,000 because that's where gold is. So gold is like, they say it's like a suit, right? Over time, for a nice suit right now, it's going to cost you just about $1,800 to $2,200. And that's about what they use with gold. But it's like, you know, what is a gold bar going to do for you? You know, just sitting there. You know, again, when I go back and say I would much rather have a date Rolex. Exactly, you know what I'm saying? I would much rather have a watch that I could use, and still, worst case scenario, if I needed it, you know, worst case, I could sell it. Or if I had to physically melt it down myself, you know, there's still store value there, right? There's still store value in it. So it's all up to you. I mean, me personally, I mean, you could, but that's up to you. I would say, like, unless you know, I wouldn't do it unless you have some serious money, because you don't want, you know, you want to be able to allocate, like, you want to be able to have some tech, like what is 1 or 2 gold bars really going to do for anybody? I'm serious, right? Like, if you and I both, right, we went and we bought 10 ounces or well, let's just say 50 ounces of gold. That might be a little bit different, but even then, right, what, like 10, 15 ounces a couple ounces. Like, what's that going to do for you in 30 years? It's not going to do that much. You know, the market still will go higher. Here's a good, you know what? Look at this. Watch this, y'all. I'm going to show you guys something perfectly. I'm going to show you guys a good example. This, you can relate this to gold. You can relate this to silver. You can relate it to watches. Now, I say watches because there is store value there. Whether you have to take it out in your backyard and melt that shit down, you know, it's, do you want to get use out of it or do you want it to sit on your desk? But look at this. Listen, watch this. Watch this. I'm going to show you guys something.
This is the most beautiful gold watch I think I've seen in 35 years. I was lucky enough to just get it.
Tell me about this.
It's from late
Wait, I don't think this
1960s.
is it.
It's a pre-Daytona. It has a black tachometer dial. It's almost like a
It might be.
multi-scale. I've seen 2 of these in my life, and this is one of them.
You know what they want to hear, right?
About the money?
Yeah, how much?
$750,000. An 18-karat gold.
Honestly, it sinks to me. I love it.
It's truly, folks, it's the most beautiful gold chronograph I've seen in like 35 years.
What did this originally sell for?
Oh,
From
a
Rolex?
lot of money. $900, $950. This is the most beautiful
All
gold
right,
watch.
that's not it. So I didn't mean it that. So here's the point, right? He has a good example, right? So a 1970 Rolex, right, or gold even. It don't matter what it is. No, come on, bro. Or gold, right? So Roman Sharf, what is this thing doing, bro? So if we were to buy a few ounces right now, Chris, it's like you got to think, what would the index or the SPY or markets do, or a company, right? What would that do for you in 20 years versus gold? Come on, man. I know I can find this thing, bro. Is this it? See, it's like this. He's standing there in the Miami JWGC. And I'm telling you guys want to see, because he's perfect. Let's see if this is it.
How old are you?
15.
This is watch only.
No.
This doesn't have papers, that's it.
Fuck a duck, man. Alright. I'm not going to find it. But you guys get it, right? So the point is like the markets, or Ford or Tesla or like Apple, right? If you would take $2,500 right now and buy, I don't know, let's say Palantir, or, you know, even just throwing it in the S&P, what do you think is going to make you more money? What do you think is going to make you more money in 20 years? Let's see. I wonder.
My personal grail, and this is the star of.
The way he says it and does it, it's just perfect. It's, my stuff's flipping out, but yeah, it's all the decision you gotta think. You know, how much is that gonna go? Even if it goes 10, 20 times, versus, you know, a 400% from indexes and stuff. So that's what I would ask yourself. I'm gonna go feed Abby real quick. What time is it? It's only 11:30, man. Shit, I can't turn that on. I gotta go feed her real quick. I know she's hungry. She's been giving her steroids, so she's been eating a little bit, you know, more than normal. Hey, Animal, I'm not sure if you're still here or not, bro, but you might be right on the markets getting ready to pull back. Look at the Qs. The Qs right now are actually getting ready. That's a low volume consolidation. You just made that low, yesterday's low a day, resistance. Maybe you pop up to see VWAP, maybe you don't, and we do extend lower. I'm curious, though. I don't know if anybody else sees that or not. It's a low volume consolidation, and there's a possibility you could get another little extension out of this. Back down to 442. Look. Let's see what happens. That's a dude. If that ain't one of the biggest bear flags you ever saw, bro, I don't. Look at that. Watch out, gang. Hide your wives, hide your kids, because this could get ugly. Seriously, I'm not even playing. I think this will be a failed breakdown where you start to break down right now, and then it pops back up. I think I might slowly start buying physical metals over time, and their stocks will probably be a better return over the years, but diversification is safe. Yeah. No, I get it. Here's, and it's up to you, bro. I mean, it's cool to have, you know what I mean? It's cool to have and all. It's just like, what's it going to do for you? Like, if you're not trying to use it to get wealthy or anything, maybe you have enough to... It's just hard, man. It's hard to say. I mean, where's the... I still haven't seen the hedge yet. You know what? It has done better than Bitcoin. I mean, it hasn't done better percentage-wise, but it was already at all-time highs. I mean, I don't know. I could say anything. Now look, again, it's not that I'm opposed to buying it at all. It's not that I'm opposed to it. It's just would I rather have a few ounces of that, or like I'd have to have a really big bar. You know what I mean? A really big bar. I just think I would much rather have a watch where I'd be able to get some use out of it, which you can. You know what I mean? You can. I don't know. I just think... Yeah, I don't know. But they made a fair point, right? Like, in the 1970s, the person probably paid $900, about $1,000 for that Rolex, the video I was trying to show you guys. And today, it's worth about $400,000. It's worth about $500,000. Easy. That's not retail. That's wholesale, right? So this thing could be worth anywhere from $600 to $800. But like they said, if you would just buy the markets are up a whole lot more. Yo, I mean, guys, just think about Amazon and like Walmart. Do you know the percentages that they're up from all time? Like, just do a Google search. We can do that right now with gold. I'm glad you brought that up because I'm kind of curious. Actually. We're going to go to Google and we're going to use the percentage and see how much it's up. Let's see, gold. Shit. It won't come up, will it? Gold price chart. Damn it, it's not going to come up like it does stocks. Fuck. So let me go to Walmart, right? If I go to Walmart, max, it is up 17,185%. 17,000. Let's go to GLD. And I think that started in the 2000s, though, so... Bro, stop fucking with me, man. Not you guys, but the keyboard and stuff. GLD. Why is there no chart? Okay, I had to put in chart. 352%. So here's what we could do, right? When is this? 2004. November 19th, 2004. So what I'm going to do is, let's go to Walmart. Or no, let's go to Google. And listen, it's cool to have gold. I'm not saying to not have it. I'm just kind of curious the difference in the investment. All right. We said, what was it? 2004, right? It's when this is dated. 2004, November 19th. 2004, November 19th. 2004. I'm just going to start with October. Look at that. Oh, shit. See, that's 100. See, this is not counting the stock split, bro. There's no way. Hold up. Yeah, well, I guess gold or GLD beat Walmart. Oh, but here's the thing it's not accounting for is the dividend also. It's also not accounting for the cash flow that it's been given. What's another name? Like, let's just do like Apple. Just for shits and giggles. Max. All right, 2004, right? We said, damn. Uh-oh, you in trouble, bro. Tech and gold. No, look, November 21st. Oh, shit. 47,000%. 47,000. Microsoft was big, and we didn't know that Apple was going to do the... Wait, we already had iPhones back then. We could do shit like Netflix. We could do Microsoft. 2004. October. Give me November. I'll do December. Damn, that's crazy. Apple was up a hell of a lot more, y'all. Did you see that? Microsoft, from what this says, is only up 1,449% versus Apple. Did I do 2004 or 2014? 2004. Yeah, it's what I thought. Let me make sure I did it right on, look, April. I'll do December. I'll do January 2005. All right, so 2004, it's up 13,000, almost 14,000%. 2004, almost 14,000. 14,000, and motherfuckers want to ask me if you can really make money in stocks or in the markets. What you mean? Can you make? That's where all the money is, you dumbass. 2004. 1,000, bro. Does this mean Microsoft still has a ways to go to catch up to Apple? Do you guys see that? That's crazy, right? Tell me that's not crazy. Apple is up over 14,000% since 2004, and Microsoft is only up 419,000 all time. But from 2004, I don't understand. Something's going on here.
Those who manage risk by anticipating each movement, flawless execution, timing, and accuracy.
1,400.
Match power with precision. Reach new heights. CME Group, where risk meets opportunity.
Cataract surgery has taken another leap forward at Delaware.
Yeah, that's it.
We're excited to bring you the latest advance, the light adjustment.
Wow.
This lens is unique. 3 weeks after surgery, we will use light energy to adjust the lens.
Damn, that's crazy.
to match your prescription. Patients achieve
So next time somebody says, yeah, Microsoft's done better, tell them, shit, you better look at that chart again, boy. Apple kicking the dog shit out of Microsoft right now. All right, gang, give me 2 minutes. Let me go feed her. Let me grab something to drink, and we'll get something going. We'll get something popping off here. I know some of y'all probably left, whatever. It's all good. I hope you guys have a great day. I'm going to go back over some more charts and You know, I'm not done for the day. It is coming into lunchtime right now, so
There's nothing more powerful than you.
sorry guys.
Making
Oh my
your
god,
thing
that hurt
happen.
so bad.
Really going for it.
That
Doing
seriously
business
hurt
on
so
your
bad.
terms.
That was so loud.
Giving it your all. Making a difference.
My stuff's sketching out. It's my jam. It's my jam, bro. 1.8 million subscribers. Yo, let me get a follow and a like, bro. Oh, members mode. I'm coming.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, I'm Lisa Mateo. Well, it looks like investors a little bit cautious ahead of Friday's release of the Fed's preferred.
You have that
inflation
9
gauge
EMA
right now.
coming up
Nasdaq
right there on the
is,
cues. You
little
might
changed.
start
The
to get
Dow
a
is up about
pullback again.
0.5%. The S&P is up about 0.2%. Now, earlier I told you the biggest lift, it was coming from real estate. So let's see the other side of things. So of the 11 major industry groups, the biggest drag, that's coming from communication services. Then we go a little deeper. We see media and entertainment. Further on the hood, we see interactive media and services. And then finally at the top is Meta, followed by Alphabet's Google. Over to the bond market, we have the 2-year yield at 4.57%. That's down about 2 basis points. A 10-year yield at 4.20%, and that's down about 2 basis points. And before we go, some news surrounding Disney. Their shares are up about 0.5%, but it's ended its fight with Governor Ron DeSantis by settling that Florida lawsuit. It put an end to an almost year-long battle. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Bailey.
Yeah, that is good news for Disney. Who needs that kind of collateral damage there? Lisa Mateo, thank you so much. We appreciate that as always. We got Bailey Lipschultz sitting in for Alex Steele. You got me, Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, and we're streaming live on YouTube, and we're also in your dashboard through CarPlay and Android Radio. All right, you're an emerging market portfolio manager, and you're putting up some huge numbers, but you're doing it a little bit, I don't know, not kind of the usual playbook. You own stuff like NVIDIA, Snowflake, CrowdStrike. That doesn't sound very emerging market to me. I don't hear Damian Sassower talking about stuff. He's trying to get me to buy like Gibraltar, sovereign debt or something. Ye Shea joins us. Ye Shea is a reporter for Bloomberg News. Has got the story here. So, what is Lewis Kaufman doing over there at Artisan Partners?
Hi, thanks for having me. Louis Kaufman is a emerging market stock fund manager at Artisan. He caught our attention because his fund is the best performing emerging market fund of the past 5 years. And it put out a massive return, as you mentioned earlier. The annualized return was like 10% in an asset class basically going nowhere for the last couple of years. It's quite impressive. But as you mentioned earlier in the show, that he did something quite extraordinary because he loaded his funds with all these high-flying U.S. tech names, NVIDIA, Snowflake, CrowdStrike, and also Coca-Cola, Estee Lauder, all these names out there. In fact, that the U.S.-based companies make up 40% of his portfolio. And this is not a small fund. This is 3 billion funds. And if you're adding the European names, developer market exposure is more than 50% of his fund. And to put the number in perspective, that the median of emerging market funds typically have like 5% of non-EM exposure. So he did put up some big numbers, but also doing this in a very extraordinary way.
Well, I can say Lewis Kaufman, one of the reasons he's so successful is he got his MBA at Duke University.
Oh, well, you know,
there you go. Very
Sweet
good.
16 team
Exactly.
while we're at it.
Exactly.
But looking at this, are there any guidelines from the SEC that would kind of make this a no-go zone?
There's SEC guidelines. Basically, they require the funds to invest at least 80% of the money in the areas suggested by their funds. So if you a U.S. growth fund, you have to invest in at least 80% of your portfolio in these type of companies. But and last year they passed a amendment, basically try to crack down abuse of these names, especially in the ESG spaces. A lot of funds, so-called greenwash, they brand themselves as ESG funds. So the big funds have in the next 2 years to implement these changes. And the spokesperson told us that it's too soon to assess the potential impact on Luis's fund. But their practices have very loose distribution of the areas they are allowed to invest. They are investing, the prospectus that the fund is intended to invest in economies companies have economic ties with emerging markets. So not necessarily the companies has to be based in the emerging markets. Apple, for example, they got a lot of revenue from China. So in theory, this is also fall into the category of artisan funds investment scope. So there's a lot of wiggle room you can make.
Yeah, I was going to say, Paul points to Damien. I wonder how Damien would feel if we called Bitcoin an investment in, I don't know, Tanzania, just because they have ties to it in mining. It feels like you can move the goalposts wherever you want, and it ends up working out. What did the detractors say? Like, I have to imagine people are kind of irked that this is the top performing fund and he's loaded up in, for all intents and purposes, the best company in the U.S.
Absolutely. It's kind of divided, but I think the overwhelming sentiment, just by talking to all these advisors and also competitors, they think this is, some of the guys we quoted in the story saying this is actually disingenuous at best, because I wanted to invest in emerging markets, but if you have a large proportion of the funds investing in U.S. tech names, it's not really emerging markets, especially for these large institutional funds. So they have specific exposure. Say, if I have, say, I want to allocate 20% of funds in the U.S. developer markets.
Look at that 15-minute.
That exposure is already have a lot of names.
Here. See if they step
there.
back in.
Then if I invest in
a low volume
funds,
consolidation,
I probably have overexposure to US.
See if we can break 442.
So that's
I'm not
why
sure if
you
we
don't
will, though.
see
The other
much
markets,
of
like
flows, especially from
Admiral brought up with the German DAX and stuff.
All these performance in.
Yeah, man, how it going, Chris? Like the German DAX was going higher.
So how much is he managing
Appreciate it
in this
though,
fund?
buddy. Appreciate you being around. You too,
$3
man.
billion.
Okay.
Previously, before joining the Artisan and established this fund in 2015, he also worked 5 years at the Sonberg. Had a similar fund at the Sonberg, and he also put up very big numbers, massively outperforming the benchmark. That's he got the attention from Artisan. They basically poached them from there.
How about the volatility associated with this fund? If you're owning NVIDIA, you're in for some volatility there. Is that something that he's acknowledged?
Absolutely. So the volatility of this fund is also he has the best performing numbers, but also have the highest volatility.
Give me 1 second. Oh, there's
so high vol, high return.
There's not much going on with I don't, when I see
those. So especially
really
during the
much.
2020, he returned 82%.
47.19.
Given all these tech bubble, if you will, during that period. But in the next 2 years, they had huge losses and sitting at the bottom of the ranking.
Let me look up
then
Coinbase.
Since the last year, the tech
Give me
stocks
1
took off
second.
again, and he's outperforming again.
And is this something that you expect competitors to start mirroring? Because, I don't know, if I'm managing money and I look at big tech right now, I'm kicking myself for not coming up with some way to kind of blur the lines.
Right. I don't think this is I think they are quite unique in that perspective. Not there are many, like we talked to Morningstar, they told us, Luis fund, there's another big fund, which is quite big, like 50 billion fund from Capital Group. It's called a New World Fund. And they the two funds have non-EM exposure more than 10% portfolio. All the other guys, they have quite limited scopes. So I don't think this is a trend, because as we mentioned, this kind of sort of like cutting two ways. You buy all these high volatility funds, you can put up very big numbers. But
the things in my mind, you know, they were going back and forth. Tell me a little bit, Jim, about what in your mind qualifies as a meme stock in the first place.
That's a great
I'm
question.
going to go make a
Good
sandwich
to be
real
with
quick,
you,
guys.
Nicole.
Just give me 1 minute.
I would say whenever markets kind of have this rising tide type of environment where, you know, there's a little bit of FOMO and people are worried about missing out, sometimes you see some frothy areas pick up. And certainly we've seen that with some of the Bitcoin ETFs and Bitcoin price itself. But other names, you know, you can look at a MicroStrategy, super microcomputer that have just had you know, off the charts type of performance. We tend to really look at these things quantitatively, and we want to look at free cash flows. We want to look at growth and earnings and profits. And we do look at trend, we do look at momentum, but that, you know, those are not the only things that we're looking at.
I mean, there was certainly this feeling that meme stocks were not a good investment. They were considered risky because of the extreme volatility. And so, Logan, when we look at a name like GameStop, which ran up, ran down, and today obviously getting hit hard after its latest quarter, what do you think about a name like GameStop? In fact, you know, they were talking, Wedbush was talking about the demise of this name by the end of the decade.
Yeah, I'm definitely not roaring kitty. I do not like the stock. I mean, they came out 27% below earnings estimate, so they were quite low on that. And I also just looking at the stock and evaluating it, they're not putting forward guidance. Obviously, down 15% today. It's getting hurt. I mean, I don't know necessarily if the stock's going to go away forever, but it is not a company we like here. And they don't have debt, which is a nice part of their balance sheet, but the overall earnings projection, they definitely look like they're in a bear market trend and kind of continuing down, along with the other meme stocks from 2021 that really have been kind of down to pre-pandemic levels, if not lower. So your AMCs, your Nikola, the Bed Bath & Beyond, all these different ones that have kind of gone crazy and come all the way back down. So
again, give me 1 second. I'm going to go make
in those meme stocks
a
necessarily,
sandwich real quick, a peanut butter and jelly
sandwich. I love what the other guest
sandwich
said about
with
kind
a
of
Red
the
Bull.
FOMO in the different areas, and I think we're going to get a new area, and AI is going to be one of those that's going to have some FOMO and going to have some fervor that happens in this bull market that we're currently in.
All right. And then when we think about some of the names that have been meme stocks but then came back to earth, when you think about trading the names now, currently, we have a name like GameStop, Jim. What
I
else
wonder
are
if
you
Tesla's
watching?
headed right now
there is
for
still a FOMO environment right now. There's
180.
still people with money on the sidelines that
looks
say,
like
hey,
180.
look, 2024 looks like maybe I should put some money to work. What do you tell them?
I tell them that they need to be diversified. They need to not just look at trend and momentum. I've been looking at trend and momentum along with quality and value and low volatility. These are factors that go back decades, and they've been proven to work. They don't always work at the same time, and sometimes there's droughts that they don't work. But you know, that's what we do, and so I think when you get, you know, markets like this where, you know, it feels like it's just going straight up, and you start seeing you know, trends just
I think I heard,
really strong.
guys,
we
Beyond.
kind of have
I
to
think
take
Beyond
a step back
Meat
and say,
might be
okay, what are the
squeezing. I'm not sure. I'll
fundamentals?
have to look.
We love the technicals, and we like to see good, stable trends. But I always wonder, like, okay,
I
if
did
a
not have my
toothpaste
stuff
maker
up and
is
on.
performing
Box.
just as well as a semiconductor stock,
I
you know,
fucking
that
love you
something
guys.
could
Thank you
be
so
a little
much.
bit
So far on the downtrend.
out
Yeah,
of place
it
there.
is.
So
And I was
always just looking at
I
it,
didn't say that,
and
but yeah, I
we
was
wanna
thinking the
know,
same
like, if
thing. Thank
the
you for
multiple
saying
is
that.
really, really high.
I touched on it, but
we're okay
I
with
was
owning
like,
it.
yeah, it's
if
on the longer
growing
term
at
downtrend.
50%.
Just there was no volume with it.
Now, obviously, we know that the growth can't stay.
I'm gonna grab this
sustainable
peanut butter
like
jelly
that,
sandwich
but for
real quick.
what's
I just want
happening
to
now,
say
we're in
thank
the
you guys.
very, very early innings of
be
this
right back.
AI
Be
boom.
right back. Stay safe,
and,
gang. Stay safe.
We may have another 12 to 18 or 24 months of very strong growth for some of these companies. And so we have to take that into mind. We also have to look at the price that we're paying. We have to look at things like free cash flows and quality.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, understood. And I just put in Nikola just to see, because remember all the hype about that one? It was so exciting, and it's less than $1. Rivian, when it first came out, people were first of all, I don't give stock advice, but people would ask me at parties, you think I should get Rivian? And all I say is, a lot of the traders I know don't jump into IPOs. They wait and try and get some more data, historical data. I mean, I just, I don't want to give advice one way or another. I don't want to be wrong, certainly, and it's not my job. That's not what I'm qualified for. So, Logan, when you look at some of these names that have come public, Reddit, the Trump DJT yesterday, which soared almost 60% in trading. It finished up about 15-16%. Do you think that these are meme stocks, maybe, or no? You have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of a wait and see. I mean, there's definitely some news headlines, and maybe that is part of the definition of a meme stock is like, what is the news driving for retail investors? And I think DJT is obviously one of them that has had some volatility and is going to continue. And on both sides, you have the short buyers, short squeeze going on one side and people that are buying shorts on the other. So there's a lot of things that are happening on stocks, names like that. I think what we're focused on is similar to what Jim is saying is, okay, the semiconductor space and AI might be a proxy for what the rest of the market is doing, where you have a market that has had a couple of really big companies, NVIDIA, AMD, that have done really, really well. But some of the things under the surface, like your small cap companies, have not done as well. So maybe not touching some of these Truth Socials or some of the names out there that are really meme stocks, but finding the small cap areas in a place that's worked like AI that also has value. So I'm talking about a company like AI, the ticker, not just AI, or an AMCR that is a small cap company that has value underlying, but is in a space that could have momentum and movement moving forward.
Yeah, I see in your notes, you said you like C3 AI, and you just mentioned the other one, AMCR. Thank you both so much. It's been great to see you both here.
All right, I'm going to take this thing down real quick.
Today at 67.64, up another 16%. So it's a wild ride, guys. Logan Gilland, Jim Warden, thank you. Thank you, friends, for being with me here on Trading 360. Download our free Schwab Network app in the Apple App Store. 24/7, it's available to you. I'm Nicole Petalides. I'll see you at 2 o'clock for the watch list. Keep it right here. Fast Market is next.
I don't know why they
Schwab
said beyond.
Bank
This thing ain't
Investor
moving
Checking,
at all.
the checking account built for investors. Named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 5 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you. With no monthly service fees or account minimums. Unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide. No overdraft fees. And enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
It's time to look forward.
Find the next trend.
Really good.
From every click to every tick.
There's no fear of missing out on next-gen investing.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Wow.
Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. He's Alex Coffey. I'm Jenny Horn. Join us for Next Gen Investing.
1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
Welcome to Schwab Network.
daily live exclusive content tailored to today's investors.
Broadcasting 24/7 from our studios in Chicago.
And from the heart of Wall Street at the New York Stock Exchange.
Up to the minute market insights.
Example trades and stock-specific analysis featuring the smartest minds in the business.
No politics.
No noise.
Analysis ahead of the biggest events for the economy.
From bell to bell and beyond.
Watch live
and on demand.
24/7,
All right, so
7 days a week.
It says here a bat
SchwabNetwork.com.
infestation, postponed surgeries, and unpaid bills, hospital chain
Available
prices.
anytime, anywhere.
On
Last
any
spring, a
device
nurse
for
found a
free.
live bat clinging to a current in intensive care.
Schwab Network
in
empowering
Florida's
every investor and trader
Rockledge
every
Regional
market
Medical
day.
Center. Damn, she's kind of cute, bro. Even for being as old as she is, she's not that old, but
Binge watch the market with Schwab Network.
damn,
Tune in
she's
24
old
hours a day,
sexy.
7 days a week
Anyway,
on SchwabNetwork.com
Stewart Healthcare
and
System,
on
which
all of
operates
your favorite streaming services.
the hospital brought
Schwab
in a
Network
pest control
available
company which
anytime,
discovered another
anywhere,
3,000
on
or so
any
Brazilian
device for free. Schwab Network.
free-tailed and evening bats in the building. That's been a known issue, said retired nurse from Norway who used to see bats in the hospital stairwell. 3,000, gang. 3,000. 3,000. That's insane. That is insane.
The market with Schwab Network.
Which one is
24 hours a day, 7
Well,
days
good
a week
afternoon,
on
traders, and welcome to Fast Market here on the Schwab
all of
Network.
your
I'm Tom
favorite
White. We got a great
streaming
lineup for you today, including discussions
Schwab
and
Network
option
available
strategies in
anytime,
a
anywhere.
retail
Hold on, I'm trying to pause. I want to see what's going
Amazon,
on
which has
where.
rallied about 17% so far this year and is near 2-year highs, and Lowe's, which has pulled back.
I think this thing is behind. Yeah, that one's behind. So let me do this. CNBC Europe. Hey. That's cool. I can dig that. Alright, let me go back. What do you guys want to listen to? You guys want to listen to Schwab? I might go make another tuna fish sandwich. I'm sorry. So, you know, I kind of got to eat sometimes. Just sometimes. I don't have to eat all the
leading
time.
to the upside is those small caps, the Russell 2000 up 1.2% on the day.
Is that
To help me
thunder?
break down this market action, I'll bring in my co-host Kevin Hinks.
I think I got
Kevin,
thunder,
when you look
y'all.
at the
Hopefully
market
I don't have
action
a
today,
storm
one thing
coming.
that stuck
There
out
was
to
a
me,
storm yesterday, I
Magnificent
think, in
Seven,
Texas and stuff,
most
so
of
it
them
wouldn't
are
surprise
down,
me if there is a
except for
storm coming
Apple
this
and Tesla.
afternoon.
Those are the weakest two of the Magnificent Seven. Now we're seeing
Let's see
sort of
here.
this
Let me look at the weather
rotation
station real
out of the
quick.
Nvidias and the Microsofts into these names that have been underperforming.
And how's the volume, guys? Let me know in chat how the volume is. If you need it
Yes.
up or down.
Early this morning, Morning Trade Live, Oliver Rennick started our discussion off with, what are you looking at? I said, failed rallies. That's what I'm looking
crazy.
We talked about that on the
3,000
future
bats
show
in the
today.
damn hospital.
The Russell
That's
2000
wild.
S&P 500, the last 3 days, you start off strong, fade into the close.
And if you're bullish this market right now, you don't want up openings and failed rallies.
That's
That
not-
is
Right.
not planting the sentiment of a
Yeah.
bullish tone on this market. It opens up, closes down. Yet yesterday it was extremely weak at the end of the day.
Right.
What
Right.
happens? Kind of a knee-jerk rally to start the day and another failed
That's what I
rally.
was saying this morning.
Now, 3 of the 4 indices are still up.
Yeah.
But they're not up where they were, and the NASDAQ
But
is
I,
down. And
but
as
I
you
like
know,
the Dow
the
being
NASDAQ has
up,
been
kind of,
quite
and it did
influential
lead the past
in-
couple months. I felt like it's been leading
today's
us
stock
higher.
market. So
Yeah.
And the Qs
it's
have been
certainly
lagging
worth watching.
with
but
Bitcoin
yeah,
and
Tesla's
Coin
firm,
and MSTR.
Apple's up
You know,
significantly.
I
and,
guess
yeah, things
you know
are
also
interesting here,
leading, but
failed rallies
Right.
is what people should be watching.
Yeah, I mentioned that to Ben Lichtenstein this morning on the
Yep.
Future Show. I go, this isn't good for market sentiment when you start seeing failed rallies towards
Rather
the end
have
of
it
the
go the other way. You'd
Exactly.
rather have it open down and rally.
And strength
Much
into the close.
healthier.
Yep.
Yeah.
But then
It's
again,
profit-taking. It's
SP 500 still less than 1% below its all-time high. So
yeah, guys,
even though we've had some
it looks like I
weakness
got
over the
some
last
rain
3
and
days
storms
in
coming.
the
I knew
benchmark
it.
S&P
I had a
500,
feeling.
it's still right near all-time highs.
Basic,
but one of
you
the
might be
big
getting
names
it
that we
too,
just
bro.
mentioned that's
I'm not
actually
sure where
positive
you
today,
are.
up over 1% is Apple. Let's bring in Jenny Horn,
but
markets correspondent here. Jenny,
I got
help
some
us figure
thunder.
this one
What I
out
think
because
is thunder. I'm pretty sure it was
headlines
thunder.
for Apple have been negative. We've talked about this stock repeatedly over the last couple of weeks. Negative headlines, but at the same time, it's basically flat on the week. It's making some inroads the last couple of days.
And as what we've seen from Apple as of late, now continuing to be the inverse of the S&P 500 as shares have held on to a 1.5% gain today. So it's amazing to me the way that actually we've been able to perform across the four major indices, even without Apple's strength at all. I think that's been somewhat of a phenomenon this year as NVIDIA has become the new Apple as far as the proxy to the S&Ps. But news we got wasn't positive, to your point, Tom, is that the China market in terms of iPhone sales continues to contract. We saw iPhone shipments decline about 33% year over year in the month of February and about 56% month to month to track at around 2.4 million units in the month. But the decline in February does put now their year-to-date decline in iPhone units at around 37% year over year in China. Now, JP Morgan did point to this data in the broader market in relation to the sell-in volumes and the overall higher inventory in the channel and said that, well, the analysis of data limits concerns around iPhone share relative to domestic players like Huawei. It does raise concerns about the sustainability of the sequential recovery for the China market that was evidenced through 2023 per this analyst at JP Morgan. They maintain an overweight rating on Apple, but I thought that was interesting. They actually don't see iPhones losing as much market share as perhaps we would have thought. It's just overall weakness in that space. But there is a lot of thinking that the story with Apple and China right now, it's not so much about Apple and China as it is the U.S. and China. We have this ongoing back and forth between geopolitical tensions, the chip trade right now, as well as the fact that China's not happy about the U.S. potentially banning TikTok. So all this being said, there's a lot of the analysts that are digesting the news today that says overall geopolitical tensions need to ease and then the story for Apple improves. I think this is a little bit more concerning, though, than some of the news we talked about with the DOJ and this antitrust out of the EU, because 22% of their sales roughly is derived from China, and we know that over 50% of the Apple sales is the iPhone. So this is more of a story where I could understand actually the pressure, and go figure, to my own analysis, we're up today. So I don't really understand it at all. We continue to see one of their most lucrative markets falling behind, and that to me definitely matters for big picture here.
Jenny, this is bad timing because a day and a half of trading, and then we go into the Easter holiday. I don't care that much yet about this. I'm losing interest in not only these slow markets, but in Apple in particular. But Jenny, is that Tom just made a statement to start the show that they're selling the high-flying Magnificent Sevens and buying Tesla and Apple, which are the underperforming Magnificent Sevens. Is it as simple as that?
You know, I saw a note that actually highlighted exactly that. The underappreciated of the Mag 7 now are coming back into light. I mean, possibly. Tesla has also its own slew of headlines as always, and it seems like we are able to shake those off pretty easily. I think also Apple's chart, to give it credit, looks a lot better on a year-to-date basis than Tesla's does. I mean, we're only down 10.5% this year, which is a bit better than what we're seeing from Tesla, which is down at this point now almost 28% on the year. But I do think there is the thinking that we've seen this cycle run through. We've seen these bottoms, we've seen this weakness, and somehow both of these companies are able to claw back. So I'm on board for that optimism. I just don't know if the iPhone story, especially in China, is one we're done talking about yet. I think that's going to be a continual headache.
Yeah, that's still 20% of their revenue. And Tim Cook just made that trip over there. He's saying they're coming out with the VR headset over there. So we'll have to wait and see. But I think it's a positive sign, the fact that even with the most of the Magnificent Seven down, that the market's not down that much. So rotation into small caps, some of the Dow blue chip names.
Here's the problem.
Yeah.
With the market at or near all-time highs, if the market corrects, are they going to buy Apple, sell the market? Probably not.
They might. I mean, Apple most likely would get dragged down with the overall market.
It'd have to. It's still the largest weighted stock in the S&P. It'd have to, right?
Yeah, possibly. We'll wait and see. Thanks to Jenny Horn, markets correspondent here, breaking down Apple for us. But now let's bring in Nick Theodorakis, Managing Director of Market Risk at Charles Schwab. Nick, I wanted to get your take here. As I just kind of mentioned, we've had some weakness so far this week, and the S&P 500 down 3 days in a row, but it's still less than 1% off its all-time highs. Is this probably what the market needed after the rally since the October lows? Is that people aren't getting out of the market; they're just kind of rotating at this point.
This is not exactly the meaningful pullback I think we spoke about last week, guys. This is, just a little calm here, which I think is healthy. Right? I mean, you can't just have straight line rally with no entry point for anybody. So I think you have to see these pullbacks, and I think personally it's very healthy to see, the selling a little bit or pause in these big names and some different sectors, carrying some of the weight here. And I think with oil trending back lower, you think, market kind of dispersion, you get some different names in play. Some of those sort of energy benefits we got to the inflationary story went away a little bit last month, but have calmed a bit here. I think it's a pretty nice setup right now for the broader market, and you want to see more participation, right? I think we've talked about this a lot from a risk standpoint, where such a top-heavy market is just a dangerous thing, and I think having that sort of unwind a little bit, just a tad, not a ton, right? Just a little bit, and seeing that dispersion is a great thing.
To that point, up for the quarter. I mean, quarter ends tomorrow on the holiday shortened week, Kevin. This month, all the markets are up pretty significantly. So the rally's been broad-based, but I wanted to kind of hit on the Russell 2000, which is, making some ground today. Still, that 2100 level for the Russell 2000 has not cracked that level in over a year, and it seems to be a little bit of resistance at this point.
This is not one sector either of the Russell dominating. This is broad rally in the Russell today. There is green across the board in the Russell 2000. Now, I think a lot of it has to do with banks and financials. A big portion of the Russell 2000. You see that in the banks and financials in the S&P 500. They've had a great quarter. Why? I think it's because stable interest rates. Bankers, some like low, some like high, but they all like stable interest rates that they can do their business and not have to worry about volatility. I think that's really helping a lot of these financials. So then you look at, this is a broad domestic stocks, and the strength there today, pretty impressive, actually.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Nick, because I was looking at the S&P 500 financial sector within the major index. It's just off all-time highs that it hit a few days ago. And is that more of a reflection, not of their business, but almost maybe the wealth effect with the stock markets at or near all-time highs, that the financials are doing well in an environment where, hey, loan growth isn't there. Maybe their balance sheets are a lot better. Is that a good reflection maybe of the economic environment we're in?
I think so. The wealth effect is absolutely real. Even in sort of the checking and savings applications, right? There's higher yielding products now, so people are seeing their balances grow, and rates are still high relative to rates are outpacing inflation at this point, I guess is the right way to really say that. So the wealth effect just from a simple interest rate product is
what kind of deals we could come up with. I might start looking at some homes here.
Story.
MRK,
and I don't think any of the losses that banks are reserving for, those loan loss reserves are coming to fruition
it's
yet.
Doing
so
pretty well today.
Similar to the recessionary story that keeps getting kicked down the road, guys. I mean, there just haven't been losses realized by these banks in terms of loan defaults, and that helps a lot. Stable is good, right? I guess is what the summary there is, right? When you don't hear about.
I don't know if you guys wanted to watch that or not. If you guys do, I can throw it back on. Y'all just let me know. But I want to find some properties. I'm glad that, what's his name? I'm glad Chris brought that up yesterday. I'm glad Chris brought that up. CZOO. Did you see this? You see MPW this morning? Oh, that's not that big of a... I mean, it's a nice move. I guess it looks bigger than what it really is. I don't know how this thing is going higher with freaking something about 3,000 bats. The hospital evacuated the floor. The bat removal workers came in last fall. Rent something. America sued Stewart for $1.6 million of allegedly unpaid bills, including $936,320 for the bat removal. Yo, they charged them almost $1 million to remove the bats. That's crazy. He said, I'm gonna get my lick. He said, this is it. This is my lick. I mean, you're talking 3,000 bats. I mean, but you're also talking $1 million. I mean, I guess when you're talking commercial money, hey man, like, when has there ever been a bill for $1 million? Like, I mean, I guess if like, you know, you got a McLaren Senna or something, you're like, yo, I want all this, that done. I don't even think that bill is going to be $1 million. $936,000 was the bill to remove 3,000 bats. Shit. That's crazy. Store which operates 31 hospitals, blah, 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 in a deep cash crunch. So I guess this is a REIT here. And what's funny, MPT spokesman Drew, blah, blah. I'll have to read that later. I'm going to read that later. But it's funny because if this thing is a dividend play, which I want to say that it is because I feel like it's a REIT. Which, man, this might be a good buy, guys. You know, I don't want to just like hopelessly say like, hey, you know, this might be a good buy down here with, you know, 15 cents, 15, 29, 30, you know, 30 cents on $3. Was that 10%? But look, here's what I'm getting at, right? Look at Verizon. Rallying. Also, doing the same thing. It's like, I wonder if right now we're seeing the transfer of money. And, right? Look, it's going into Verizon. Right? AT&T. Same thing. Right? All these, and I know AT&T said that they were going to just try and turn themselves into like a non-dividend but a growth stock. Look at Simon's Property. I forget what that is. Let's see if Simmons. Simon Property Group. Yeah, this thing's rallying too. PP? PP? Yo, my dude really just did this. My dude really made the fucking ticker PP. Are you serious? When will NVIDIA take its ass to it? I don't know, man. It can't go fast enough, Trev. That motherfucker need to go do its thing right now. I don't know who NVIDIA thinks it is, but it needs to just go on and stop bullshitting and go right to 1,000. NVIDIA should get there. Listen, the only thing that would stop it from getting there, I think right now, Trev, being real, being honest with you, I think you have some issues with profit takers right now. So I think that's the first thing that's happening. The second, I mean, you were 25. Here's what you have to remember. There's a couple things real quick. Number one, from $950 to like $1,000.20, there is going to be a brick wall, just like a whole onslaught of just sell orders lined up right up in there. You got that first move up in it, and look, you notice how it couldn't go? It couldn't move. Like, it wasn't being that volatile. Usually it puts in $20 moves and stuff, but it's just sitting here. It can't move because there's so many orders that are from like $950 to $1,020. You're going to have sell orders all up through there. Maybe you might have some buy orders. It may not get to 1,000. This $975 could have been the 1,000. You know, $20 away versus $1,000. You know, so I think the only problem that you might not get there would be earnings. If you go to earnings and that growth really starts to pull back, right? Like you have done more than 100% the past few quarters. You know what I'm saying? If you go to NVIDIA and you look at their earnings, you'll see, like even just looking here, right? Even just looking here, 516, $4, 2.7, right? You see from that quarter to this quarter, there was just about 100% growth for the most part, EPS. And then this one was 50%. So you can already start to see that drawback in the amount of growth, the amount of growth, like the inflation of the growth. But anyway, and look, from $1, you're talking $1 to $5 in a year, in a half, in 8, or in 1 year, in 4 quarters. You have 5 times the revenue. So that's pretty big. Just hope that there's not like a bad quarter. I think NVIDIA can get there in the next within the next 3 to 6 months. I mean, I don't know what could happen tomorrow. Russia could fire a freaking rocket, or Ukraine could fire a rocket the wrong way and land in Europe, and we have some stupid shit happening. Or China could just decide to invade Taiwan tonight. Something stupid could happen that it doesn't really quite get there. But again, if none of that does happen, I think the 20-day moving average, I think you'll know real quick. Like right now, I would be a buyer. Why? I know it's at highs, blah, blah, blah. Not for long term, but look. Look at that. Look what happened the last time you pulled back into the 20-day moving average. You just, whoop, gapped up. Right? Gapped up. So, same thing here. Boop, right up off of it. Boop. I don't expect that to change just yet. The Dow is pulling back. That sucks. Man, the market's pulling back, guys, so I think it's going to be tough. We got to hold, man. I want to see the Dow hold. I want to see the Dow hold this level here. I want to see it pull back 394 and go higher. Because we could be in for more, like, forget the upside. Like, we could be in for some downside trending. I don't know if this is profit taking in front of PCE. Just, you know what I mean? Just watch yourselves out there, because something could happen. Anything can happen at any moment. But, I mean, I just want to say, I want to thank y'all for the likes. I do. If we get to 10 likes today, I'm probably myself. Think I'm joking. What else do you guys want to look at? Let me ask you a question, Joe. When do you think it can get there? When do you think it can get to 1,000? Me personally, I'm gonna consider that 975 pretty much 1,000 in my book. You know what I mean? When you look at some of these equities and prices, you understand that it's usually an area. It's not going to be to a penny. But look, see, there's a pullback. This is a good sign here. You put in the low. Now let's see if this is going to be our higher low. And that's why I said this could be a good spot to take NVIDIA to 1,000 because of what the SPY and some of these other stocks are doing. You know, we didn't quite get there to the double top, but we broke below a level, and then we break back above it, and we pulled back down to the, like, this level is the one I'm talking about. Right here, you break it, we bounce back. We bounced all the way back to yesterday's high. That's crazy. And then bang. So, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if we sold off. I wouldn't be surprised if we start to grind higher now. I don't know, though, man. I think we need a good PCE. I don't know if the markets are done because, like, now you have... Here's what could set this off, Trev. Yes, exactly. I know. It's crazy, though, man. It's crazy that... And you have Powell talking Friday, by the way, too. Powell is also going to be talking Friday around 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock. So even other people in the other countries won't be able to play with it. So look what happened to ARM yesterday. So you got a little bit of insight on institutional selling yesterday. Now, weirdly, I've been watching ARM right here. Last Thursday, last Friday, I brought up ARM because of this resistance level that it felt like it was making its support. And we started to grind higher. Yesterday, I brought up ARM and said, okay, we're at the top of this range. Like, according to ARM is still up at highs. So I look at semiconductors and I see them as like each semiconductor, not each one, but like there are groups of semis, right? You have ARM, which is like a blueprint. You have NVIDIA, which is the king. You have like Taiwan Semiconductors. You have ASML, which like they do different things. One may make the metal for it. The other one has like the blueprints for it. You know what I'm saying? There's just each company does different things, and some people may not understand that. They think that they just all make chips, right? They're not all like AMD or Intel, right? There's different stuff. Like ARM provides for AMD, Intel, Taiwan Semiconductor. They rent out what they come up with, right? As far as the blueprint, and then they make it. Or another company makes it, and then they just stamp an AMD product on it. Whatever. Anyway, I saw ARM yesterday, and out of nowhere, I go back, and the stock is down here. I'm like, yo, what the flip? Because I was watching AMD, NVIDIA, SMC. I was just keeping my eye on semiconductors, because if semiconductors have taken us here, there's two things. Semiconductors, and I think the other one that nobody's talking about is banks that helped get us to where we are. Because I guarantee you, if we had any decent bank talk about raising money, this market would start to sell off. Where is the semiconductors there? Why isn't the semiconductor holding it up? It must not be that important. I think there's a little thing here on the side that nobody's talking about, and that's Silvergate, First Republic and stuff, that this bank term lending program just ended. And we've been talking about it for months. We're like, let's see what happens about 5 to 6 months, maybe 8 months, however long it takes. Let's just see if something starts to happen. So I've been watching 5-year credit spreads, CDSs. I've been watching the 5-year CDSs on all the banks, whether it's Barclays, UBS. I just go online at night and I see where they trade. You can do it on CNBC, and they're starting to rise, right? Like the risk, when the CDSs start to rise, then they become a little bit more riskier. But when you start to notice some of these other banks that are more riskier than others, that's where we want to look to for potential opportunity. Credit Suisse, guys, I was on that before a lot of people were, and they're talking about the Saudis buying it, this, that, the third. Well, they're only going to buy it at a lower price. All right, when an asset is stressed, they're going to buy it at stressed levels, right? In order to take on, like, there has to be a benefit of taking on that problem. Like, hey, I'm about to foreclose on my house. Can you please buy it from me right now? You're like, right now? I can do it right now, but you're going to have to like meet me you know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to meet somewhere. You're not gonna probably pay what they want, but you might pay them enough to get them out of jail, and you still have a spread that you can cover and make your money. Or you just, you're gonna get it at a good price and you're gonna own it. So when something happens to a company and you guys you hear when people come out to say they're gonna buy it, you gotta understand that, when there's a company or a bank or something, an asset is distressed, they're going to buy it at distressed levels. They're not going to pay up. They're going to pay down. Okay. So I think that you have some things that could come down the wire, maybe, with regional banks and stuff. There are talks about, they've been saying this for 8 months, where you have a whole bunch of commercial real estate that's going to have to flip. Some companies are going to have to flip. And I've said this, where is that interest rate level, and where is it and when is it that the Fed needs to be at in order to keep to keep a soft landing? Because if rates are still at 5.5 and next week we start talking about banks again, like, oh shit, we just got a bank talking about raising money, and then another one comes out and we're still at 5.5%. Shit, you still got that lag effect to worry about. We're still at 5, and we're going right back to where we were last year at this time. And you just ended the program, and it's only been not even a month. It's only been 3 weeks. So I think semiconductors and banks, in my opinion, because if we have banks that start to show up, some regionals, this market will pull back. And then you can't say that it's AI that brought us here. It's more than AI that brought us here. It's AI, and it was the bank term lending program which brought financial conditions down to just about an all-time low. And what's crazy is they're still going lower. They're still going lower. Look at this. Like, this is what, if you guys don't look at this stuff, you have to. At least this is the S&P, in the inverse S&P. This is the low on the S&P right here. And that's the rally. Look at that. It just falls. What did we do? We just rallied. I thought here we were putting in at the end of January, when we started to curl up here in February, I thought that we were going to start going to the upside. But we just made a new low. I'm like, what the hell? So I got to remain bullish for a little bit. For a little bit. I mean, where would this thing go? Would it go, like, if I were to draw something, maybe it's trying to get to 0.6. And where are we? We're at 0.56. So we're almost... Shit, I can't see it. Can't see it. I wish I could see the... I wish they gave me like a cursor so I could see exactly where we are. But, you know, I think that's where we're headed. Because if you look at Fed funds rate, right? If you look at Fed funds rate, you'll see... Oh my gosh. Come on now. I knew this was going to happen. I knew this was going to happen. Here we go. Wow, we might have a little bit. Yeah, we got a little bit more to go. If you look at the Fed funds rate, here's the other part to this why I think we could go higher. So we have a bear case and a bull case. The bear case right now, I don't really have one. So, you know, like, what would a bear case be for me to say that semiconductors and other things have to pull back? The only thing I have is ARM, the Saudi. Sorry, I didn't see your comment. I'm sorry, buddy. Is ARM, right? With them taking profit. Does that mean other institutions are going to see this and start to take profit too? I said pre-market today. I said, guys, give it a couple days. It could be a week. But let's see if ARM hangs out and holds at the highs and starts, if semiconductors can start climbing again, and then wait for them to step back in at a higher price when nobody's looking. Just randomly, boop. But we'll be ready because we'll be looking for it. And we're just sitting back here waiting to pounce. Because this is them paying us. When they do shit like this, this is them being able to pay us. That's free money. That's a lot of money for free. And if we just if we do not forget about it, they've showed it to us once. They showed it to us twice. It took them 12 days to do this again from when they did it last. So if we don't forget about it, and semiconductors kind of just grind higher, you know, that's so. But anyway, get back to the point is like, are we going to start seeing? Are we seeing profit taking for no damn reason? Financial conditions are at their lows. Like, there's no real reason to pull back. The Fed literally just said that they are done with the balance sheet runoff. They're pretty much done with it, and it makes sense because the low, the Fed's balance sheet just pulled back to the previous high, so it makes sense. So that's all bullish. Like, I could not be bearish in scenarios like this. Oh wow, like you're going to help with liquidity now too? Oh shit. Because you saw what taking adding, we saw what adding liquidity did. People don't think about what happens when you take it away. Now, where is my freaking Fed balance sheet, John? I know I have it here. Where's it at? Oh my God. I want Fred. baby. Oh my gosh.
They haven't made the structural changes they needed to make, and the stock went down and reflected that. As recently as 2 weeks ago, is at 100.
All right, that's not what I wanted to look at. It's not it.
And what got me back in the stock is for the first time, Sundar, in apologizing about the launch of Gemini.
You know what? Wait, you know what? I'm going to go right here. So look at that, right? So if you guys see here, you guys can see this pivot high, right? And look where we're at. We've gotten pretty much right almost to it. We're almost to it. And I think that's why Powell said we're going to start to look. They've already started. I think this is your low right here on their balance sheet. They're going to even this thing out at about 7 trillion. And that's okay. Let them do what they want. But me personally, I like and love and live off of volatility. So the sooner they start like easing things down, that's why we're seeing volatility get crushed. S&P downgraded outlooks on a few banks today. Oh no, yeah. CRE. Is that Credit Suisse? Critical elements? No. CRE issue. Oh, CRE issue. I got you. I'm sorry. No, I can see why, man. Wait, listen. Since we started this, since I started this, I've been trying to help people kind of understand that, like, the Fed has really helped this rally, believe it or not. Instead of doing what they said, they've done the opposite because there was a banking issue, and having to help those banks means you don't have banks shutting down, closing down, and runs on banks. You can have a run on banks, but they're not going to shut down because the Fed's got their back. The Fed did say, I will say this, not the Fed, but Jerome Powell himself said that it would be okay if a few banks failed and didn't come back. That would be okay. So that's telling you right there that they're not going to step in and save everyone when it comes down to some of these regionals. STOK is. I'm getting ready to crack open my Red Bull. So I think that's important. I'm going to cover some of the news. We got what's his name on today.
The jury's out on it. I would put it in the bucket of a trade that we hope to turn into an investment. But we still need to see those changes, and we need to see, how this evolves.
I'm lucky everybody on the show with me today here on the desk owns Alphabet, right? So what do you think about Brad Gerster getting back into this name here?
I think that there has been, and it's interesting because about a month ago, Steve knows this, I said, well, I think technically you need to own some puts against what looked like a breakdown in Alphabet, but it's endured a significant amount of negative news, and price did not fall concurrent with that negative news.
Oh my God,
that's
guys.
a classic
Moderna's at
indication.
111.
The
I
stock has
fucking
found
knew
its
it, bro.
right
They're
price
at
point. People are
$2.
beginning to rebuild positions.
Oh my gosh.
I like the buy. Obviously,
I knew
it's
it.
a
I
name
was right.
that is in my portfolio.
They got
so I'm
me.
happy that it's
That
moving
was the
higher, but I
market
think it's
sneaking me
one
out of
the
that
names
position,
of the
y'all.
Mag 7 in 2024
Damn, and y'all,
that is ultimately going to outperform.
I should have added. We could have got those calls for 40 cents. They're in the money.
Stock that was selling at a
They're in
discount
the
to the market
money.
multiple. Everyone was
I
talking
feel,
about
bro.
how they had blown
Look
the
at
whole
this,
Gemini
man.
launch, and of course they did. However,
I knew it, bro.
This is
I
a company that's
fucking
been
knew
working
it.
on AI for a decade. And
I
they
still made
dominate
money
search.
off of the
There's
trade,
no
but
reason to believe that they can't maintain their dominance of search. And they're one of the largest companies in the world in terms of revenue. And they have a huge profit margin. It just was, gang up on Alphabet. And
That's
we
crazy,
were
bro.
defending it, and I'm glad to
That's
see
crazy.
it behaving better.
What are they
I'm
at now?
curious when we get back
Look,
to
they're in the
Brad,
money.
how he's feeling about his
They're in the
Meta
money.
stock, because
That's
one
wild,
that
bro.
we've owned all the way from,
That's
the
wild.
time
You
it
could have got
was
in these guys for
in the
anybody that's just
high
here.
80s, 90, and it became our biggest position by quite a lot.
I
and
got
we
long
felt
this at
that
43
we needed to
or
trim a little
53
bit, and I'm
cents
wondering
was
how
my
he feels about that.
Brad, why
was
don't you
my
answer
limit
that?
order, my fill. And it went all the way down to the high 30s,
I don't think
low
dominance in search
40s.
at Google translates into dominance in consumer chatbot and generative
at
AI, but we
$2.
can come back to that later. As it pertains
$2
to Meta, listen,
fucking I
this
should've
company
just
was
held
hated
it.
18 months
I
ago.
should have just
traded,
held
think,
it,
as low
but
as 6 to
with a
7 times
weekly
earnings.
option,
Today, it's
I
at
had
22
to
times
just
earnings,
take my
right
profits because they
closer
gave
to
it
the
to
market
me
multiple, but
because
I
I
think they're
sat and was
outperforming the
down.
market.
all
I think
morning.
they're firing
I
on all
sat
cylinders.
down for over an hour,
You know,
and I'm just
what
bleeding
people don't
money.
understand is this
So,
is a founder-led business.
they knew what
They're
they were
all
doing,
still in their
yo.
late 30s.
Oh, you're good,
you know,
man.
I call them
You're
in
good.
animal mode. It is
You're all right.
incredible the work that's being done over there.
Fucking crazy.
They've,
Excuse
you
my
know,
language.
they've
I don't
really
mean to
started
cuss
to
like
get
that.
efficient around reality labs and double and triple down on AI. I think most people probably saw
Well,
on
it's a
Twitter,
good call, though.
You know, Zuck
It's a good
posted
call. It
a
makes me
picture
feel good
last
that I
night
know
of
I
he
was
and Jensen
right.
Together.
Maybe it'll help me for the next
you know,
trade.
We know that they're one of the largest consumers
I thought that
of
this was a
H100s and
decent catalyst
presumably
to
of
get.
Blackwell chips here in the future.
I thought
that will
Moderna
allow
was
them
setting
to
up
train the
nice.
next generation
Add
of
on
open
Kathy
models.
Woods.
I'm thrilled they're committed to open sourcing Llama. It's going to be the frontier
Add
open
on
source
Kathy
model.
Woods
and
and
they
ARK
have the
buying
place
more
that
of it.
You can apply
You know,
all of this AI.
separate news. Like, I just thought that I could get a nice little rally out of this, and that's what happened. And that was the level I was looking for. I still think there's more left on this thing, but I ain't paying for the 110s. Like, that's gone. You'd have to catch me at the see, even the 115s. I feel like you could have got these 115s probably for like a penny.
What are they going to do?
Because what I wrote down this morning on Moderna was a 109 110 long to 113 14 or a 113 85 114 rejection, like where you don't break out to that high, which was that dotted line right there. And
for a lot of the under 34s
let's see what these were going
who
for.
consume all of this content.
How are you gaming the whole TikTok?
Yeah, I'm with
saga
you, bro.
out?
I am too.
And to make sure you're still an owner in ByteDance, correct?
I mean, I'm not. I mean, I can't say that I'm going to sit on my hands. I am going to just like,
ByteDance for almost a decade when it was
you
a little
know,
Chinese company called Toutiao.
I'm going to just look around and see if something pops up. See if I can't trade it from now and into tomorrow or something.
And so,
even though
you know,
we have
if
PCE.
I think that this company is violating the
Wait,
rules
today's
of laws
Wednesday,
in the United
right?
States and
Yeah,
are
we have
willing
one
to,
more day. Tomorrow,
comply
the
with
market's
rule
open
of law,
tomorrow.
then it should be banned.
We have one more day.
You know, I just think the only tension I have in this argument is that I want to be better than China. I actually want to give companies due process and follow our own rule of law in terms of how that process unfolds. But clearly, the House has passed this piece of legislation.
Let me drink this water and get
the
this
Senate's
Red Bull
taken it
cracked
up. It looks
open.
like at the moment
So
the
yeah,
Senate
like
is
I
going to
thought,
slow
guys,
roll
we could have got this
and
thing
consider
for
their own
10
legislation,
cents,
but
8
let's play this
cents.
out. If they say that they have to sell the business, maybe
went up to
they spin
50.
TikTok US to US shareholders and figure out a way to sell the business. But maybe the Chinese government blocks that. If the Chinese government blocks it, then it will get banned. If it gets banned, that'll be beneficial to Meta.
I will say
But
this,
let's put in
I was
context what banning it means to ByteDance.
pretty happy with myself the way I
Over 90%
handled
of
that trade.
ByteDance's revenues occur outside the United States, and over 100% of their profits occur outside the United States. So the consequence to shareholders of ByteDance is that ByteDance will go public in a year or two on the Hong Kong exchange. It just won't include TikTok US. This is not devastating, you know, to ByteDance as a company, but it does deprive 150 million, you know, Americans who like to go to TikTok for their content. They're choosing. I don't use it, you know, to consume all of my content, but my kids do, and I don't ban it, you know, for them. Although many of my friends have made the case to me that I should. So that's my view. That, you know, there's a reasonably high probability that this will be either a forced sale. If the forced sale is blocked, that means there's a reasonably high probability that this will be banned. I think that would be unfortunate, but I'm also a realist. And if that happens, I suspect the company will go on and, you know, like I said, IPO without TikTok US, and that a lot of those users or all those users will move over to Instagram Reels, which will be great for Meta, and some of those users will go to YouTube Shorts, which will be good for Google.
Joe has a question for you about another Chinese tech company.
I do, Brad, and I'm a big believer that investing in e-commerce outside of the U.S. is a tremendous opportunity. Full disclosure, we have ownership of Coupang, South Korea, and Mercado Libre, but China was the area years ago where I focused on Pinduoduo. Now PDD Holdings was a name that I invested in. I'm no longer there. Very curious
PDD
how
was
you're
down
thinking
today.
about a lot of these Chinese e-commerce names, if you think they found the trough, and if we could include China in the theory and thesis.
It's so hard to invest in China.
And if you're still an investor in that name that he mentioned.
Yeah, so we're actually an investor in all three names he mentioned. We're an investor in Coupang and Mercado Libre, both of which we like a lot. But, you know, PDD, we've had to trade around our exposure there for all the reasons that I just mentioned. I mean, let's telescope out here for a second, really talk about what's going on. AI, you know, if you look at 20 years ago, technology really was not front and center in Washington, D.C. or in Beijing. Today it is. The economic Cold War, the front lines of the economic Cold War are AI, and they're based here in Silicon Valley. The U.S. government has banned NVIDIA chips, and now we're going after TikTok, and who knows? So I don't think it's not all surprising to me that Tim Cook and many others are in Beijing today meeting with Xi, because the response out of China would be, you know, some retaliatory actions on Apple in China or Tesla in China or many other U.S. companies in China. I happen to believe in global trade. I think it's one of the things that's pulled the world out of poverty and into prosperity. So I'm not celebrating that there's a new Cold War, an economic Cold War, an AI Cold War that's developing. She came here last fall, said, I don't want a hot war, I don't want a Cold War, I want a partnership. I hope that with whatever administration is elected this fall, that we can find our way to a tolerable partnership. I agree, we need to have a level playing field. I agree, we should not be allowing people to take U.S. data offshore and use it surreptitiously. But I don't think that means we need to be in the middle of a new Cold War with China.
I was just listening to him real quick.
And lastly, since we're talking about China, a company that's lost market share in China, a company that has continued to cut prices in large part because of lagging EV sales is Tesla, which you bought.
116, 128.
It's been a terrible performer, as you know. I mean, certainly the worst of the mega caps, if you want to still call it that, year to date. Why did you buy Tesla, Brad?
Well, Scott,
because it's down.
You start
Why
with
not?
Probably the best product engineer CEO on the planet.
Yeah, 125.
A stock that sold off a lot, right? And you know, when everybody else is negative about things, like negative on Google, negative on Tesla, that's when we start getting excited, particularly when they're run by a founder who's as extraordinary a product leader as Elon Musk. But there was a second catalyst, and a little plug here for my podcast, BG2 Pod with Bill Gurley. We went into this in depth 3 or 4 weeks ago, but Tesla, kind of when everybody else was asleep, launched full self-driving 12.
Yes.
This was their new generation of self-driving model on their car. I described it on Twitter as when I took a test ride in it as kind of a chat GPT moment. In fact, I think Michael Dell said something similar on Twitter. Why is that? Because they totally scrapped their prior deterministic models and have moved to an imitation learning model that really
Brad Kirshner's going to have an effect on it. I knew this thing was going to go higher. You got Kirshner talking about this? Shit.
So I think they're making massive progress at an accelerated
Wall
rate on
Wall Street's
FSD
listening.
12.
I'm going to say that right now.
He's now pushed that out for free to all Tesla
he
owners.
has some pull.
So that
Come
they
on,
get
app.
to sample, see what it feels like. If a meaningful or even just a small percentage of those agree to pay him $200 a month for FSD 12, all of a sudden this goes from razors to razor blades, right? Where people are paying for services. Think about that services transition at Apple that occurred in 2015, 2016, and it's the type of thing that other people can't easily copy. He's got 5 million robot cars on the road collecting data that's training this imitation model that makes it demonstrably better and almost impossible for all the traditional OEMs to replicate. So we like that for Tesla, but we also stipulate China's messy. You know, we think a lot of the negativity is priced in. We think they could miss their delivery numbers next week. So you got to, you know, this is not for the faint of heart. You have to size it appropriately. You have to be willing to buy more, you know, if the stock goes down. But betting on Elon Musk, particularly in the age of AI, where he is building market-leading AI and market-leading models around these cars, I think is a bit of a no-brainer.
We are going to leave it there. I appreciate you for being so generous with your time with us. We'll talk to you soon. Brad Gerstner, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me, guys.
All right. We will see you soon. All right, coming up. So Brad's not the only one making new moves. Surratt's made a couple. Weiss has made a couple. We'll detail them next.
NBC.
All right, we're back. I mentioned we have some committee moves to get through. Surratt, I'm coming to you here.
Oh, fuck.
So you have a
Sorry,
couple of
Abby was just
one
wanting
sale.
to,
You sold Accenture.
Abby was
I'll
wanting
leave you
to,
on that.
whatchamacallit,
7, 8 years.
get
Why
up in the
sell now?
window and wanted to get to eat
One
some
of the things
food.
that I liked about it
Alright,
was
so
they're helping companies
I'm
with
gonna go
AI, and
through
they basically said,
my
there's no really extra money
afternoon
in
list
budgets
here.
to do that.
See if we
So
can't
they
get
weren't
another
really
trade
getting
off
too
here
much
on the
of that.
weekend.
The stock's the 30 times earnings. It's done everything we wanted to do.
I'm gonna go through the news real quick.
The capital to work.
So you put some capital into, I mean, Weiss was talking about defense stocks.
Damn, this might be a scalp on
RTX,
Tesla.
right?
And you look at Raytheon, yeah, it's up 15% for the year, but year
What's
on year,
that level
it's flat.
right there
2
at
years it's
181?
down. 14 times earnings. They're fixing what's going on at Pratt & Whitney. It's a cash flow rich company and secular growth in defense.
Pratt
That's where
Whitney?
you want to
Is
be.
that what he
So
said?
cheap valuation, restructuring, doing the right things. I think you've got some runway here.
All right, I got some breaking news with Kate Rooney. We'll get back to you in a minute. But Kate, what do you have for us?
Hey there, Scott. So Amazon just announcing it will invest another $2.75 billion
I still-
in AI startup Anthropic. This comes as it looks for an edge in this new technology race. It follows Amazon's initial $1.25 billion check. This brings Amazon's total Anthropic investment to $4 billion. Amazon had said from the outset that it would invest up to that number. This
I
is
want to
Amazon's
see
largest
what,
outside investment ever. Rivian was the largest before this. It
I forgot
highlights
what I
this
was gonna
all-out
say.
spending blitz
I
we've seen
forgot
going
what I
on
was gonna
by the
say.
major cloud providers on AI. Even at $4 billion, Scott, Amazon is still a minority investor. They don't have a seat on Anthropic's board either. Google, we should mention, has also backed Anthropic. Sources tell me that Anthropic was last valued at $18.4 billion. It is widely viewed as one of the frontrunners in generative artificial intelligence. Its foundation model and chatbot Claude competes with OpenAI and ChatGPT, which Microsoft, of course, has backed. Its founders split off from OpenAI, and these partnerships, they are symbiotic. Anthropic needs cloud computing, while Amazon needs the AI exposure. Anthropic has said as part of this, it's going to use AWS as its primary cloud provider. It's also going to use Amazon chips to train and build its AI models, Scott.
I know what it is
I
now.
appreciate that. The AI arms race continues.
What I
That's
was
our
gonna
headline
say.
from Kate Rooney. Thank you very much.
I was
for
gonna
that.
say, why has
Anything
not?
quickly more on
Listen, now
RTX?
they may have, and I
just
just
think,
didn't see
given
it.
where we are in the world,
But I
you
want to
wanna
know
be in defense
why.
companies and you wanna have companies that have
CNBC has
growth ahead
not.
of
Look,
them, and I
there's
think
that scalp I
Raytheon
was
at
talking
15
about.
times forward
There it
earnings
is.
a great place to be.
Weiss, you
There
made it
it
clear when you
is.
got into Boeing late
Right,
last
right
week. I think
there,
it was maybe
right
Friday,
there,
that
dude,
it
right
was,
there.
You were
See
going to
it?
be in there
Yep,
for a minute.
there it
And
goes.
in fact, you've sold it now.
Taking
Just wanted
off
to
on
update
you.
people on that. We don't need to go through the whole
She's
thing.
taking off
I
on you.
do,
Better
though,
hurry up and
want
catch it.
to talk about the fact that you
Um,
trimmed some Microsoft.
I did.
So we talked a lot about AI today, obviously. So let's go.
Why
full
has
circle.
CNBC not brought up Puff Daddy? That's the question I want to know.
Got to cut it back.
Why have they not brought Puff Daddy up
Size position.
in any of their segments?
so it's up
News.
there, but,
They'll talk about
I think it's
anything and
gonna do
everything,
quite
and this is
well.
the
It's just
biggest
portfolio management,
headline
that's all it is.
news
No
right now.
reflection on what the company's opportunities are.
Why have they
there's our
not
stock. It's at,
talked
420
and
bucks.
just mentioned
We
it?
will be right back.
Diddy's home raided for sex trafficking, blah, blah, blah. Why is that? I'm not trying to bring up conspiracy theorists, this, that, the third. I'm just saying, I'm just wondering why. Why haven't y'all said anything? Nothing. Puff Daddy? Alright. Anthropic and Amazon. Nothing. Market don't care. Market don't care. But like, we already priced that in. And you know what? We priced in the next thing you're going to do that we don't even know what it is, but we already priced, yeah, that move in, that buyout, yeah, we just priced that in anyway. Because we know you're gonna own everything. You're just out here buying everything like it's real estate. Like you can charge somebody some rent for some teeth or something. Is that it next? Or you already done it? You own this, you got a dentist company too, don't you? You know? If they can get a payment every month for something, they're going to do it. And that's okay. That's, you know what I mean? That's capitalism. That's how you get to where you want to be and some of the things you want out of life. But anyway, let's go. Let's cover some of the news. Let's get some of this. See what we have here. That's, what all we have moving, our midday movers, and see if we can't get into something here this afternoon. But man, for anybody that took Moderna, bro, insane trade. That was one of the top ideas. Let's look at Shopify. That was another one I've been watching. It doesn't have volume. It doesn't have news yet. But who's to say that doesn't come, right? These charts tell you before it happens. I'm telling you, bro. How do you think I was looking at Moderna before all this Moderna talk? Wasn't nobody looking at it. And then today, when I want to try to buy the dip on that pullback, you have Kathy Woods. Oh, not only do you have Kathy Woods, they have 3 different drugs they're taking into a third thing. I'm like, oh shit. Funny how that all comes out now. Yeah, the chart told you. Chart told me something was coming up.
Insurance.
All right. And again, if this sound is too loud, you guys just let me know, please. Let me know if it's too loud, if I need to turn something down or turn it up, whichever. Shit, I had the mic off. I am seriously running out of room here. I'm running out of room. Man, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy. They're in the money right now. I really screwed up. They did it. They got me. They got me. 1, 2, 3. Damn, that would have been over 300%. And the people, I might do a little thing on this later on this afternoon or tomorrow. Just to show the importance of, getting your entry correct, because it's the difference between 100% to 200%. All right, cool. You know how hard it was to be in those 110 calls and watching the market fall like it was and still hang out in them? That's trading. It wasn't. So we were making some nice progress here on the 520s. We've cleared it. Let's see if we can get above this 520.30. But I feel like we need to make 520 flat support on the SPY. Give me 1 second.
Closing bell, 3 o'clock Eastern. I hope you'll join me. We've got Morgan Stanley analyst Eric Woodring. He covers Apple. Lots to talk about there. Dan Greenhouse, Chris Harvey, Victoria Fernandez. And how about this? Our friend Ronan Sana. He's now the CEO of iFi AI. He's going to be with us with Rob Thomas of IBM. They've got a partnership. We're going to find out how AI is powering stock research, fundamental and technical signals. It's going to be really interesting. I hope you'll join me for that conversation at 3 o'clock Eastern time. Let's do some final trades here before we get out of here. Steve Weiss, what do you got for us today?
Sorry about that.
Tesla. On one hand, you can't say, hey, I've got problems with the CEO of Google, and the other hand say, hey, I love Elon Musk. There are major governance issues there. Yes, he's a brilliant investor.
Trying to get, okay, there it goes. I was trying to get the volume off.
In my opinion.
Let's do it. So Amazon, this is the latest.
Number 3,
you're
Let me
flooded
turn
with
this guy
EVs.
off.
Prices are coming down. You
Unless
don't
you guys
want
want to hear
a
their
US
analyst
company in
calls.
China. So all the headwinds, I'm not a buyer, I'm a seller, I'm short.
Okay. Well, you are an investor in the Joe T ETF, which is not short. That's long test.
And that's my hedge against it.
I'm letting everybody know we're on the level.
If that's your hedge, you got a problem.
Surat.
Freeport, I think you've got demand increasing and supply going down.
All right, this is a Stephanie Link new buy too this week. Carrie.
NextEra, it's utility interest rates going down with positive.
All right, thank
Go
you.
ahead, go.
Money Center Bank.
All right, there it goes. There goes the SPY. See if it pulls back. See if it holds. 520 flat. 520 flat's what we're looking for. All right, we have midday movers even right here. There we go. Samantha Subban, thank you very much,
Thank
baby.
you. Welcome to the exchange. I'm Wilfred Frost, and here's what's ahead. Veteran investor Mark Mobius says India
All right,
is
you're
on
up.
top. He's here with where he's seeing the biggest.
Okay, cool. Anyway, let's see here. So, I forget this guy's name. Yeah, Reddit, GameStop, Trump Media. Let's go look at them real quick. Oh wait, that's Moderna. Let's see here. DJT. Okay, so that's coming into resistance right now. I almost bought this pre-market. RDDT. Oh, look at Reddit, gang. Reddit's down bad. That could have been a nice trade to the downside. For some reason, if you do get, wow, look at that. That could be a long, actually. Holy shit. This is wild. This is what pays you, though. You gotta learn how to trade these names. See, you might even be able to take this thing right back to 65. Let's see. So that made that support, and oh, it went below it, but it still made it support. Right there, that little look. Right there, that move right there made it support, solidified it. Man, this thing might roll over though. Let's dig into it. Let's dig in. What we got going on here? Let's go to our charts. All else fails, just go to the charts. Sorry, my little girl's just been yelling at me. Are you okay, Mama? Baby? You okay? You okay? I see you looking at me. Yeah, I see you. You okay? Come here. Yeah. Come here. Come here. She ran after me. Come here, Rubo. Come on. Come here. Come on. Come up here with Dad. Come up here and lay up here with Dad. We're going to go over the midday movers, okay? We're going to go over the midday movers. We want to see what's moving around today? What's moving around today, huh? Oh, you want to swing your tail and knock everything off my desk? That's what you want to do. If she ate all of her lunch already that fast, which I would be surprised. I don't think she did, but I haven't went out there to look, and she might be trying to tell me, Dad, I need more food. Because, again, I gave her some steroids, and her fur and her skin's feeling a lot better and really soft right now, so I can tell she's, you know, doing better. She's got to feel better because she has allergies really bad sometimes. Like, especially if I mix up her food, like if I give her something different, she'll get, you know, runny eyes and she'll be itchy and stuff. But so yeah, let's go over to midday movers. What are you doing? What do you see? Come on. All right, let's do this. All right, GameStop. Shed nearly 15%. Wait, this is still midday movers, right? Making the biggest moves midday. Okay, so pretty much the same as this morning. GameStop shed nearly 15%. We know why, because it had earnings yesterday. So they didn't even have an earnings call yesterday. I don't know if you guys knew that or not, but they didn't even have an earnings call, a conference call yesterday. I think they did say that they're going to have a layoff. I think they did say they're going to start laying off. They didn't specify the amount, which, you know, you could see coming. Everyone else is doing it. So, whatever they can do or say to help out, you know, the share price, that's their job. It's your job as a CEO. Trevor with the Lions, bro. That's funny. Alright, so yeah, we have GameStop that's just sitting flat on the day. And this is why sometimes CNBC pisses me off. Because CNBC says midday movers, not movers from yesterday and last night earnings were shit. Like, this is not doing anything. Why is this on your list? So I think I'm gonna have a little. I think we got a little issues to raise with old Samantha here. Samantha, why are your midday movers not moving? Sammy baby, come on. This financial journalist finally made it to the NYSE. Sweet, great job. AAPL shares have fallen more than 11% since the start of the year and underperformed the majority of indices. Ways. Okay. All right then. All right. So midday mover that has not moved. It moved yesterday, but not today. 15%. Blah blah blah. Merck. Man, this looks exactly like the morning write-up. Merck jumped 4% after the U.S. Food and Drug Administration on Tuesday approved this drug to treat a life-threatening lung condition. Let's see. Merck. I think Merck had already started running too, just like Moderna. I think Merck actually started like a day, 2-day type of run. Hold on one second. I think it's MRK, right? Let's see here, because I know that there's 2 Mercs. I thought there was at least. There's Merrick not Merrick, but why do I think that there's 2 Mercs? Like one energy and one biotech. Maybe that's just me. I don't know. Maybe I'm like completely wrong that there's another Merck, but like it might be a different company that I'm thinking of. So let's see here. Small cap index doing great today. Yeah, you know what? And that's what like the pre-market. I was saying that this morning. I'm like the Dow and the IWM were kind of lagging, and the Qs were outperforming Monday and Tuesday. And then today you had the Dow really start to get that bounce, and I said watch for the IWM. Even in like this morning, I was saying, yo, watch for 209. 209's coming. Like this was a nice hold. I forget what time frame. It might have been the hourly, I'm sure. Hourly, half hour. I was like, you know, you get that bounce here. Yeah, 207. There ain't no reason why we can't get back up there to 209. And now here you are trying to make 208 support. 208 trying to be support, man. You're going right. So, and that would also bode well for the Dow. I think that would also pretty much bode well for the Dow. Because those two will just go with each other in the same direction and not have a problem with it. You okay? The SPY, weirdly, I haven't seen it in a while, but it's rare when the SPY is the leader to the upside. It's either the Dow, IWM, or the Qs. It's never like the SPY. And it has been. The SPY has been our leader the past, like, if it was last week, this week, it was like the Dow and the IWM lagging, and then like the Qs rallying, or vice versa, but the SPY was our leader. So I think the Dow is getting ready to take that back, though. Right now, it's happening. Let's see here. Oh, the 7-year auction at 1 o'clock. I said that this morning. Fuck. Shit. Where did it come in at? Right here. 7-year note, 4.1. From 4.3. Hold up. Okay, so it is climbing. So we have been climbing. Dude, this could be a consolidation coming up. Oh, it won't let me pan it out further. Not pan it out further, but I wanted to like drag it to the left a little bit, but it's not going to. I feel like we could sit here from 4 to 4.4 for a little bit and then see if it extends higher in like a few months. That would be some shit, wouldn't it? If yields are going higher. Tony Dwyer has always said the 2-year has never put in the top before, or I'm sorry, the 2-year has never put in a top after the SPY has put in a new low. So what he's saying is, and if I'm saying it correctly, it's been a little while, but I'm still waiting on it. That would mean that February wasn't our low. I think that that's our low. And there's always a case for something new every cycle for any time, whether the market's going up or down throughout the years, there's always something new you could say. Or this has never happened, or that never happened before. Right? There's always those. We could always come up with these crazy things. But I thought that was a good one. Right? I thought that was a good one. Which was that the 2-year has never put in the high after. God damn it. I forget what the hell he said. I mean, I know where to find it, and I'm not going to go through with it, but it was such a good point. It was such a good point that I didn't. It was either before or after the low in the S&Ps. So, and then, excuse me, I have, whatchamacallit. So, here's, what is going on?
So the ideal ticket size is anything that keeps you as a minority investor. So even in this case, $4 billion
What the hell?
is a drop in the bucket.
Okay, so there was our February. No, that was February. Bro, hold on. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can. New pan. No, 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 no new pan. I don't want that. No new pan. New price scale. There we go. There we go. Okay, guys. So, what he was saying, when we put in this low here, right? He was saying that the 2-year has never, or the markets have never put in the low before the high in the 2-year. The 2-year is still hanging out up here. This looks like it's getting ready to start to rally off 5.5. If you were to ask me, if I take the SPY away right now, what does that look like to you? That is one big cup and handle, inverse cup and handle. So maybe it is about to fall. It's giving me the chills, girlfriend. Sorry, I need to stay on. But again, I could find it. I just thought what he said was correct or whatever, but so there's our low, October 22nd. That was the bottom. I remember that day like it was yesterday. I went long 3 times that day. 3 times. That was a 20-point move. But he may be wrong. There may be a first time for everything. Because, listen, I'm going to tell you right now, this market, you'll never see these prices again. I personally don't think. I don't think you'll ever see 360, 350 again. You might see 380 to 395. If you see 380 and you do not buy, shame on you. Shame on you. Now, I could be wrong. Maybe we do put in a new low. But I'll be damned. Do you guys think that it's going to get that bad that we could, like, pull all the way back to, like, whatever this was? Do something? Yo, how do I get, TradingView to give me the candles like this? I want candles like this. How do I change it to get rid of these to go to that? I like the way those look. That looks a lot better. It looks a lot cooler. I would be surprised though. I couldn't imagine. I'm gonna be running scared as hell. I'll be scared as hell, guys. If we end up getting, you get back down to 360, 350. Shit. So, damn, that does look like an inverse cup and handle, like crazy. That's a nice little double top. This could be the start on the 2-year. If you're looking at that, this could be the start of a bigger move down. It could be. Damn, that's just about candle for candle, ain't it? Green, red. All right, let me stop with this. Let me get back on track here. Let me take this off. Boom. So, let's go look at Micron. Is Micron still going up today? That was the other part, Trevor. I don't know if you're still here. The one good thing that we do have is Micron's earnings. That may help semiconductors. And if the Qs are able to get any type of bounce, and they start showing a little bit of strength, I will look to be long Micron. Sorry, my cat keeps wanting to run around. Alright, let's do this. So, let's go to Investopedia real quick. Alright, so we know we have Moderna, like the AI. We have Reddit, the Trump stuff. And Adobe is supposed to be doing a partnership with Microsoft 360, which I think that's really cool. It would allow, like, I don't know if they're just going to give you parts of it, of what they offer, but I seen this morning. So Adobe hosts summer user conference and analysis evening Tuesday. Company revealed a host of new features. Features. Well, I do know that they did talk about, partnering with Microsoft 365. I have Microsoft 365. It's really cool. At least if you want to do stuff. So in the note, maintained a 445 price target on Adobe stock. The firm said the biggest news from the meeting was reiteration. They stated that it just goes to show you how confounding the original non-reiteration was to analysts and investors. I don't know what the hell he's talking about. BMO Capital Markets stated that we believe the new product innovation is... What is the new product? It's not... I don't know. I will say this. They did say on CNBC, they interviewed him, or the guy, the CEO, and he brought up Microsoft partnership, from what it seemed like, a partnership with Microsoft 365. So that's cool. That's really cool. Let's see here. SEC Commission pleased with court's decision to let case against Coinbase proceed. JP Morgan, why long? FedEx short UPS trade 2023 may be back. Amazon adds to Anthropic investment. We know that. Paramount Global cut to junk by the S&P. Paramount. Is that Paramount Global or Paramount Pictures? Let's see. Let me see. Paramount Global. Okay. Para. P-A-R-A. Fuck, I want to look at some real estate too, though. Alright, 15-minute chart. So, this did not sell off on the back of that news. Paramount could have room to $12. Could have room to $12. This thing is getting frisky. What's going on with Paramount right now? Oh, unless that news just came out just a little bit ago. 1180 would be the upside target. Let's go see. That news may have just came out 33 minutes ago. Google. I'm gonna eat this. Bueno. Kinder. Kinders are the best. Kinders and Red Bulls for life, bro. Y'all don't even know about that life. Kinders and Red Bull, bro. What the fuck is that? I'm just playing. Independent committee meeting. ... Let me see here. Wait. You're turning your head on Paramount. Like, wait, you own this thing? What the hell are you looking for if you own this thing? Sorry. I could see being the CEO and trying to take it in the right direction, but I wouldn't buy this thing with my own money. Not that they can't make money, it's just like it's not what I would be looking for. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I'd like to be able to have something where I would not know. I don't know. I just think there's so many other places right now for for entertainment. All right, let's do this real quick. My fault, guys. Just give me 1 second. I was just checking up on her. I just wanted to make sure my cat was all right. I've not seen any report yet of S&P downgrade today on Paramount bonds from a reputable source. Bonds from a reputable source. I mean, I have. I mean, like, is he trying to see the actual... Call him up. Pick up the damn phone and call the S&P yourself. You could do that. Call him. Yeah, that's so funny. Look. Do something. That's hilarious. I'm sorry. I had to go wash my hands because I gave Abby some couple licks from the Kinder that I had. Again, guys, just give me 2 seconds. If you guys want me to throw anything up here on these charts, you guys let me know what you guys want to see here. I am just, I'm going to eat. I'm just eating a Kinder and stuff real quick. And I don't want to eat in front of the mic. And I don't want to drink in front of the mic. So if there's anything you guys want me to throw up here, you just let me know. Hold up. Let me get him off. Let me do this. Let me do this. Let me do this with this. And then we'll look at, what time is it? It's 1:30. We'll do a little real estate. We got a little house press briefing. Let's see what these goofballs have to say. Or we could actually...
in the 1970s was simply
you know
not
what?
made to withstand
Ain't nothing
the
going
direct
on.
impact on a
Oh, shut the hell up, dude. You shouldn't even be up there right now because you know damn well ain't nothing going on. You know you guys ain't doing nothing. Y'all ain't doing shit. Talking about, yeah, we working. Yeah, we working. You ain't doing shit. Alright, what was I, what do I want to put up? Charles, what comes up when I type in Charles? Swab, there we go. Charles, can I get your swab, please?
There's always aspects of both.
Your analysis.
I'm looking at that 974 level as a pretty critical one.
Swab?
Setting a new high, I think, would do a lot for
we just
sentiment.
have to do a swab test
and then
on
also,
Charles.
does it break below its most recent low of around 850? It held that 840 level.
Shut the
It
hell
held the
up.
850
No, I'm just kidding,
level.
guys. I'm getting a
If
little
there
antsy.
is significant
Just
selling here,
hyper.
does it base out at that level? So watching
turn this down.
850
Is that
below
too loud?
974 to the
Is it
upside.
okay?
That
Is the
seems like a
volume
tight
okay? Is
window.
it
I
too
know
loud?
it's almost $125 a share. But this is a stock that's moving 25, 30 bucks at a clip, it seems. That might be the next major test. Does it test 850? Does it hold? Does it test that new high? And then, of course, does it go to a place like 1,000?
And do we continue to see these higher lows and higher highs, which we have seen? I mean, as of late.
Not in a couple weeks,
Not
but
in
yes.
a couple weeks, but you look at the.
But no doubt over a longer period, any longer period of time.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, looking at that 5-year weekly chart, I mean, it's been a pretty solid uptrend. But you're right. Important to look at. I mean, we've been stuck somewhat range-bound over the last several weeks. So with that in mind, trading this name, I mean, we're catalyst light, I said, but with NVIDIA, I feel like there's always something.
Yeah, the NVIDIA story is largely the catalyst right now for the market. I don't think it's like, it's sort of a chicken or the egg kind of story, but right now, NVIDIA seems to be leading the market. The market sold off yesterday. Just watch the NVIDIA chart, tick for tick. The NASDAQ is basically following NVIDIA right now, and the correlation between the S&P 500 and NVIDIA is 0.93 rolling over the last 30 trading days. That's incredibly strong. It's basically telling you that those two asset classes are moving in tandem.
I had this feeling, Brett, if you're watching, I don't think you are, but
it's a bigger product now,
bro,
and it
I
has a lot
had
of
that
volatility.
feeling
A
couple weeks ago.
A little bit more expensive.
That the
option prices
miners, because
and
the
a
miners,
high stock price also
guys, the
equals a
miners
little
were
bit more
going
expensive
up
option prices. So
when
one of the things that we've been
GLD
doing,
and gold were
and you've
flat
seen
and
these in some
down
of the example trades,
on those
is using
days.
call butterflies or put butterflies to kind of structure a trade that allows the investor to still participate,
This could be
but
a
make
nice
this a
fucking
little
rally,
bit more
guys. If we
accessible
break out, we
in the
got
trade,
room.
but still have a chance to pay
I might
off,
try and put
quite
something on,
handsomely
like real
if
small.
What you think may happen ultimately
man.
does. And so
we gotta
with
hold
this,
that 30,
I looked at going
80,
out to the April 5th expiration,
30,
so
80,
only
30,
2
80,
weeks
30, 80,
from
30, 80,
this
30,
week,
80, 30,
the end of this week. But going to the 970, 1,000, 1030. This is the strategy that will benefit from a pin of 1,000 by April 5th. $1.50 debit means you have $150 in risk, but this could expand to theoretically as much as a $2,850 profit, Jenny. So it's a strategy that you kind of aim small, you risk small, but it can expand tremendously. We actually looked at one of these going out like a month.
Yeah, like my Moderna trade.
Kind of
I
just
should have
saying,
just
like,
held
hey,
that.
this stock just
and
went
smaller.
from 680 to 700, 800. What if it goes to 1,000? And that strategy we put on at like 50 cents or talked about putting it on at 50 cents, and it expanded at one point when it was up near 970. It's like a $9 spread. So it's not necessarily that you're trying to make that full 2,800. A trader would put this on looking for an upside move, hoping to offset the entire trade with a sell transaction if the market was open, liquidity provided, for something greater than $1.50. So usually not a strategy that many investors would actually be holding through expiration. They would typically look to sell this for a higher price if possible. But the nice thing is it has that sort of asymmetry where it can make a lot more than it has at risk. And so what do you always know when that's the case? you probably need something to happen, and it might not be the highest of probabilities.
Yeah, and I think that's also a really good way to sort of play into some of the volatility. Like you said, the volatility is the story of NVIDIA every single day. So there's always a way to trade that, I guess, depending on, first of all, your risk tolerance, and second of all, where you want to get in. Because as we continue to see this weakness, I actually think there's a lot of people that are getting more and more interested in NVIDIA just at a lower share price. It's on sale from where it was at all-time highs. But we will leave it there for all things NVIDIA. I'm sure we'll be revisiting that name at some point tomorrow before the shortened trading week ends, of course. But coming up next, time to talk another name that is actually lower on the session. That is Celsius, which is down 7.3% here, as we did see them adding incentives to their distribution agreement with PepsiCo, which was unveiled yesterday. What does that mean? What does that mean for their deal? Kevin Green will have that news for us coming up next.
I didn't see her, guys. I didn't see her comment. My fault,
young lady who was mid-30s, a couple of kids, recently went through a divorce. She had a lot of questions when she came in. I watched my mother go through being a single mom. At the end of the day, my mom raised 3 children, including myself. And so once the client knew that she was hurt,
crazy
we were able
that
to help her move forward.
that Brett just said that about the miners
until they
leading
know
the metals.
how much you care.
And I had that in my mind when I saw gold pulling back.
Your blueprint for the day.
And
bonds, stocks across all asset classes.
the days that gold was flat, like you would see these days like where GDX was just doing great and doing fine with volume, and I'm like, that's so weird. So that, you know, seeing that, I started to see the that little divergence there.
At each and every angle, the whole picture, everything comes full circle on Trading 360.
Oh yeah,
Catch us right here at the New York
that's a
Stock
nice
Exchange
double
on
top.
Trading
Let's see.
360,
So it rallied, pulled back, and then
only on
regained the
Schwab
pullback, but didn't go further. There's got to be a reason
Binge
why
watch
here.
the market
Yeah.
with the Schwab Network.
It's coming up into an area. It's a little packed.
Tune in 24 hours a day,
Got a
7
little
days
area
a
there.
week
If
on
you could break out of there,
schwabnetwork.com and
shit,
on
you got
all
room
of
right
your
to
favorite streaming
76
services.
bucks on Marvell. Let me throw it.
Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Binge watch the market with the
So
Schwab
what I'm going to do
Network.
is I'm going to compare GDX.
Power your portfolio with the Schwab Network. Schwab
Okay,
Network,
okay.
available anytime, anywhere, on any device.
Well, why, thank
for
you.
free.
Thanks for telling me it's available there.
Schwab Network.
Is that an ascending wedge? Guys, that might be an ascending wedge. A reversal pattern on Marvell. Keep your eyes peeled for that in the afternoon.
Coffee, Jenny Horn. Let's look to a next-gen favorite, which is Celsius, the energy drink that's taken the world by storm.
There's
For
the
more
mail,
on
or
that, we welcome in Kevin Green, Senior Markets
trash. That's so
Correspondent
weird.
to the Schwab Network, to join us here to talk some Celsius. This is a Pepsi Celsius story that we got a filing, it looks like, last night, Kev. I know the details are kind of murky. A lot of this is redacted, but analysts seem to be kind of trying to figure this out, read between the lines a little bit.
Yeah, definitely, and it does appear.
Yeah,
just based on the
that really
reports
looks
Celsius
like
has updated its distribution
a
agreement with
reversal here
PepsiCo to provide
that
a
could
little
be
bit more of an incentive
forming
here
on
and other
Marvell.
milestones in order to try
That's
to boost
definitely
sales. And this is actually causing maybe a little bit of
an
concern in
ascending
the near
wedge.
term when it comes to analyst expectations,
That's
especially when you're
definitely an
looking at
ascending
margins.
wedge.
This is a little bit of a
I
fear
know
that the
one when I
margins
see
actually
it.
could be reduced here because of this incentive
I know one
structure.
when I see
But it
one.
also could provide a long-term benefit by being able to sell more quantity
We'll see
over
here,
the
though.
long term here,
We'll
which
see.
would be a benefit for Celsius here. Now we are seeing Stifel. They are actually saying once again kind of the impact, the immediate impact to margins, but the long-term impact could be actually beneficial for Celsius. So they actually continue to maintain their buy rating on the shares and have a $95 price
what I
target
mean?
here. Morgan Stanley, after actually having conversations with the leadership team, they're a little bit more bullish and optimistic for the long-term
what I mean?
vision.
I'm
but they continue to
curious.
have their equal weight rating on the share.
What
at a
happens here? What
$75
time would
price
this
target.
be? This would
Now,
happen
you know, this is
around
kind of that debate and dilemma. We've seen this not only
2
just when it
o'clock.
comes
Oh,
to
damn, we're already
food,
coming into 2
beverage
o'clock.
food companies, beverage companies, but also when you're
Better
looking
get
at
ready.
the EV space. Do you want to sacrifice
All right, let me,
margins for longer-term gains when it comes to sales volume? And then how do you have that?
Let me eat this
balance?
Kinder and
How are you
stuff
gonna be
real
able
quick.
to counteract
We're
that
coming into
balance,
2
we do see
o'clock.
a little bit of a slowdown.
Might have a
I think
trade
that's
starting to
probably
set
why
up,
we're seeing a
guys.
little bit of
So
a sell-off in the shares here today. And when you look at the one-year performance, it's still a bullish chart. A pullback is, from a technical
again, I don't want to
standpoint,
just chew on
maybe
the
warranted here
chew
when it
this
comes
shit on the
to
mic.
Celsius
So
and names around Celsius at this point.
So Kevin, unfortunately,
anybody
I'm all too
out there that
well-versed
is
on
listening,
the energy drink space and like the aluminum
if you guys are at work or anything and you want me to throw something up on the monitors, you let me know. I'll put it in the.
I mean, that's true for not just, of course, energy drinks, but like the consumer staples as a whole. But
Pay
hasn't this
attention
PepsiCo
to
partnership or agreement,
Ugly
distribution agreement with
Trigger
them been such a
as
huge
Diddy
benefit
speaks.
to their margins?
He
So now
ugly as
that
all
we're seeing
hell,
this sort
bro.
of evolve. I mean, I'm confused why now everyone's worried
Look at
about
that.
margins.
What the
but
hell
it
is
seems like this has
Beyonce
been
thinking?
nothing
You
but
know damn
beneficial
well
so far.
it ain't his face that she married him for.
Yeah, it has been.
He ain't
but
that
once again,
bad. It's
changing
not
that
like
agreement,
he's just
making
like
certain milestones out there
putrid.
actually does boost the
But
margins
damn.
for PepsiCo and takes away the
That
margins
ain't
when
one
it comes
ugly
to
trigger.
Celsius. So Celsius is really making a play on trying to have a greater amount of sales volume, and then their increase in production to be able to meet that volume.
I
should
hate to see
outweigh,
Diddy and
from a
just all
scale
of them
type
like that,
standpoint,
talking
the
about,
impact on margins in the
you
near
know, whether
term.
they
I think
do their
that's
weird
really
shit or not
the
with
fear
like
factor that's
Hillary
out there. You
Clinton
wanna
and
expand,
Democrats, this,
in a
that, the
market that
third.
you've been doing really
You still don't want to
great
fucking
in,
embarrass
but what if we
somebody
do
talking
see a
about little
bit of a
kids and shit.
slowdown? And what if
You know, we
do
talked
not
about
meet
this
those
yesterday.
expectations when it comes to those
You know,
incentives?
like
What's the impact going to be for
when the
Celsius? I think
state
that's
says
really
sex
going to be the case.
trafficking,
They're
they
making a
just
play
they
on
start all of a
scale,
sudden talking
similar
about
to what
kids,
Tesla did, and
not
I know they're two
understanding
different
that
businesses, but that's the same type of similar
when they have a
thought
tour
process.
bus and they
wanted
got
to be
4 or
able to
5
cut
women
prices, they wanted
that
to expand their production, but that does
consensually
come at a
want
cost
to
of
be
their
there,
margins, and now
driving
we're seeing the
across
impact
state
when it comes to
lines
Tesla,
with
similar
4
to
to
kind of what
6
we're
to
thinking
10
about when it
women
comes to Celsius. It's a really lofty
partying.
play.
The
They
state
have
can
been able
just
to take a
throw at
significant
you
amount of
like,
market
hey, we're
share,
going to
the
try to
branding is
get you
there.
for sex
How long is that
trafficking,
going to
even
last?
though it ain't.
Is this going to be a
Right?
sustainable
So
strategy
the
for
fact
the
that
years
they like to
come?
back up the state and the feds before people. Now listen, I'm not saying he's innocent. I'm not saying he ain't fucked somebody over. I'm not saying that he ain't got all kinds of shit with him. I'm not saying that. But like, let the truth speak for itself first. Like, let's see what happens. No reason, because I put my monitor on here and I just was throwing up the chat, and the camera kept going on and off. So, you know, I said to hell with it. Let me just throw this up. You know, I'll turn it on. It don't matter. It cuts off like right now. So what's today? Tuesday, or today's Wednesday, right? Yesterday, Monday and yesterday, and I think another day last week. Like, I can see right now my camera's not blue. It's plugged in, even through here. Like, look. I can tell you right now it's going to pause. We need that repaired. No, it's not repaired. What I think it is, it's a brand new camera. I ain't even taking the plastic off of it. What I think it is that OBS has been asking me, like when I turn this off and then back on, I think it's OBS that is freezing the camera. Guarantee you this thing freezes. Look, it's not even showing up on the blacks. There we go. What up, gang? What up, gang? I'm sure. Yo, y'all ain't looking at me, so I ain't had to do nothing. I didn't got a haircut, but look, let's see if it freezes. Let's see if it freezes. Well, look, it's good right now, right? I went to property. So what it is that it's asking me for an update. Yeah, it's working now, but look, that's because I activated it. And what's going to happen right now, and I didn't fucking throw a hat on or brush, you know, kind of like wash my face and get prepared, and look half decent, was, it's going to go out because the blue light hasn't been on this whole time. The blue light is on right now that I turned it on. Yesterday, Monday, Friday, the blue light was on the whole time. But then randomly on its own, because I have to update OBS, it'll come on and then it'll freeze. It'll come on, it'll freeze. It'll come on. Look, it just went out. Swear to God, didn't even do nothing, right? Look. Screen's flipped open. Look, I'm not going to do nothing. Not gonna do nothing. Look at it. Wait, what happened there? So it's just I know it's OBS. So I figured I'm gonna redo OBS. I'm gonna redo OBS and let it do the yeah, I know. So OBS again. I've been trying to say this for like 20 minutes. I have ADHD so bad. Sorry. It's been asking me to download the new version. And I've been saying no, like I don't have time because I try to start up the stream in the morning or go to do a watch list, and I don't feel like having to sit through it or do it right then and there because I'm trying to do the live. When I end the live today, I'll update it this afternoon, and then that way that should solve the camera issue, because everything on my end is good. Like as far as my settings and stuff, it's all like good, and it shows me the camera's working, but it's OBS. I think OBS like stops it, because I noticed also OBS when I'll come in like with these with this image here, like some days it won't be there or it'll be to the side, even if I don't shit. If I don't pay attention sometimes also, my screen for the like what you guys see for the display sometimes will be smushed. It'll be like it'll do it itself and I won't notice it until I notice it. Like I'm sure there's something right now that's like squished in or out or is not right that I'm not seeing. I'm not saying that there is. Like it's so weird how sometimes this happens. One day I couldn't figure out why you guys couldn't hear me, and it was because some of the audio stuff got shut off on its own with OBS. So that's why when I see people like Aiden Ross and like any just like Kai Sinet, not that I watch them, but like if I'm bored and they're on at night, I have seen when I turn them on to see what they do for streaming, they still use OBS. And I'm like, how the hell do you guys have all that money and depend on OBS to work? That's like saying I'm going to go like, yeah, and it doesn't work. And I'm like, why do they not take their fucking millionaires? Why would you not buy a real program that you can depend on and not have to like worry about shit going wrong? I forget, it was like 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I found sometimes reset the camera properties on OBS. Yeah. And that's, you know what? It didn't happen because I never had these issues even before in the streams. I think all it is the update, because it hasn't done it until the update has been coming up. The update came up like a couple months ago, maybe even longer than that. It might be like 4 months ago. And I just haven't uploaded it. But yeah, I'll turn the camera on tonight or something. And like, it's just funny that you brought that up, because I looked up and I noticed earlier that the camera was not being on OBS. And like yesterday it lasted all day yesterday and Monday. So you'll see like these random times where like the light will be on and I know that camera is on. So it's just I really think that I just have to I have to download or install the new update for OBS, and I think it'll be good. But am I wrong there? Or just, I mean, like, could you see yourself if you guys made the amount of money? I mean, these boys got like Kai Cenat has a Nike deal. Are you and they still use OBS? Like, that's okay. That's cool. I can dig it. I can dig you can use an OBS, but if you got freaking Sexy Red, who else? Chris Brown, you got all these people coming on your stream, and you're going to depend on OBS? Like, I just think that's crazy. Like, you're shitting money right now. Why wouldn't you use like a real official like streaming service that you can depend on? You know? Because there's times where I've seen them like where they have issues and they can't figure it out what's going on. I'm like, yo, it's OBS, bro. Why are you using OBS when you got all this change and there are all these other things out there? Like, it's cool that you're keeping it real, but like, as far as reliability, it's better to go with a paying service, a paid service. Right, I get that, bro. You're talking about Aiden Ross and Kai Cenat and all these other people that probably bring home a good $15 to $30 million a year. The boys got a Nike deal. You know, they got Manchester. Like there is no excuse why they should put themselves, like, just looking at it from like a producer aspect. There's no reason why they should have these stars coming on and something happen. Why wouldn't you avoid it and just have a paid service? You know what I'm saying? Have a paid service for the reliability. That's all. There's nothing wrong with OBS. I love OBS. I think some of the shit that's out here right now, it's so, like, I think they take it for granted. Like, this is free. You could change your damn life with this little thing right here, and it's free. You give out your little information, like what you like to click on. They watch you, like, click on some porn, or, you know what I mean? They see you going to Rolex or whatever it is you like. They sell you information, but I'll be damned if this ain't for free. Like, that's crazy, bro. You can do a lot of shit with this. Like, whatever you can think of, you can do it. You know what I mean? I can put the time in, and the reason I haven't been doing it lately is because I had issues with pulling up the, like, when I go to GIMP, since I haven't changed it in a while, the sidebar, the side menu here, like, you can literally make this shit and make it just like CNBC and have shit running across the bottom, and, like, you know what I mean? That stuff takes, you know, it's, again, it also comes down to it just being me, and for me to continue to make that stuff and try to do it and try to trade and try to come up with ideas, and, you know what I mean? It's not really an excuse. It's just like, sometimes it becomes a lot for one person. And it's more time than it is anything else. But, you know, it's really cool, man. I think there's, like, the fact that this is free, it's huge, man. It's huge. And if I know some places that are free, like, they'll accept donations, which is cool. Who, you know, the people that made this, like, that's fucking sick. It's awesome. I mean, it's, you know, you could literally take it wherever you want, you know. You know, it's just like whatever you think of, you could be able to do with it, and, like, it, you know, I don't know, you know. All right, we are coming up to 2 o'clock. Let's see if we got any small caps or anything popping off. I have to restart this. I have not had a cigarette yet today, but I might go have one real quick because I haven't been outside. I've actually been doing really good the past, like, I don't know, week or so, 2 weeks. I still forgot to, bro, and I got to do it right now while I think about it. I'm telling you, bro, when I told you that that I, like, thought about it at night. If anybody hasn't, go, like, basics. Is it okay if I do it on stream, bro? Sorry, I'm already here. Let's get it. Oh, hell yeah, bro. What up, gang? Welcome to the I love it. Bro, I miss dirt bike jerseys, bro. I had a Budweiser one from Dale Jr. Bro, it was sick. It was sick. It was sick. And I miss it. I love those long sleeve shirts, man. They're sick, bro. All right. Let's see here. What do we have here? Marvell. You have this nice little pullback here. You know what? That ascending wedge is looking more and more like it's going to happen, because it looks like this test of 69.99 might happen. Yeah, no problem, buddy. I'm telling you, man, it comes up at the most random times. I'll be out at the mall walking around, or I'll be at the bookstore, like the most weirdest times. Like, oh shit, I still haven't subscribed. So, and I just thought about it there. Yeah, I'm gonna have to after the stream. I'll hop over. I'll check some out, man. We'll have to do a podcast or something sometime. Even if we do it over Zoom or something, we'll have to come up with a time and like come up with a a couple topics and stuff. There's always the thing with markets is like there's always something to talk about, whether it's from trading, whether it's news. Like, it could be law, like the SEC, and like, it's never ending. So one thing I love about the markets, and it's not even, even all that, you still have currencies, crypto, equities, like, like if you cannot come up with something to talk about, like I know people that, or I don't know them personally, but like people that stream, I know like when they come up with topics, like you'll see videos, if you don't have something to talk about, and I'm like, well, the good thing about being in the markets is there's always something to talk about. Always. There's always something to, like there's no like writer's block, because if you have writer's block, just look at the news of the day, or the news of the week. So it makes for good content as far as like being able to like put out content and stuff like that. There's always something to talk about. Yeah, my camera still is. There goes the washer. God damn it. I gotta go buy a new washer. I'm gonna go buy a new washer this week. The thing is like I need to fix the inside, but I need to just pull everything out. And I figured I'm gonna fix it and sell it, or just sell it for cheap for somebody that may need it. The like balancing thing inside the barrel of the washer, it's been like going wobbly, and when I looked it up, it said it was one of the bearings. The washer's flat, even, and everything. So I'm gonna go get a washer this week. And then take that one and fix that one, and if somebody needs a washer, they can sell it or possibly donate it or something. But I'm gonna fix it and get it prepared for somebody else in case somebody else needs one. Marvel might go. It depends. If Marvel breaks out here, you got room to like 75, 50, 76. Right, you got some room up here. Maybe 74. 74. Let's see, 73 to 95, 73, 95, 73, 73, 95, 74. 74. 74. Yeah, so that's that previous high. What do you guys think? So what does Marvell do? Do you guys know what they do? Do they make processors? Here it goes. Is it about to break out right now? I think it's about to break out. 1, 2. This thing could go on a 2-3 day run if this thing gets out of here. Oh fuck. Where am I at here? What was I looking at? Right here, yeah. Yeah, look, man, we're making that support. Yup. Yo. So I really feel like this is going to break down. I do. As much as I want to say that this thing could get going, it looked really good. I think this thing's going to start failing right now. Literally. I think it's going to start pulling back. But looking at just this, if I didn't see anything, and I looked at this, this is a nice little 2-day rally. It sat here and consolidated at 66. And this is, look, 1, 2, like a gap and go. Man, if you could keep this thing going, you could have a 2-3 day rally here. And you do have room to 75. 74, I think. 75, 74 area. Like, you do have some room if you get going. And that might be a brick wall. Just because of the fact that you have nothing right here. Just because you have nothing right there stopping you. When you go, like, if you were to break out, you have nothing there as resistance. Now, so these here, these tops might act as resistance. Just because if this thing gets going, market makers might get screwed. Like, somebody gonna get hurt. Somebody gonna get hurt. Oh man, offer earnings. Hammer candle. Let's see here. Let me turn my squawk box on. Let's go through the scanners.
So that's where the pressure is. A big deal there would cover a multitude of other things.
73, 75.
All this is to make them or help them sell more iPhones. China is a big part of that. It doesn't sound like this quarter is going to get any better as far as the China business. The economy there, the consumer there is weak, and also the competition from Huawei.
Yeah, it's fascinating for us to think about all those regulatory issues, such as distractions, when they need to keep their eye on the AI ball.
That'd be a big question for Apple II in the coming years.
Yeah, Steve, thanks so much.
All right, let's do this. Let me do this. Let me get back here. There it goes. It's starting. Fuck, I kind of want to take this. I kind of want to take this short, guys. Kind of want to take it. I'm going to be patient. I've already got a nice little winner under my belt today. Okay, so
that's why I came to this lab, Annapurna Labs, where you can see everybody's working diligently. They've been working on their chips for the last 11 years, including the one I'm holding in my hand. This is a chip.
So here's what I'm looking at. So if you guys see here on this 15-minute chart, I know it's probably hard to see, but you can see this flat top resistance right here. And look at that, 72.21 looks like a place of support. That was resistance. And look at the volume on the 15-minute. 72.21. And then if we pull this up, okay. Oh shit. This is crazy. This is crazy. You can see that volume right there. Really trying to start to do something. So I'm gonna put this. I'm gonna put this here. No, that wasn't it. I thought the camera just turned on randomly, but it didn't. Yeah, 1722, 1721, 1738. All right. 17. Come on.
Microsoft, for example, they have launched finally after years of production their first, or I should say, set of 2 AI custom chips in-house, and it takes some
1722.
companies like AWS and all these lovely people around me. They're spending billions
That wasn't what I wanted.
their future destiny.
Watch it. See what happens here on Marvell. If it breaks it, I think we Gucci. I think we good. I think we good to take a little ride to the downside.
They have to maintain
Come on. You can break it. It's okay. You can break it. Don't worry. Just go. It's okay. Just go. It's all good. We won't be mad at you. Just, you know what I mean? You gave them the warning that you were about to sell off, and now it's time to go. You're good. It's okay. We give you permission. Or stay. You know what? Or stay. If you want to stay here, that's cool. That's cool with me. You want to stay here, live a good life, go higher, go ahead. That's cool too. You just tell me what you're going to do. This is the line. Cross it. Or don't cross it. What is it? So this thing is up it's already up 6%. The market's pretty much down. So that tells you what you need to know right there, right? Yeah, I traded Moderna. I traded mRNA. That's really all that I had traded so far because it took me forever to get out of that trade. I thought I was gonna get upset because I was gonna like waste my whole day and morning on one thing, just trying to get out of Moderna, but it ended up working out. Yeah, it was actually a really good lesson with that too, because I ended up I set a limit order to buy for like 53 cents on the call side for the 110 calls. And like when I got in, it pulled back a little bit. So Moderna pulled back off the open and it bounced. And then on that bounce, I waited for a pull back on that bounce, and I got the little bit of a pullback. I got long. It filled me. And it was pulling back, and I didn't raise my order. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to let it try to come to me. If it doesn't fill me, it doesn't fill me. But it did, and then it fell out of bed. And then they went from like, I don't know, 15 minutes later, 20 minutes later, maybe even a half hour later, because I sat in it for like an hour before I was profitable, and then they went down to 39 cents. So like the move that from my entry to the move that it made, versus, that lower price point, if I was a little bit more patient, it would have been the difference between my 30% versus 100%, right? And those contracts ended up going to, like, it's in the money now. Last I looked at it, the trade worked out. It's just, so there's all kinds of lessons with that, right? Because the market, the SPY, the Qs are down. Look, and then Moderna was down. I'm seeing the market down. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? Like, I'm buying the top. So I'm like, look, if I can just get a push to VWAP, that'll give me about 100%. It did. It gave me the push, and I exited everything. Because I'm like, bro, I sat this whole time. This bounce back, pullback right there, and on that pullback is that candle's right where it filled me. Because it pulled back, put in this double bottom, and it bounced. And I'm like, okay, let's see if we can get like a little pullback here. And it pulled back, filled me, and then, whoop, it fell out of bed. And I'm like, oh, you piece of junk. It was on low volume. So I just held it. I gave it. My stop loss on this was this area here. This little gap here. And I gave it a little bit more room. I gave it just a little bit more room. There's this flat top resistance here on the 15-minute chart. I had a technical catalyst with 3 new drugs going to a phase 3 trial. Like there was just a lot of different things. Kathy Woods. So these contracts got all the way down to like 38-cent bid to like a 42-cent ask. And then it got to VWAP and those things were up 250%. And I'm sitting here collecting 30%. And I'm like, that just shows you how important it is to get your entries right. The difference between 30 and 200% was the entry. But look, they're in the money now. Or they were. They were in the money. You guys can see here they were. So I just, like, right when I see this 110 at $1.36, all I can think about are the people or the traders that got in at like 39 cents, 41 cents on those options. That took it, you know, fucking 400 or 500%. Yeah, it's okay. It was a tough one though, man. Like I say, I didn't, like, it wasn't a killer home run trade because I entered a little early. But those people got paid. Whoever got in at these lows down here, they really got paid. Or I'm sorry, down there. Again, this was a tough one. Because this thing's pulling back. And if you're in this long and you're seeing this and you're seeing the market not help you, like, and then you get that reversal, you get a sign of breath or a sign of life. It was tough. I'm telling you, it was tough. I thought I was fudged, but I wasn't. I'm like, dude, I know we even if I can just retrace half of this move, because the one of the also main reasons was outside of everything, whether it had catalyst, didn't have catalyst, whether the market was going up or the market was going down, Moderna had completely made its full ATR on on a volatile type of day. Like, yeah, you had this day right here. That's a huge day. We don't have that type of news to make this thing run $20, $15. That's like Tesla running $20, $25, right? That's a news catalyst squeeze type of move. We're not going to get that today. I said, so we should at least get $4 to $5, and that's what it did. It pretty much moved $4 to $4.50. So I'm like, yo, I should at least get a bounce back to VWAP to Monday's close, which would retrace half of the move and give me some profit. I honestly did not expect this thing to go to high a day. I did not expect it. So that tells me that everything that I thought about this name was right. It was just dealing with the market makers trying to flush you out of this from making any money. You know what I mean? Because it was hard. Market's pulling back. This thing's fucking sinking. Like, you know, I'm actually really happy with it, though. I appreciate that, man. I am happy with it because at the end of the day, whether it was a smart move or a dumb move, we'll never know. All right? The market was going down. I probably should not have been long this, but it had a catalyst, so that's where it's like, you know, which one do you believe? Do you believe the market or do you believe the catalyst? Well, you know, it was going down with the market, and it put in this little double bottom, bang. The 15-minute as well was, here's the other part too, bro, is that the 15-minute for the bearish part, the 15-minute trade line in VWAP, it didn't really, like, it gapped up. So when it pulls back, that 9 EMA is already down here at yesterday's close, and when it bounces into it on a 15-minute chart, that son of a bitch could reject and go down even further, and that's exactly what it did. So I'm like, oh, damn, this really ain't good. Because sometimes you'll have where you had like an up day the prior day and you come in with a gap down and your trade line and everything is above you, so you can try to trade up to it. But when you come in the day and it's down there and you're like, shit, like, you know, I'm not above it, I'm below the trade line. So it's not like I'm using it as support, I'm looking at it as resistance. Along with VWAP, I'm in trouble. But nah, it worked out. It worked out. It was just tough with the market because the market wasn't helping you at all today. And it looks like it's trying to bounce now. It did exactly what we said. I could go back and record myself saying, we need to make 520 support. That's literally what the SPY did. It pulled back to 520, rallied back, pulled back just a little bit more, and then is trying to take off now. So it's going to be interesting to see tomorrow. We do have jobless claims tomorrow. That should give us a sense of PCE. I think these inflation numbers are going to really have to be like really surprising for this market to like take any of it bad. Or I think we're going to need at least like 3 to 4 higher than expected for the markets to care. Like 2 or 3. 3 is kind of pushing it, but like we get like it all depends on how too though. It's like do the inflation PCE data do these numbers come in at like let's just say like 0.1 1 month, 0.2 and then like 0.3 like that's showing a rise. Or can we get like a 0.1 and then like a negative 0.9 and then like a 0.1 again and like that we're stuck. Like I just think the Fed or Powell coming out at the Fed meeting pretty much saying not only are we going to cut rates, but we're done with balance sheet runoff. So they're putting capital back to work. Whatever runs off, they're going to put that back in the markets. That's going to really help. That's going to help. That's going to crush volatility is what that's going to do. And it's going to get boring. And it sucks, but, you know, this is how they try to combat, you know. Man, so, yeah, it's starting to rain here and storm. So I think with that, I think the market's going to be okay to go to the upside unless something like a credit, like something that would cause the markets to pull back. Because the Fed is now going the opposite direction. All right, so... All right, I'm going to walk outside real quick. And I'll be right back. Let me put these two... let me put these two on here for us.
9 months of year, multiple of more than 2,000. That blows anything.
You know, she used to be an analyst.
NVDA, and you can barely
You'll see who I'm
them
talking about.
on this chart, guys. So when I say one is not like the other, we're
I forget
at
her
meme
name.
levels, but DJT.
She used to be an analyst for...
So Deirdre, break this down for us.
Deirdre,
what
that's right.
counts or qualifies as a meme stock? Is it just about the volatility? Is it trading volumes? Because I was there on the floor reporting on the Reddit IPO last week, and at first it didn't look like it was going to be a meme stock. It went up, but it wasn't necessarily in meme territory.
So it has to have momentum, like you said.
Yeah, man, you have a good one, bro. It's starting to rain where I'm at. Like, it's starting to storm a little bit.
And maybe importantly,
a little windy and rainy. So I don't know if that's headed your way.
Subreddit. So I was looking through some of the comments this
morning it might be.
On DJT
just to give you a heads
in
up.
particular, and you had users saying, Pump and Trump. Another one said there are Waffle House locations with more revenue in a month than Truth Social had in an entire year, which is like interesting, guys, because they're very aware.
Okay, cool.
Of
So
how
you already
ridiculous
got it.
This is. There was even a user that posted the financials of
Look,
DJT.
here it goes. Look at this. We're just going to have an
the
end of the
other
day
said,
rally.
Get out of here. We
Take
don't
us
like to talk
right
about
back up to
fundamentals.
yesterday's
That's not what we do in here.
You know, I find there's
Where's the Dow?
a delicious
I might look
irony
at Goldman
in the DJ
Sachs. I'll
Trump
see you, buddy. You have a good
valuation
rest of your night,
on a
bro.
week where
I'll see
the
you tomorrow.
valuation of his properties has been such a headline issue. Here is a valuation that is so outlandish where Donald Trump didn't talk up the valuation.
No, I'm
the
just kidding.
market pushed the valuation that high. The brand value of Trump pushed the valuation that high. He didn't do it per se.
Tyler, it's a SPAC also, right? Didn't we learn this lesson in 2021 that the incentives, particularly in the SPAC structure, need to be looked at very, very closely? But let me also say this. So there's a word of warning. Yes, these are divorced from reality. And yes, the meme stocks of 2021 are nowhere near those peak valuations. But it's also very, very dangerous to short these stocks, even if you know that they don't make any sense. Take this number. SPAC short sellers, they lost nearly $160 million on paper in 2024 so far. So even though we can say all of these things, doesn't have any basis in fundamentals, they can keep going higher longer than investors can remain liquid or remain solvent.
I will go out on a limb here and say that if you buy DJT today at, what is it, 66 a share, something like that? I didn't see the last quote there. If you buy it at 66.50 a share today, if we come back and check in 6 months or a year,
I don't think it'll be 66 a share. It'll be lower.
I'm not sure either. But
Killer
Tyler,
performance out of IWM. It might even get to that 209 level. She might get there.
It's not to say that it might not be 266 in between then.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
It could easily be. Could easily
Sounds
be.
like unpredictability is another hallmark of these stocks.
Yes. And short squeezing. That's also another trait.
Thanks very much, Steve Bosa. All right, Merck shares higher on the back. That's not the bag. That's the back of an approval for its rare lung condition drug. We will trade that name in 3 stock lines.
Welcome back. Bond yields heading lower today after that 7-year auction in the last hour. Let's get over to Rick Santelli in Chicago for more. Rick.
Thanks, Julia. Yes, 7-year note auction today was the best of breed. $43 billion, sort of an oddball maturity, so not a record size offered by the Treasury. It completed $176 billion in supply, and as you look at the intraday chart, you see that low yield? That was after the auction results came out. A really spectacular auction. If spectacular is defined as investors fighting each other to get to those 7 years. Now, if you look at a 2-day of 10s, you should notice a couple of different things. It also extended its yield drop, its price increase after that auction, and more notably, we are much lower in yield today than yesterday's low yields, much higher in price than yesterday's high price. So the momentum continues going into the holiday shortened week. If we look at the yen, and this is key, this is a 24-hour chart. It traded up to nearly 152, which is in favor of the dollar versus the yen. We haven't closed the dollar-yen at 152 or higher since the 29th of June, 1990, as you see on this chart, 34 years. And what reversed it was verbal intervention. We all know, if you have been watching the history of intervention by the Japanese, it has not been successful. To think that they're going to try to move the market with guidance verbally may be a much better idea than throwing their money in, because if you lose on the latter, the market senses it and many traders go after it even harder. Tyler, back to you.
Rick Santelli, one of the great mysteries of CNBC, folks, is who's going to do the CNBC News Update in any given hour. And this hour, it is Dom Chu. Dom.
It is indeed, Tyler. Here is your CNBC News Update. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg offered no timeline this afternoon for the reopening of the crucial Port of Baltimore, but he said it is a top area of focus in the aftermath of the collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge. He also said the White House is focusing on dealing with supply chain issues, addressing surface transportation, and rebuilding that bridge. Israel has asked the U.S. to reschedule an abruptly canceled meeting on its plans for a ground offensive in Rafah. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called off the planned talks after the United States abstained from a United Nations Security Council vote calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. The U.S. has warned that a full-scale invasion of Rafah would be a mistake and would weaken Israel's security. And the Illinois Supreme Court agreed to hear an appeal from former Empire star Jussie Smollett. He was convicted on 5 counts of disorderly conduct in 2021 after Chicago police found he hired 2 brothers to stage an apparent hate crime attack back in 2019. Smollett has maintained his innocence. Tyler, I will send things back over to you.
Dom Chu, thank you very much. And after the break, 2 big headlines out of Disney: launching a new bundle and settling with DeSantis. All with the company's shareholder meeting just a week away. The stock is up. Yes, up 32% this year. 1 year, it's up nearly 26%.
Trial.
Welcome back to Power Lunch. Big moves happening in the Magic Kingdom today. Disney and the state of Florida agreed to end litigation over control of the entertainment giant's governing district in the state. Now, the move ends a nearly 2-year legal battle brought on by Governor Ron DeSantis after Disney showed opposition to Florida's so-called Don't Say Gay bill. But this is not the end of Disney's troubles. Bob Iger and his colleagues are still gearing up to take on Nelson Peltz's proxy battle next week at the company's annual shareholder meeting. That's on Wednesday. Peltz's campaign got a lift from advisory firm Egan Jones earlier today. They said they see, quote, very little downside and a lot of upsides to putting Peltz on the board. So let's dive into all things Disney with CNBC contributor Jim Stewart, along with UBS media and telecom analyst John Hudlick, who just raised his Disney price target by $20 this morning. Jim, let's start things off with you. Since you wrote the book on Disney Wars, you know so well how this company works. What do you predict will happen on Wednesday when we get the results of this vote? And how do you think this whole proxy battle will shape how Disney changes in the coming years?
Well, those are great questions. And of course, I don't have a crystal ball. Don't know how it's going to turn out. I mean, there's a tremendous amount of suspense about this. I will say I would have said a few weeks ago that I thought there was little doubt that Disney would win. It's tough to win a proxy contest. The big, companies like Vanguard and Fidelity, they're very reluctant to embrace shareholder challenges to existing management. But Peltz has recently picked up a lot of support from some of the advisory services. And there is this looming issue of succession hanging over the company. And would Peltz really be in a position to add value to that very important process that's going on? So there are a lot of balls in the air. It's been a very nasty fight, a lot of character assassinations going on, all kinds of claims being made. But I think it's go down to the finish line. I think it's also worth remembering that even if Peltz doesn't win, but gets a substantial shareholder vote, I don't think the board can ignore that. He has said he's not going away. Even if he does lose, he'll remain a major shareholder. If he gets a lot of support, the board will have to listen to him. And remember, years ago, Eisner was the CEO. Disney won a shareholder challenge, but there was so much opposition that he ended up having to leave.
Yeah, such a fascinating history to this company, and we're right now showing the board of directors that is up for re-election. John, you have this fascinating note here outlining all the different reasons why you're optimistic and bullish on Disney stock. You're raising your EPS estimates and also upping your price target by $20 to $140. How much do you see this Peltz proxy battle as a distraction and potentially limiting Iger's ability to accomplish some of the things he's put in motion over the past year?
Yeah, I think it is a concern. I would say, as of now, I think it's a distraction. It's taking a lot of management time, but I would say that the early signs of a turnaround orchestrated by Bob Iger's return are in motion. I think we're seeing the signs, and I think we capture a lot of that improvement in our new model in our report today. But I think there's risk to that. I mean, if Peltz wins, if there's a change in the board, I do think there's a risk that Bob could leave the firm and really jeopardize a lot of the gains we've recently seen in the company.
Yeah, I want you to specifically dive in here to your outlook on direct-to-consumer and where you see that business going, John, because that's a key part of your bullish note here, and the fact that you see those D2C margins increasing. This is something that's also important to Nelson Peltz. But what's your outlook for the streaming business, especially today as we start to see the integration of Hulu and Disney+?
Yeah, and I think that's a key issue, Julia. We're the cusp of seeing Disney Plus and Hulu put together as one service, probably by the end of the year. We do think there's a substantial amount of synergies in putting those businesses together. And we think it's good for growth. And I think, you really need to compare the operations of that business to where Netflix is. Last year, Disney Plus, despite over $20 billion in revenues of the D2C segment,
yeah, I got the last drop out of it.
$2 billion.
There's 237.
If we could get anywhere close to the Netflix margins of over 20%, this could be a substantial, earnings generator for the company, and we think the company's on
Merck gapped up. Looking forward, trying to make a little run
Jim,
up here.
In our intro, we said Egan Jones says they see see very little downside and a lot of potential upside to putting Peltz on the board. I'd like to get your reaction to that.
Damn,
what is
another
the downside
one
and
with
what
Ford.
is the upside? And as John just said, the downside might be that Mr. Iger says, I don't want any part of this. Get me out of here.
Well, I've done a lot of research and interviews on Peltz's record at other companies. And by and large, other CEOs and top executives who, when he came on the board, generally praised his presence there, thought he was very constructive, he listened, he changed his mind if necessary. The one negative that they almost all brought up was how time-consuming that it was. That you suddenly, there's no question that Iger would have to spend a lot of his time dealing with Peltz, holding Peltz's hand, discussions with Peltz. I mean, I believe it was at Mondelez that the CEO had to create a new executive position to handle all the managerial duties, so she could spend all the time dealing with Peltz. So that, I think that is a risk. On the other hand, some of the charges against Peltz, I think, ignore the fact that he has a very large financial interest in the success of Disney. By the way, he bought last fall, he's sitting on a big gain already, but he wants the company to succeed. He wants it to make money.
Big gain?
He is aligned with the interests of other shareholders, and so I don't think it makes much sense to say he's going to go in there and be destructive.
What's your definition
of
a big
That's the last thing
gain?
that he would want to do. It's not in his financial interest to do that.
No, certainly not his financial interest, but that whole process may indeed be distracting if he is indeed elected to the board. Another key piece of this company, of course, is the parks business, of great interest to Nelson Peltz, and of course a huge piece of Disney's revenue and profits. John, you're bullish here as well as they continue to invest and expand, but I'm curious if you're at all concerned about the growth in the past year or two being a result of pent-up demand post-pandemic, and whether you see any impact from consumer spending slowing down.
There doesn't seem to be any evidence thus far. I mean, travel has been very strong with the consumer. As you said, we like the new CapEx program to modernize and expand the parks, both in terms of the existing parks and the cruise ship business, which is a very high ROI business. So we think, based on our new model and our numbers today, that they can continue to grow that business at a sort of a mid to high single-digit rate. And again, it's a very high ROI business, and I think it's something that still has a lot of growth ahead of it.
Yeah, no signs of slowing down just yet. Well, this will be a fascinating one to watch in the lead up to the meeting on Wednesday. Thank you, Jim Stewart and John Hudlick.
Sure.
All right, coming up, Yellen's warning to China, the Treasury Secretary slamming Beijing for distorting the world economy. We'll get the key details when Power Lunch returns.
I'll be right back, guys. What do you guys want me to put up here? Let's see here. Let's go trade Disney. We'll take that off. We got Coinbase, Tesla, Moderna. Let's go to Qs. We'll do Qs. Damn, Qs are weak, bro. IWM outperformer. Dow's ripping, or was at least. IWM is your leader right now. So look at like MSTR. That's what that chart right there. This top left chart, what does that tell me? That says, yo, well, look at MSTR. Wrong. That didn't work. But, let's see. Russell 2000. Damn! DDS. Mara. Yeah, Mara looking real good right now. Let me get some Mara. You need to get you some Mara up in your life. Damn, look at that thing. God. Now that's a chart. Now that's a chart, fam. Alright, so we have that. Alright, I'm gonna get me a Kinder, and believe it or not, I'm gonna go step outside real quick for like 2 minutes. I want to see what else is on here. Ruckus? Oh, RCUS. Yeah, Ruckus. Ruckus Bioscience. Ruckus Bioscience. We knock your ass out. Drugs so good, they knock your ass out. Ruckus Bioscience. Oh shit, that sounds funny. You know, their little logo at the bottom.
Hey, Julia, so in a speech just getting underway this afternoon, Janet Yellen is taking aim at Beijing over what she sees as overproduction
All right,
of several
what we
key
have here?
technologies that include solar, electric vehicles, and lithium-ion batteries.
Industrials.
She'll be pressing Chinese officials to address overcapacity during her upcoming trip to China. She said she'll make it a key issue in discussions.
Bro, no, I don't want to cap locks.
In these industries hurts not only American workers and firms, but also China and the global economy. The issue here, as Yellen will lay out in her speech, is that Chinese
Man, there's so many companies that like I've never heard of. Planet Labs. Why is Nikola going on?
Treasury Secretary
That's
Janet
all I
Yellen
wanna
touring a
know.
solar
Why?
plant in
Why is
Georgia
that thing
this
going
afternoon.
higher?
Megan Casella joining us now
Tudor
with
and
more on
Perini?
what
I've heard of
Secretary
these
Yellen
people.
had to say about
They
China.
did the highway that's down by
Hey,
me.
Julia, so in a speech just getting underway this afternoon,
They're
Janet
stone.
Yellen is
They're.
taking aim at
They had
Beijing
their
over
own
what she
concrete
sees
plant
as
there
overproduction of several
outside the
key
highway.
technologies that include solar, electric vehicles, and lithium-ion batteries. Yellen is saying she'll be pressing Chinese officials to address overcapacity during her upcoming trip to China. She said she'll make it a key issue in discussions, arguing that excess capacity in these industries hurts not only American workers
But
and
for the
firms,
most part,
but also
healthcare
China
is
and the
where it's
global
at, guys.
economy.
In the
The
Russell.
issue here, as Yellen will lay out in her speech, is that Chinese overproduction
So you're seeing
in government
biotechs
subsidized
really
industries
start to take
has
the
led
helm
China
here.
in the past to sell
Celsius
products
is
abroad at
really
reduced
red.
prices. It makes it harder for other countries to compete. So part of her concern now is that the U.S. has seen this play out before with solar panels. To emphasize this point, she's delivering these remarks inside a Suniva facility. It's a solar cell manufacturer that produced solar cells in the U.S. for a decade before declaring bankruptcy 7 years ago due to a flood of cheap imports from abroad. Today, Yellen says the company is back on track to restart manufacturing this spring after securing around $100 million in financing from the Inflation Reduction Act. So guys, this shows just one way the Biden administration is aiming to compete with China on these issues. Guys.
All right, Megan, stick around as we bring in our own Pippa Stevens to help react to this and the impact on the solar industry.
So I think the crux of the issue here is that the administration is trying to have as much renewable energy developed as quickly as possible.
Oh, shit.
While
What
also
is,
starting a U.S. domestic supply chain.
No, that's
And this is
Biogen.
challenging because China is by far
what's
the
the
leader
what's
here.
the
They control more
biotech
than
ETF?
80% of the solar supply chain. By some
IBB?
estimates, they've invested very
IBB.
heavily to be
Damn,
the leader in
IBB
these new
off.
technologies like solar and
That's a nice
batteries,
run.
you know, lithium refining, things like that.
That's a really
They
nice
also
run.
benefit from cheaper electricity, cheaper labor, all of which is to say that what McKinsey says that solar cells manufactured in China are about 50% cheaper than those in Europe and 65% cheaper than those in the US. So there's no question it's hard to compete. On the other hand, the Inflation Reduction Act is certainly making a big stride there. We've seen tens of billions of announcements of factories to try to reshore that production. But the reality is that these things take time. And for right now, China is the leader and they are sending a lot more product into the channel.
So, Megan, how did this company come back from the ropes, the company that you're at? They got financing through the Inflation Reduction Act. What makes them think now, given the sort of dynamics of the marketplace, that they can make a go of it?
I think they're looking at this financing. They're looking at the administration's focus on making sure we produce at least some of these solar cells and solar panels in the U.S. as sort of their opportunity. They're trying to hire more and build out this production. But I think one criticism that we hear most often of the Inflation Reduction Act is that by subsidizing our industries here, we're doing exactly what China's doing. Do we really want to over-subsidize, or are we at risk of over-subsidizing, I should say, an industry that wouldn't be sustainable without this government investment and maybe can't be sustainable then long term?
Yeah, so both sides potentially over-subsidizing. Pippa, how do you see this playing out? You mentioned that it's going to take a long time. No matter what happens here, it's going to take a long time. But how do you see this ultimately impacting what's happening here on U.S. soil?
Well, I think the first thing to note is that the module manufacturing is now coming to the U.S., and that is the last stage of the panel manufacturing process. And for the time being, we haven't really gone further up the supply chain. So things like the polysilicon, the ingot, and the wafers, that is still taking place outside the U.S. And the U.S. doesn't actually import cells and modules from China. After a series of tariffs were levied against China's solar products, a lot of that production then moved to Southeast Asia. And so we now get more than 80% of our modules from 4 countries in Southeast Asia. And so I think that ultimately the U.S. will build out a robust supply chain, at least for certain portions of clean energy. But the fear is that, just like we've seen with Europe's reliance on Russia for hydrocarbons, if it's too concentrated in one area, that also poses a risk, even maybe a national security risk.
And just a final question to you, Megan. Does this indicate any sort of a change in the U.S.-China policy, or is this just more of the same?
I think we are seeing the Biden administration get a little bit firmer on this point. In previous trips to China by Yellen or by officials beneath her, they've been noting that they're addressing overcapacity, but we haven't quite seen her be this specific on exactly what they're worried about. You know, this is something that is an issue in this industry. It's also something some people worry about with chips as well, because we've seen this play out before. So I think, you know, they emphasize that they want to be cordial with China. They don't want to shut down that interaction, especially not that economic cooperation, but they also want to make sure that it's fair. So we're seeing them ramp up that dialogue.
All righty, folks. Thank you very much. Megan, Pippa, thanks so much.
That was
and
funny.
Coming up, driving
She's
drugs
like,
and drapes. We'll
shit,
get
they
a
got
trade
me.
on Tesla.
Yo,
Merck,
girl,
and
I know what you
RH
mean.
in a fresh
I doze off and kind of
stock
just stare
loan.
off
As we
too and
celebrate
forget that I'm on
Women's
a
Heritage
live.
Month, we're sharing the stories
I
of
know
some
the
of our
feeling.
newly named CNBC
That was funny.
changemakers. Here is Kathy Engelbert,
That was really funny.
WNBA commissioner.
I was always very curious, so I say curiosity drove me, but confidence built me. I tell a lot of young women today, raise your hand, build your capability, good things will come. That's what happened to me, and that's what we've been doing at the WNBA. That's what a change maker really is someone who's going to make decisions to affect change, to transform a league of our size and scale, and I'm thrilled with where we are right now.
Just eating something real quick. I've been eating a lot today, yo. Been eating a lot. I didn't eat that much all. Like, I don't usually eat this much. It's weird. Really, it's, I don't know. I had a tuna fish sandwich, but really it's just like snacking. Really though, it's actually the Kinders. They're so freaking good. They're so good. Not that I've had crack or anything. That's one thing I never did. You know. But I'm gonna make a joke and say it's probably the next best thing to crack. Probably the new crack rock. That Kinder. That Kinder chocolate bar. It's it's eating these streets up, man. Kinder, Red Bull, and maybe out on a Newport. Some of y'all might not be a fan of that. It's all good. All right. Let's not try to give this back. We're green on the day. Man, I cannot believe this. I cannot believe this thing went all the way up to. I mean, I guess I can. I was a little bullish this name today. If only I would have waited, I feel like I would have been in a much better position to hold on to it. I wouldn't have had to have sat on dead money. Down money, not even dead, but just down money.
Insurance.
For that like half hour. And that is what.
Welcome back, everybody. Time for today's three-stock lunch here with our trades. Jerry Castellini, President, Chief Investment Officer with Castle Ark Management. First up, let's go to Tesla. Wall Street continuing to cut price targets on the stock. Fresh round of warnings on the first quarter deliveries numbers. EV manufacturer, one of the very few underperformers among big tech stocks so far this year, down about 27%. Jerry,
let's go look at mega cap tech.
Yeah, so Tesla, I would put in the same category as Apple, the two worst performers of last year's Mag 7, and they're actually even been kicked out. So there certainly isn't a lot of excitement there anymore. And when you think about it, both of these stocks have kept away from investors their real strategy and what they're doing in AI.
What other one's
If
getting
we
kicked
knew
out? I
more
think the only
about
one
them,
that's doing
it'd be
bad
easy
is
to
Tesla.
conclude that both should stay as underperformers. But think about Tesla for a minute. The expectations now for deliveries has been cut. China is not a surprise on the upside anymore. It's a big negative concern. Stocks pulled in. They just raised prices, so that market might be stable. But more importantly, they're most likely going to have a very scary on the upside announcement at some point on their
Bro,
AI
what happened with
application.
Netflix?
And it'll be wrapped around this self-driving aspect that they've developed. We don't know if it's going to come soon, but we wouldn't be
that's a downgrade, I'm
we
sure.
would very much expect
That's
something here in
crazy.
the next maybe even 3 weeks, just
There's not
hinting
even
at where
any
they could
volume
go.
with it.
And you would not want to be on the wrong side of Tesla when they're now applying that type of technology to on-the-road driving.
So you think you would say buy this here in light of the fact that you think something's coming big on AI?
So from a tactical perspective, I would let the quarter come in the next few weeks. Let them report. Let them give you potentially more bad news, and take that as my entry point. We don't own it right now. We're looking at it very closely. And if we see any more weakness in it, given the upside that they have, that would be a great time to start buying. So I'm a hold.
Okay.
We're going into earnings and buy regardless.
Okay.
Well, shares are up.
Yeah,
about
who's talking
1.5%
20-year
today.
timeline?
Next up, Merck. The company is scoring a major drug approval.
I think that's
for
what
a
people
rare
are forgetting
life-threatening lung
about
condition.
Tesla.
Shares of Merck up over 4% today. Jerry, what's your take on this one? Now 5%.
Yeah, I'd say I say follow the crowd here. This is a unique.
That's what people are forgetting.
Therapy. No one
You're
has it.
getting a
This is
Ford at the
probably a
beginning
$20
of
billion
its
market.
heyday.
Merck has a hole
You're
to
getting a
fill in their
GM
pipeline,
when they
and,
first started
the
a
fact that
company.
this is going to be on the market now and help
Roughly
fill
the
that,
beginning
we
stages.
think it's going to lead to a
Right?
higher multiple for
Think
the
about
stock,
all
and we
that
think it'll do a
future
lot
cash
better.
flow.
All righty, let's move on to, I guess it's RH Company, formerly known as Restoration Hardware. It's on deck to report earnings after the bell today. Your trade here, Jerry.
Yeah, so this one to me is a sell. It might have a little better than expectations, but the reality is these guys are selling fixtures and furniture. That was the pandemic cycle. Both of those things are hard to consume. It would take quite some time to go through another cycle like that, which means they're more likely to have earnings disappointments over the next 2 to 3 quarters. So we would fade that and look more at a consumable name in the home sector, more like a Home Depot.
All right, Jerry, thank you very much. Jerry Castellini, we appreciate it. Always good to see you. We will be right back.
Oh, damn. Look at that. I didn't even see that entry point right there at 109. Wow. Look at that entry point right here. Look at this. Right there. Right there. That's a sick entry point. I didn't even see it. I think I was looking at Goldman Sachs when that was going down. That's also, what is that? Monday's high. Monday's pivot high. You just turn that into support. You might come in here with a freaking gap up tomorrow, gang. This thing might give you a little gap and go. I mean, it's not up like crazy, but it's up 3%. I cannot believe this thing screwed me. You know, I figured it was like, okay, we're done. Like, I really thought that this was a failed breakout. I did. I'm not even gonna lie. I said, that's it. This thing's done. Like, just please give me like, let's bounce to VWAP, which I kind of knew we could do. And she started doing it. She started bouncing. I did not expect, like, a test and break of the high a day. and hold at that. You're still holding high a day right here. So watch out. Moderna may be coming to 220 to a theater near you. Moderna's coming to a 120 near you. All right.
We only have 2 minutes left in the show and several more stories you need to know, so let's get right to it.
That's your 200 day, your 50 day, double top, but I think I should have waited for the gap fill, but whatever. Whatever. You guys need anything, let me know. I appreciate, man, damn right, we're going to make it. We are so close to 10 likes. We are so close, man. We are so close. All right.
So let's say I want to meet a friend for dinner on the west side of Manhattan.
Because you live in New Jersey.
I live in New Jersey. I leave here. I go across the bridge. It is $17. I go in.
We only have 2 minutes left in the show and several more stories you need to know, so let's get right to it. New York City's MTA board approving a new congestion pricing fee for vehicles entering Manhattan by a vote of 11 to 1. Now, this first-of-its-kind program includes a $15 toll for most passenger cars entering the city below 60th Street during peak traffic hours. The MTA claims it will help reduce traffic and also raise $1 billion annually for public transit improvements. But it is still facing multiple lawsuits by elected officials and residents. New York and New Jersey.
All right, I'll be right back before the market closes. We still
make
got a little bit of
everything
time
more
left.
expensive.
There goes
I want to meet a
Coinbase.
friend for dinner on the west
Coinbase
side of Manhattan.
just started dropping to the
I
downside
leave
there.
Here, I go across the bridge. It is 17.
See if it cracks this level. You might make a new low today.
To, West 60th Street or wherever it is. It's another $15, and then I have to park, which is another $50. People are going to be coming to New Jersey to meet me, not the other way around.
I think it's going to be litigated. I don't think it's going to go into effect for a while.
I think that's probably true. All right, next story. The spring housing market underway, and yet the mortgage market isn't moving. Weekly mortgage apps are down 16% from a year ago, while refinance applications are down 9% in the same time frame. I guess it's higher interest rates and people sort of locked into the idea that if I have to go take out a 7% loan, I'm going to stay where I am and enjoy my 3% or 4%.
Home buyers are going to hold out for lower rates and also for more housing inventory.
Yeah. Well, do we have time for one more? I don't know that we really do. Let's just look 15 seconds. Dow Industrial's up 289 points. It's been a good day here. Thanks for being with us.
Always fun to be
Thanks
here.
for watching Power Lunch.
All right, welcome to Closing Bell. I'm Scott Wapner, live from Post 9 here at the New York Stock Exchange. And this make or break hour begins with this question: whether investors should prepare for a pullback or another pop in stocks in the quarter ahead. We will ask our experts over this final stretch. In the meantime, your scorecard with 60 minutes to go and regulation looks like that. Now we've gone positive, albeit slightly in the NASDAQ. We've been positive for the Dow and the S&P for much of this day. Merck, Amgen are putting in solid gains today from the healthcare space. Home Depot, Caterpillar, and Honeywell are also standouts in the session. As for technology, declines in NVIDIA, Microsoft, and Meta were weighing on that sector for much of the day. You see they're still red. Apple and Tesla, though, are higher. And Apple, by the way, the worst performing mega cap tech stock so far this year. And by the way, all-star analyst Eric Woodring of Morgan Stanley joins us shortly with his take on what could turn that stock around. It does take us to our talk of the tape. What lies ahead for stocks at large, for tech as a sector, and for the broadening of this market? Let's ask Dan Greenhouse. He is Solus Alternative Asset Management's chief strategist. He's here with us at Post 9. I know you're as excited as we are about Eric Woodring coming up.
I'm happy to be here and to contribute to the show.
Okay, good stuff. So what about the momentum of the rally? Is it waning?
Yo, this guy is good, man. Listen, if you guys took my word for it, you know who he is. Last week when I told you to go watch The Compound,
and we just carry this momentum.
He's a smart guy. Him and his stepbrother know what they're doing.
Breather here. But in the context of what we've experienced off the October low, call it a 30% plus rally for the overall index, more obviously
they come up with really good things. You'll see. We'll see what he says.
Breather, and we've talked about this, and a number of people on the show have talked about this. Some breather for a period of time here into earnings season. Probably not unexpected, probably not unwarranted.
We're able to go up without tech. And that has to be viewed, I would think, as a positive sign for the overall direction.
Sure.
That's
mean,
why I say
I've
banks.
talked
It's
about this for
not
a year.
just
The
AI.
industrial
It's also
space
banks.
Continues to be a standout, both fundamentally and technically. Energy is suddenly back on the tip of everybody's tongue. A number of names in that space, something that
you've been talking about. It's been the leading space this month.
Banks, bro.
That's right, it's been the leading space.
I'm still
Now, obviously,
smarter
we're
than them.
not.
I'm telling you, I'm
Solis
still
isn't,
smarter than some of
trading
these
that
guys.
quickly, but yes, I think there are a number of names in the energy space that fundamentally still look quite good, and obviously the space is playing a bit of catch up here, being as under-owned as it is. But yes, you'd have to take the broadening out of the market as a positive, all else equal.
So we did our Delivering Alpha investor survey where we asked many of the folks who end up coming on the network and talking about the markets. Do you think the market has run too far too fast? Almost 2/3 said yes, we're in for a pullback. What do you make of that?
Well, I didn't contribute to that survey.
Well, how would you would have?
Folks, nobody told me about it. What I've said, listen, we've talked about this in the past over the years. I struggle with the phrase "too far, too fast." I don't know what that means. No one has ever really defined that. Do I think that a point like Joe Terranova has made in the past, is the index too far away from its 200-day moving average? Some level of at least a pause is probably worthy. So if that's your barometer for quote unquote too far too fast, yeah, it's probably gone too far too fast. But again, that doesn't mean that you need to have some 15% decline in equities in order to restore equilibrium. It just means you can't keep going up at the pace that we've been going up, and there's nothing particularly difficult or unusual about that.
Have we gone up the way we have? If you think yes, maybe it's too far too fast, is that because of pending rate cuts? Because again, in the same survey, when you ask, how many times is the Fed going to cut rates in 2024, 2 is almost 2/3 of the vote. So the market thinks 3, the Fed dots suggests 3. Our smart investors and market watchers think, no, more likely 2.
Yeah, I thought for a while that 2 was probably your over-under, maybe 3, but let's call it 2.5 was your over-under. The market was always, I'm sorry, the Fed Fund futures pricing was always incorrect. I'm not even really sure how to explain to viewers why that is, other than to say 6 or 7 rate cuts was almost never going to happen unless you had some sort of meaningful drop-off in economic activity, the likes of which I and numerous other people did not expect. So your over-under is, call it 2 for the year, maybe 1 in the summer, and maybe they sneak 1 more in before the election or shortly thereafter. But do I think that matters? No, I don't think that really matters per se. And you've seen this 30% rally we've had off the lows has come as we've scaled back those expectations, as longer-term and medium-term Treasury yields have backed up. You've still had both a broadening out in the market and a perpetual move higher, both of which are positive and are independent, really, of what the Fed is likely to do.
What if we don't get any cuts? Like James Gorman, right, the former Morgan Stanley CEO, now executive chairman, he suggested on the network, I'd be surprised if they move in the first half of this year, and I wouldn't be surprised if they don't do anything this year.
Yeah, listen, they might not do anything. I still think your over-unders is, call it 2.5.
What if they don't do anything? What if he's right?
Do you think NVIDIA's going to earn $30 or whatever? Like whether the Fed cuts once or twice? No, I don't think that matters. Do I think Google's going to earn $7 or $8 whether the Fed cuts or not? Yeah, I think they do. Or at least I should say the market thinks that they do. I think there's so much weight being put on the Fed still in an environment in which I don't think the Fed matters nearly as much as it has at intermittent periods over the last certainly 10 or 15 years, but let's call it the last 2 or 3 years.
Doesn't it matter to certain trades? Like you can't possibly tell me that, well, they may cut none and the Russell's going to do well.
No, that's fair. There are different trades levered to rate expectations. The Russell, obviously being in the index more heavily weighted towards variable rate debt, is probably a little more susceptible. But Google and Meta and Apple, et cetera, these are not long duration equities.
But you're making the case then we get a continued play towards the top half of the market. That's why the mega caps will continue to do well. Because of the examples that you just gave, you're like, well, does NVIDIA's earnings matter on the Fed? And then now you're talking about other mega caps.
Yeah, and
you're giving all the reasons why people continue to put money there.
Well, yes, but I would apply that same rationale to not just the top 5 or 7, but let's call it the top 50 or 70 names or the top 100 names. I think at this moment there are times where what the Federal Reserve has to say is crucially important. And that's been true for, let's call it 10 to 15 years. It's because they can engender a risk-taking environment, the likes of which we've seen, again, intermittently over the past couple of years, which results in multiple expansion or profit expansion on the part of some companies. And that's all good for the broader risk landscape. right now, I don't think that matters. The economy is humming, for lack of a better word. Could be doing better, but the economy is humming, for lack of a better word. Corporate America continues to do well, and I don't think whether the Fed cuts 1 or 3 times on balance affects most of the top names. If you look at think of the number of mega projects that are being built in this country, and the data center expansion, et cetera, the Inflation Reduction Act, et cetera, et cetera. Nothing that's going on in the industrial space tells me that they're at all concerned about rates. I don't think let's just pick a random large cap name, Eaton, out of a hat. Eaton's not going straight up. ETN is the ticker if somebody wants to pull it up, because the investors in that name think rates are going to come down. It's going up because of the broader environment in which they're operating.
But if you get a, let's just call it a continued unwind in the momentum trade, and rates remain a little sticky, and we'll find out what happens with PCE on Friday when the market's closed, obviously. We'll trade it next week. But if rates remain sticky, the momentum trade unwinds, does that in any way undermine the idea that the market's going to continue to broaden?
No. So for starters, I don't think the momentum, listen, is momentum tech equals growth? That's what I'm talking about. There's certainly some element of that. But no, I don't think so. I mean, look at a chart of AMD, for instance. AMD's got to be 15, 20% off its high already. Intel has got to be 15, 20% off its high already. I think you've already seen rotation, not just more broadly into energy, let's say, but within semiconductor, within tech. And I don't think that's exclusive of what's happened with the Federal Reserve, but I don't think it's also because of the Federal Reserve.
All right, let's bring in Chris Harvey of Wells Fargo Securities and Victoria Fernandez of Crossmark Global Investments. Great to have you both with us. Chris, good to see you here. You've heard what Mr. Greenhouse has suggested. If growth underperforms in the weeks ahead, is that an issue? Or are we having enough broadening that doesn't really matter as much as we once thought?
I don't think it's an issue. And I think what you're seeing is positions have gotten too big for portfolios. The procrastinators have to pare them back. That's what we're seeing today. Late yesterday, you saw a sell-off. That looked like it was rebalanced from equity to fixed income. And so you're seeing some window dressing at the end of the quarter. If growth underperforms in the short term, I don't think it really means all that much. You need to see a little bit of pullback or repricing of risk, and I think that's healthy.
Are you bullish going forward?
We think you could have a market melt up, okay? What the Fed did last week...
You seem pained to say that.
Because
it's difficult for you to wrap your arms around that.
Most people appear pained to be bullish.
I want to know why. Give me the psyche of why.
It pains me because we're putting so much more emphasis on positioning. And if you got the positioning right this year, it really didn't matter about what you thought about the market. If you got the positioning wrong, you're not too happy. So we focus more on positioning, and we're in a situation where the market's not really looking at valuation. The market's looking at relative growth. The market's looking at the Fed saying, hey, the macro is a lot hotter than we thought, or somewhat hotter than we thought, but we're still going to apply the same amount of accommodation. So we're back to a certain degree, we're back to 2021, where you have an economy that doesn't need the accommodation, but is going to get it.
All right, Victoria, you say you're still cautious, and I mean, I can't remember from our most recent conversations over the last many months that you haven't been cautious. Why still so cautious as this market continues to, just leave the bears or the more cautious by the side of the road?
Yeah, well, I think being cautious for us doesn't mean that we're not fully invested. We are invested. We're just trying to be cautious in where we're positioning. You're talking about positioning being a key component for people. Look, there is this momentum trade going on, and we think it's going to continue in the short to intermediate term. You've got 98 days, consecutive days, that the S&P is above its 50-day moving average. You still have more of this AI component that's leading, and you've got this rotation in the market of sectors where their constituents are making new highs, going from tech to energy. You've got 80% of the constituents in the energy sector that made new 3-month highs on Monday. So there is this momentum, but you still have some red flags out there. You still have some of the tailwinds of this market over the past few months that I think are going to pull back, the Fed being one of them. I do not believe we're going to get 3 rate cuts. You have the market believing this Fed put is back in place after the last meeting, and I think you have to be cautious about that, and that'll be a surprise to the market. And I think the consumer is going to pull back. You're seeing interest payments as a percentage of disposable income surge 40% over the last year. Consumers are spending more than they're making. So all of that is going to come into play, and you've got mixed data, right? Regional Fed reports were down. You've got LEIs, though, that did turn positive for the first time in 2 years. So there's just this mixed bag of data that we think leads to us being cautious in where we're putting our money to work.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think there's a lot of what we just heard that's legitimate. I don't mean to suggest any of it's illegitimate. I mean, there's a lot to agree with. But at the same time, the hesitancy that Victoria and Chris, we've seen this for the better part of a year now.
And heard it.
And yes,
it's the same refrain. It's all going to happen. It just continues to not happen, but it's eventually going to happen.
Yeah,
that's what the more cautious and bearish viewpoints continue to send.
Well,
because otherwise, why would you be negative?
Yeah, I mean, listen.
All right, we got 45 minutes.
Take issue with both
Let me
of them.
go back to the bigger screen.
For fun on the show,
quick. I just want to say thank all of you guys
there's always
everyone
mixed
that did
data.
hit the
There's
like
been
button.
mixed data for
Subscribe if you haven't done so
There's
already.
always things you can point to say X is going to happen and Y is going to happen.
Feels
On
good
balance,
to be
the
back in the
economy's doing
driver's
fine,
seat and put
profits are
trades
doing
on.
fine.
And
we're coming out of the earnings, or we've come out of the earnings
there's
recession.
actually been a lot going
Victoria
on in the
mentioned that
markets.
The LEI is starting to turn up. The ISM
Let's
is
do a
starting to
check-in
turn up.
real quick.
Like some of the
All right.
more bearish things on which you
Coinbase
would
ended
hang
up
your
breaking
hat
that
a
level.
couple of
Let's
months
see if
ago
it
are starting to
can
turn.
pull
So
back
maybe
and
you're
break
getting that
those
positive
lows.
tailwind. And the one thing I would take issue with
DJT
is the idea of the quote-unquote
pulling
Fed
back.
put. The idea of the Fed put is that the Fed's going to ride to the rescue if something
Reddit.
goes wrong. The Fed's not cutting rates.
That'll be the top right.
Engendering a Fed put. The Fed's cutting rates because they believe, correct or incorrect, that the inflation environment is shifting in such a direction that they don't need as much accommodation.
SMCI is going higher, Nvidia's going lower.
If the economy fell out of bed, they'd cut rates.
Trying to go
That would
lower.
be the Fed put.
AMD.
But the point is that right now, the reason why they're cutting rates is not because they see broad-based or even narrow weakness throughout the economy. They're cutting rates because they think inflation has moved back into a position where they don't need as much restriction. And all else equal, if the economy continues to perform, that's terrifically positive for the equity market. It has been, and it is likely to continue to be.
Isn't the whole thing just being overcomplicated? Look, the tightening regime's done. Okay, the next move is lower. They've all, but I mean, unless there's a shock, okay? With the caveat that there's a shock, okay, and they have to hike again, that seems extraordinarily unlikely at this moment. So if we know the next move is a cut,
damn it.
why isn't that
Excuse
period
my
end of story?
language.
Let's not overcomplicate it. We've been overcomplicating it for a long time.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think you're spot on. That's period, end of story. What we saw is we should be in a tightening cycle right now. Right now, the equity market should be down because we went from 7 to 3. But the equity market's up 10%. So does the equity market really
Already
trade on
we're
Fed
done.
funds?
Come on,
I don't
bro.
think so at this point in time. And the other interesting thing is when Fed funds got pushed back, the equity market, I think it was CPI a couple weeks ago, S&P was up 1% and small caps were flat. Why? Because that's a situation that's very positive for growth, and growth is driving the larger cap market.
Victoria, you suggest that there are some warning signs in the positioning where others would say not at all. It's actually healthy signs in the positioning that this market can withstand a drop back in the so-called momentum trade, a pullback in the tech trade. As I mentioned, it's number 6 on the list of the best performing sectors of this month. Markets hung in there, done just fine.
What?
Yeah, the market has hung in, and that's part of this momentum trade that we have seen, and the one that we think is going to continue in the intermediate term, and why you should be invested in the market. But you do look at some things like stochastic indicators, right? It's above 90 now for 17 weeks in a row. That's extremely overbought when you look at that signal. It's only happened 7 other times. So I'm not saying it's doomsday, and you know, 6 months ago, we would have called for a mild recession. Now we don't think you'll probably have that. We think you'll see a slowdown, and that's why we're still cautious. But I do think you have to agree the momentum is there. Where I think we're going to see some concern is that I don't think the markets are going to respond in a positive way if the Fed doesn't do what they expect it to do.
So Reddit's pulling back now.
If they don't cut in June, they cut in September, or they only cut twice instead of 3 times. That's not going to have a huge change.
I gotta write a couple things down here.
Years, but I do think it makes a difference in the way that the market reacts in the
y'all
intermediate
just let me
term.
know.
And that's where I think we'll get some pullback. I think it's where we can see yields go a little bit
We
higher.
will have a watch list out tonight because I want to talk about the trade of the day.
As maybe the
and some of the
market
other points that
anticipates it is. How can you say you're
thinking about
restrictive
that I haven't
when you're
covered.
actually increasing your inflation expectations, increasing your
Is
growth
she talking about the Fed?
expectations,
Yeah, they're
and
not.
still saying that you're going to be accommodative?
Yes,
It
they
doesn't
are.
seem to make
They're doing
sense, and
exactly
so
the
I
opposite
think
of what they
there's going to be
said.
some shifts with some pullbacks in the market. That's our cautious component. But overall, I think you have to be invested and continue to find those areas like healthcare, like energy, that I think in the second half of the year will try to catch up to the rest of the market, and that's where you have some opportunity.
Chris, the most interesting question coming into the new quarter, and you're going to start earnings and all that, is what happens with the NASDAQ, okay? It's where the focus point has been for obvious reasons. This month it's underperformed the S&P, and certainly the Russell. Brad Gerstner of Altimeter was on with me on Halftime today. He's a holder of many of the mega cap stocks and said it's not a bubble. Okay. If you look at the multiples, he said Google trading at 19 times, Meta trading at 22 times, NVIDIA 31 times. That's not bubble territory. You have to get it right. We continue to own those names in our portfolio. He also suggests that if you look at the long term, the historical peaks, not even close for things like that.
We're not in a bubble. All this talk about bubble, I think, is kind of silly. If you're talking about bubble, you probably didn't live through 1999. 1999 was
exactly.
A bubble. Here,
or you haven't been invested in these stocks.
Or you haven't been invested in these stocks. As far as the NASDAQ and some of the stocks, you've heard me say this before. We think the communication stocks, which are the Googles, the Metas, the Netflix of the world, those have good valuations. They have good fundamentals. They have positive momentum. Those will continue to work. This is an environment where the economy is not really strong. It's still a growth market. And momentum, you only break momentum when you have regime change, and regime change is usually going from contraction to expansion, from when you can drive a truck through credit spreads and they contract tremendously. You don't see that. The things that are going to drive momentum or cause a point of inflection just aren't where they need to be. Where we are right now is we're in the process of raising market risk. We're in the process of lifting risk. That's a heck of a ride up. And at some point, it will push it too far, but we're not close yet.
Last and quick.
Yeah, listen, I think if you think this is a bubble, you'd have no idea what a bubble is. That's very simply put. Whether it's the 90s, whether it's Japan, the tulip, you've done no research whatsoever to ascertain what's a bubble. Full stop.
All right, we'll leave it there. Everybody, thank you. Victoria, we'll talk to you soon. Chris and Dan Greenhouse, appreciate having you here as well. Post 9. Pippa Stevens has the stock she's watching as we head towards the close. Hey, Pippa.
Hey, Scott. Robinhood is popping after announcing its first ever credit card. Robinhood Gold Card offers cash back that users can deposit into their Robinhood account. CEO Vlad Tenev telling CNBC the goal is for customers to have all their assets custodied at Robinhood, with every financial transaction going through the company. And shares of Coinbase in the red after the SEC scored a big win in its lawsuit against the crypto exchange. A U.S. district judge ruled the SEC's claim, which alleges the firm engaged in unregistered sales of securities, can move forward. Stock down 4%. Scott?
All right, Pippa, we'll see you soon. Thank you, Pippa Stevens. We're just getting started here. Up next, Apple off to a rocky start this year, facing scrutiny over its lack of AI strategy. But is it about to turn it all around at its upcoming developers conference this summer? Star Apple analyst Eric Woodring gives us his take after the break. We're live from the New York Stock Exchange, and you're watching Closing Bell on CNBC.
You have a really nice ascending wedge here, but would keep an eye on Robinhood. I'm not sure what levels you have on the daily chart as far as resistance. Yeah, that's what I thought. So you don't really have that much in your way right now where we're at. You really don't. So a consolidation here would not surprise me. I think it would actually be bullish for the name. Personally, I think it would be bullish. So right now we're at 1986. Oh shit, my birthday. Alright, let's see. Let me get this back here.
opportunity.
Not all Caitlin Clarks are the same. Caitlin Clark, city planner. Just like not all internet providers are the same. They look subtle.
Oh, come on. I did not mean to hit that. Where are we? It's not going to show me.
Get powerful. Get real deal speed, reliability, and power with Xfinity. Shoots from here? That's kind of my thing.
At Air Temp Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing, when I hire, I look for character over experience. Because I can teach you to trade in our training center, but I can't teach you to care about.
All right, I'm going to look at some of these I'm going to go through some of the whatchamacallits, some of the scanners, and RDDT is up there. We have Moderna, we have Tesla. Adobe getting slaughtered. That could be a nice break and retest for Adobe. Wow, that could be a nice rejection there. Who the fuck is that?
We have seen, for perhaps the first time in several years, a multi-quarter stretch of negative estimate revisions for Apple. You know, each earnings period we get to, the narrative is maybe the in-quarter numbers are okay, but the future outlook needs to come down and gets ratcheted down. Alongside of that, we've seen about 4 turns of multiple compression since August of last year. That is probably, as simply put, as simple as I can make it. Again,
Calm.
there are factors that play into that.
All right, we're back. Apple, the worst performing mega cap tech stock this year. The company facing criticism over its AI strategy, increased regulatory scrutiny as well. Our next guest sees catalysts ahead that could drive out performance from here. Let's bring in top Apple analyst Morgan Stanley's Eric Woodring. It's good to see you again. Welcome back.
Scott, good to see you as well.
Why has this stock been such a dud this quarter?
We have seen, for perhaps the first time in several years, a multi-quarter stretch of negative estimate revisions for Apple. You know, each earnings period we get to, the narrative is maybe the in-quarter numbers are okay, but the future outlook needs to come down and gets ratcheted down. Alongside of that, we've seen about 4 turns of multiple compression since August of last year. That is probably, as simply put, as simple as I can make it. Again, there's other factors that play into that, but negative estimate revisions, multiple compression, we have a stock trading at 170.
Why is it going to turn around?
So our thesis generally is twofold. One, if you look at the stock, we think there's relative asymmetry in the risk reward. A bear case of about $155, call it 9%, 10% downside from here. A price target of about $220, call it 30% upside. So 3-to-1 risk reward, but ultimately you need a catalyst to go from 170 to 220. We do think until you get past March quarter earnings and the June quarter guide, the stock, before then, the stock will maybe trade as it has been. But once you get that out of the way, kind of a clearing event, which we thought would be the March quarter, we were wrong, it wasn't. You get closer to the developer conference, and we think the developer conference will be fascinating in the sense that this will be probably one of the biggest software upgrades that Apple has gone through in years, instilling some of this generative AI technology into iOS, then onto the iPhone 16, giving users a reason to say, I need to upgrade my old devices, buy a new device, and maybe there's actually even some potential for AI-related services spend that we could get on the back of that.
You know, at prior times, Eric, of let's call it stock chart discomfort, you've come on with me and said, look, I wouldn't add fresh money to it here.
Yep.
And that wasn't that long ago, right? And then the stock went back up, but here we are. We find ourselves questioning what we should do. What would your advice be in that regard today?
Yeah, so my advice is simple, is between now and let's call it the end of April, early May, you know, the stock's going to trade likely sideways. There's still concerns about China. We obviously had the DOJ case filing last week, which to my surprise, caught the market by surprise. Once we get past March quarter earnings, to me, this is a catalyst-rich story. We get the negative news out of the way. You have 2 positive catalysts in the June 10th Developer Day, the mid-September iPhone launch. So to me, If you need to be tactical, there's a month where you're going to get a stock trading sideways. If you have longer duration, $170 with a 3-to-1 positively skewed risk reward is a good opportunity to add to the stock. Again, we've gone back over the last decade. This is the worst start to a calendar year that Apple has had. Again, with catalyst-rich kind of events coming up over the next 4 months, we think now would be the opportunity to take advantage of that, add to a stock that we believe is trading at a discount when you take into account what AI can do for the next iPhone cycle.
How do you assess the DOJ overhang here? I mean, you have to look at it in two ways. And also, how long do you think it's going to last? Because you could say, well, in prior instances of the government looking into these big cap tech companies, okay, it amounts to a fine. We get it, write a big check. It's a rounding error in the big story. However, if it drags on for years, you do have the suggestion by Bill Gates and others who lived it at Microsoft of the distraction. Just as this new technology is taking hold called AI, where, you know, Apple is sort of playing catch up. At least that's what the narrative is, right? So you have the outcome, but also the distraction of the process. How would you assess both?
The challenge with the DOJ case, and you're seeing this play out with Alphabet in the market today, is these things take years. You can go back to 2012 with the Apple ebook price fixing DOJ investigation. Something that was actually not all that complex took 4 years to resolve. Now we're talking about the U.S. Department of Justice going after 5 different angles of kind of Apple's closed ecosystem. That is going to be complex. That's going to take years to play out. Again, do we know how to discount that? No, it's hard to quantify what the eventual outcome could be. But I do look at Alphabet and I say the DOJ investigation with them started in October of 2020. Here we are about to approach closing arguments in May, and the stock has almost doubled. My point being, if there are fundamental drivers that can ultimately influence investors' view of the stock, that plays a more important role as what's happening in this investigation behind the scenes really plays out. So it is going to be a lingering overhang, don't get me wrong, but anything that changes, again, an AI-driven iPhone cycle, that will come to the forefront of valuation in investors' minds far before any DOJ outcome.
Let me go back to AI just for a moment before I let you run. How high do you think the bar is for WWDC? Again, put into context also that now the narrative is, okay, well, they better deliver, because everybody else seemingly has delivered, and here we are still waiting. So what does that do to expectations, and what kind of bar that this company now has to meet?
Sure. I think you framed it perfectly. The bar is high. This is probably one of the most consequential developer conferences that we've had in years that I can remember. And so the bar is high. I can leave it as simple as that. But again, that's a function of where the stock is trading today, but also a function of, you look at their mega cap peers, maybe their business models are a bit different, right? They're not necessarily trying to sell devices like Apple is, but at the same time, you know, Google, Alphabet, Microsoft were hyping up AI features last summer. Apple is a year behind that. Apple is historically behind, right? Don't get me wrong. Apple is usually never first to market, but ultimately Apple does need to deliver on multiple fronts here.
Yeah, not first mover, but oftentimes best mover, as your point is being made. Eric, I appreciate your time as always. We'll talk to you soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Scott.
That's Eric Woodring of Morgan Stanley. Up next, IBM backing a new company looking to change the way investors approach the market using what else? AI. We'll speak with that company's CEO, Ron Insana. Name sound familiar? It should. And IBM Senior Vice President of Software just after this quick break. Closing bells coming right back. Welcome back. The AI revolution sure to change many parts of our lives in the year ahead, including how we invest in the markets. A platform called iFi AI wants to be at the forefront of that transformation and is partnering with IBM to make it happen. Ron Insana is iFi's CEO. Of course, you know him as a CNBC senior analyst and commentator. And Rob Thomas is IBM's chief commercial officer and senior vice president in software. As you see, both are with me here at Post 9. Welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Good to have you here at the Post.
Good to see you in person, yeah.
iFi AI, tell me about it. What is it?
It stands for Intelligent Finance.
Okay.
And so there's $6 billion in assets under advisement that our business has used AI tools to create portfolios, to pick stocks, to create asset allocation models. We're transporting with IBM's assistance that very same technology so that individual investors can take a look at as many as 1,000 stocks and ETFs and determine what they're going to do in the next month based on our forecasted models. So we use artificial intelligence to determine these forecasts. And what we've seen is that a lot of investors, whether they're high net worth or whether they're millennial and Gen Z, have been asking generative AI services what stocks they should pick. We're trying to give them a leg up by offering them forecasted rates of return over time, transparency, accuracy, and also degrees of confidence in those forecasts.
So predictive outcomes for what stocks are going to do, research, actual stock selection, fundamental, technical analysis, the whole 9 yards?
So through Watson X, all of that is encompassed every day in the millions of bits of information that are taken in that result in a forecast for any individual stock. So if you went on the app and you touched one of the stocks, it would give you a forecast rated return over 30 days, the degree of confidence the model has that will happen, and the accuracy over time with respect to those forecasts have been made.
This is live now?
It is live now, yeah, absolutely.
How did this partnership come together, and what really is IBM's role in this technology? I guess it is through Watson X.
Yeah, Watson X is embedded into iFi AI. And it started with, we launched Watson X about a year ago, working with many clients around the world. We have a lot of companies coming to us saying, we want to use Watson X to make our product better. So this became an engineering partnership. IBM technology teams working with Ron's team to say, how do we deliver an outstanding user experience and unique insights? We believe AI should augment decision making.
Absolutely.
So it's about how do we look at all this data, collect the data, organize it, and then present recommendations that you can bring to a user or to a wealth advisor.
So I love the word augment rather than replace. In terms of one of my first thoughts, obviously, was, well, what does this mean for the traditional advisor?
Well, so we have a tool for individual investors who are self-directed traders, investors. We have coming within the next month a tool for advisors that will allow them access to portfolio construction tools, asset allocation models, model portfolios, and the entire industry is moving in this direction, Scott, where the less time they spend worrying about the investment process, the more time they are free to build their businesses by dealing with existing clients or prospecting for new ones. So we're really giving them additional tools as we are self-directed individual investors and traders in making all those decisions and putting together their portfolios or their single stock selections.
I'm also thinking about, as we move to a more democratized investing world, it does have the possibility of removing the so-called expert or the advisor out of the equation in some sense, where maybe the individual investor tries to do this on their own with the help of the Watson, powered platform that you have. How should I think about that?
You should think about it as an assist. We're not making recommendations. We're not making decisions for people. We're giving them the tools with which to make better decisions. We're going to have multiple periods in which these forecasts are made. 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, out to 1 year. So if you're trading zero-date single stock options, you'll be able to look at the app or the website and determine what stock is going to do, what an individual stock will do over the course of a day, a week, or a month, and trade accordingly or invest accordingly. It's not really going to replace anything because we're not telling people what to do. We're really offering them an assist. And with IBM's powerful engines they have, where we're running millions of bits of data through Watson X every single day. It's just more information than any single individual or advisor can take in on their own.
How are you thinking about it? As we wrote in the intro, this AI is going to transform our lives in ways we don't even know at this point. There are a lot of fears about it, clearly. How are you thinking about it, IBM, harnessing this technology so that it's used in a positive way?
First of all, it is technology, it's not magic. People have to remember that. And AI is probably the greatest productivity tool we've ever had access to. So when you think about the wealth advisor example, This is making them way more productive. They can't read a million documents. AI can read it, summarize it, and surface results. As I look at clients we're working with, it's really fundamentally about how do you automate tasks that are repeatable tasks. So we think about things like back office automation, customer service. It's being used widely now for code as Watson X is being deployed in companies. So this is really about a productivity tool because every company now is focused on productivity.
What about recommendations on shorting stocks or assists, as you want to use that word, on things like that? And also the user cost. What's associated with somebody using this platform?
Well, if you go on the website or on the app, you'll see the various verticals that we have and the costs associated with each level of sophistication that we offer, from a free all the way out to more sophisticated tool, what we call iFi Free, iFi Fan, iFi Fanatic, and iFi FA, which is for the advisory community. And so, yeah, with respect to shorting, we'll have forecasts that'll say a stock's likely to go down 20% with an 80% confidence rating and an accuracy rating that goes along with it. So if someone is inclined to do that, and that's entirely up to them, they'll have an entire list of over 1,000 stocks or ETFs with forecasts about in which direction these items may go, these investments and trades may go.
Interesting. Glad you shared the story with us. I appreciate
thank you.
it. Best of luck. It's good to see you, too.
Good to see you as well. Yeah,
always good
pleasure.
to have you back. And your first time at Post 9, you said?
My first time at Post 9, yeah. I mean, well, it used to be between Post 10 and 11 way back in the day.
All right, well, hopefully it's not the last. That's Ron and Son, Rob Thomas. Thank you so much from IBM here at Post 9. Up next, we're tracking the biggest movers as we head into the close. Pippa Stevens is standing by, of course, with that. Hey, Pippa.
Hey, Scott, a second act for one COVID vaccine maker is boosting the stock. We've got all the details coming up next.